This is Audible.
Brought to you by Penguin.
The Moonflower Murders by Anthony Horowitz. Read by Leslie Manville and Alan Corduna.
Ios Nikolaos, Crete. The Polydorus is a charming family-run hotel, located a short walk away from the lively town of Ios Nikolaos, 1 hour from Heraklion. Rooms cleaned daily, all with Wi-Fi and aircon, some with sea views. Coffee and home-cooked meals served on our lovely terraces. Visit our website or find us on booking.com. You have no idea how long it took me to write that. I was worried about so many adjectives bunching up together. Was lively the right word to describe Ios Nikolaos? I'd started with busy, but then decided it might suggest the endless traffic and noise that were very much part of the place too. We were actually 15 minutes from the town centre. Was that a short walk? Should I have mentioned Amudi Beach next door? The funny thing is, I spent almost all my working life as an editor, and I never had any problem dealing with writers' manuscripts, but when it came to a 4-line advertisement on the back of a postcard, I sweated over every syllable. In the end, I handed it to Andreas, who read it in about 5 seconds and then just grunted and nodded, which, after all the trouble I'd taken, both pleased and infuriated me at the same time. That's something I've noticed about Greeks. They're an incredibly emotional people. Their drama, poetry, and music go straight to the heart. But when it comes to everyday business, to the little details, they prefer things to be siga-siga, which translates roughly as who gives a damn. It was a phrase I heard every day. Examining what I'd written along with a cigarette and a cup of strong black coffee, 2 thoughts crossed my mind. We were going to put the cards in a rack beside the reception desk, but since tourists would already be in the hotel when they picked them up, what exactly was the point? And more pertinently, what the hell was I doing here? How had I allowed my life to come to this? Just 2 years away from my 50th birthday, at a time when I had thought I would be enjoying all the comforts of life that come with a reasonable income, a small flat in London and a full social diary, I had found myself the co-owner and manager of a hotel that was actually much nicer than I'd managed to describe. Polydorus was right on the edge of the water, with 2 terraces shaded from the sun by umbrellas and cypress trees. It had just 12 rooms, a young local staff who were always cheerful, even at their most haphazard, and a loyal clientele. We had simple food, mythos lager, an in-house musician, and perfect views. The sort of travellers we encouraged wouldn't dream of arriving on one of those gigantic coaches I would watch inching along roads that had never been designed to accommodate them, on their way to the 6-story monstrosities on the other side of the bay. What we also had, unfortunately, was dodgy wiring, impossible plumbing, and intermittent Wi-Fi. I don't want to slip into lazy Greek stereotyping, and maybe I was just unlucky, but reliability was hardly a watchword amongst the people we employed. Panos was an excellent chef, but if he argued with his wife, his children, or his motorbike, he would be a no-show, and Andreas would have to take over in the kitchen, leaving me to host the bar and restaurant, which might be full, but without any waiters, or half empty, with too many of them. Somehow a happy compromise never seemed to materialise. There was always a faint possibility that a supplier might actually arrive on time, but it would never be with the goods that we had actually ordered. If anything broke, and everything did, we would have hours of nervous tension waiting to see if the mechanic or engineer would show up. For the most part, our guests seemed happy. But we were running around like actors in one of those madcap French farces, trying to make it look seamless, and by the time I collapsed in bed, often at 1 or 2 in the morning, I was so exhausted that I lay there feeling almost desiccated, like a mummy in a shroud. That was when I would be at my lowest, falling asleep with the knowledge that the moment I opened my eyes, the whole thing would start all over again. I'm being too negative. Of course, it was wonderful too. The Aegean sunset is like nothing you will see anywhere in the world, and I would watch it every evening, staring in wonder. No wonder the Greeks believed in gods. Helios in his golden chariot blazing across that enormous sky. The Lassitiotica mountains transformed into strips of the thinnest gauze, first pink, then mauve, darkening and fading at the same time. I swam at 7 o'clock every morning, washing away in the crystal sea the traces of too much wine and cigarette smoke. There were dinners in tiny tavernas in Forny and Limnes, with the smell of jasmine, the stars twinkling, raucous laughter, the clink of raki glasses. I'd even started to learn Greek, working 3 hours a week with a girl young enough to be my daughter, who managed to take the stressed syllables and verbs that weren't just irregular but downright indecent, and somehow make them fun. But this wasn't a holiday for me. I'd come to Greece after the catastrophe that was Moonflower Murders. It was the last book I'd worked on, and it had led to the death of the author, the collapsing of my publishing company, and the end of my career, in that order. There had been 9 Atticus Pund novels, all of them bestsellers, and I had thought there would be many more. But that was all over now. Instead, I found myself starting a new life, and frankly, too much of it was hard work. Inevitably, this had had an effect on my relationship with Andreas. The two of us didn't quarrel, we weren't the quarrelling sort, but we'd developed a way of communicating that had become increasingly terse and wary, circling each other like 2 prize boxers who have no intention of starting the fight. In fact, a full-throttle punch-up might have done us both good. We had managed to drift into that awful arena, so familiar to the long-term married couple, where what was left unspoken was actually more damaging than what was said. We weren't married, by the way. Andreas had proposed to me, doing the whole diamond ring down on one knee thing, but we had both been too busy to follow through. And anyway, my Greek wasn't good enough yet to understand the service. We had decided to wait. Time had done us no favours. In London, Andreas had always been my best friend. Perhaps it was because we weren't living together that I had always looked forward to seeing him. We read the same books, we loved eating in, especially when Andreas cooked. We had great sex. But Crete had trapped us in an altogether different sort of arrangement, and even though it had only been a couple of years since we had left the UK, I was already thinking about a way out, even if I wasn't actively looking for one. I didn't need to. The way out arrived early one Monday morning with a smart-looking couple, obviously English, walking arm in arm down the slope that led from the main road. I could tell at once that they were rich and that they weren't here on holiday. He was wearing a jacket and long trousers, ridiculous for the morning heat, a polo shirt and a Panama hat. She had on the sort of dress that was more suited to a tennis party than the beach, a proper necklace, and carried a neat little clutch bag. Both had expensive sunglasses. I guess they were in their 60s. The man came into the bar and uncoupled himself from his wife. I saw him examining me. "Excuse me," he said in a cultivated voice. "Do you speak English?" "Yes." "I don't suppose you wouldn't by any chance be Susan Ryeland?" "That's me." I wonder if I might have a word with you, Miss Ryeland. My name is Lawrence Treherne. This is my wife, Pauline. How do you do? Pauline Treherne smiled at me, but not in a friendly way. She didn't trust me, and she hadn't even met me yet. Can I get you a coffee? I phrased the question carefully. I wasn't offering to buy them one. I don't want to give the impression that I'm mean, but this was something else preying on my mind. I had sold my flat in North London and ploughed most of my savings into Polydorus. But so far I hadn't made any profit. Quite the reverse. Although I'm not sure that Andreas and I were doing anything wrong, we had still managed to find ourselves almost 10,000 euros in debt. Our funds were leaking away, and I sometimes felt that the distance between me and bankruptcy could be measured by the froth on a free cappuccino. No, we're all right, thank you. I steered them towards one of the tables in the bar. The terrace was already crowded, but Vangelis, who worked as a waiter when he wasn't playing his guitar, was managing fine, and it was cooler out of the heat. So how can I help you, Mr. Treherne? Lawrence, please. He took off the hat, revealing thinning silver hair and a scalp that had still managed to catch the sun. He placed the hat in front of him. I hope you'll forgive us for tracking you down. We have a mutual friend, Sajid Khan. He sent you his regards, by the way. Sajid Khan. It took me a moment to remember that he was a solicitor living in the Suffolk town of Framlingham. He had been a friend of Alan Conway, the author of Magpie Murders. When Alan died, Sajid Khan was the one who had discovered the body, but I'd only met him a couple of times. I wouldn't have called him a friend, mutual or otherwise. Do you live in Suffolk? I asked. Yes, we own a hotel near Woodbridge. Mr. Khan has helped us on one or two occasions. Lawrence hesitated, suddenly uncomfortable. I was speaking to him last week about a rather difficult matter, and he suggested we talk to you. I wondered how Khan had known I was here in Crete. Someone must have told him, because I certainly hadn't. You came all this way to talk to me? I asked. Well, it's not really that far, and we travel quite a bit anyway. We're staying at the Minos beach. He pointed in the direction of his hotel, which was on the other side of a tennis court, right next to mine. It confirmed my first opinion that the Trehernes were rich. The Minos Beach was a boutique hotel with private villas and a garden full of sculptures. It cost around £300 a night. I did think about ringing, he went on, but it's not something I'd want to discuss over the phone. This was getting more mysterious and, frankly, annoying by the minute. A 4-hour flight from Stansted, a 1-hour drive from Heraklion. Getting here had hardly been a stroll. What is this about? I asked. It's about a murder. The last word hung in the air for a moment. On the other side of the terrace, the sun was shining. A bunch of local children were laughing and shouting, splashing about in the Aegean. Families were packed together around the tables. I watched Vangelis go past with a tray laden with orange juice and iced coffee. What murder? I asked. A man called Frank Paris. You won't have heard of him, but you might know the hotel where the murder took place. It's called Branlow Hall. And that's your hotel? Yes, it is. It was Pauline Treherne who answered, speaking for the first time. She sounded like a minor royal, cutting each word as if with a pair of scissors before allowing it to escape. And yet I got the feeling that she was as middle class as I was. He had booked in for 3 nights, Lawrence said. He was killed on the 2nd. A host of different questions were going through my mind. Who was Frank Paris? Who killed him? Why should I care? But I didn't say that. When did this happen? I asked. About 8 years ago, Lawrence Treherne said. Pauline Treherne set her clutch bag on the table next to the Panama hat, as if it was some agreed signal for her to take over. There was something about her, the way she used silence, her lack of emotion, that made me think she was always the one who made the important decisions. Her sunglasses were so dark that as she spoke to me, I found myself almost transfixed by 2 images of myself listening. It might help if I tell you the entire story, she said in that grating voice of hers. That way, you'll understand why we're here. I take it you're not too pressed for time? I had about 50 things I needed to be doing. Not at all, I said. Thank you. She collected herself. Frank Paris worked in advertising, she began. He'd just come back to England from Australia, where he'd lived for several years. He was killed very brutally in his hotel room on the night of June the 15th, 2008. I'll always remember the date because it coincided with the wedding weekend of our daughter Cecily. Was he a guest? No, we'd never met him. We'd taken over a dozen or so rooms for the wedding. We put up close family and friends. The hotel has 32 rooms in total, and we'd decided, against my better judgment, my husband, I'm afraid, did not agree, to stay open to the public. Mr. Paris was in Suffolk visiting relatives. He'd booked in for 3 nights. He was killed late on Friday night, although the body wasn't discovered until Saturday afternoon. After the wedding, Lawrence Treherne muttered. How was he killed? He was struck several times with a hammer. His face was very badly disfigured, and but for his wallet and his passport, which was found in his safe, the police would have been unable to identify him. Cecily was most dreadfully upset, Lawrence cut in. Well, we all were. It had been such a beautiful day. We had the wedding service in the garden and then lunch for 100 guests. We couldn't have asked for better weather. And all the time we were unaware that in a room actually overlooking the marquee, he'd been lying there in a pool of his own blood. Cecily and Aidan had to postpone their honeymoon, Pauline added, a tremor of indignation still there in her voice, even after all these years. The police wouldn't allow them to leave. They said there was no question of it, even though it was clear the murder had nothing to do with them. Aidan is her husband. Aidan McNeil, yes, our son-in-law. They were meant to be leaving on the Sunday morning for Antigua, but in the end it was 2 weeks before they were allowed to go, and by then the police had arrested the killer, so there was really no need for such a long delay. So they knew who did it, I said. Oh, yes, it was all very straightforward, Lawrence explained. It was actually someone we employed, a Romanian by the name of Stefan Codrescu. He was working as a general maintenance man and he lived in the hotel. He actually had a criminal record. We knew that when we employed him. In fact, it was rather the point, I'm afraid to say. His eyes flickered downwards. My wife and I used to run a program at the hotel. We employed young offenders in the kitchen, cleaning, gardening, after they were released. We're great believers in prison reform and giving young men and women a second chance. I'm sure you're aware that the reoffending rate is astronomical. That's because these people don't get a chance to integrate themselves back into society. We worked closely with the probation service and they assured us that Stefan would be suitable for our program. He sighed heavily. They were wrong. Cecily believed in him, Pauline said. She knew him. We have 2 daughters, and they both work with us at the hotel. Cecily was the general manager when all this happened. In fact, she was the one who interviewed Stefan and employed him. She got married at the same hotel where she worked. Well, absolutely, it's a family business. Our staff are part of our family. She wouldn't think of having it anywhere else, Pauline said. And she thought Stefan was innocent. To begin with, yes. She insisted on it. That's the trouble with Cecily. She's always been far too good-natured, too trusting, the sort who believes the best in everyone. But the evidence against Stefan was overwhelming. I don't know where to begin. There were no fingerprints on the hammer. It had been wiped clean. But there was blood splatter on his clothes and on money taken from the dead man under his mattress. He was seen entering Frank Paris's room. And anyway, he confessed. When that happened, even Cecily had to admit that she was wrong, and that was the end of it. She and Aidan went to Antigua. The hotel slowly returned to normal, although it took a long, long time, and no one ever stayed in room 12 again. We use it for storage now. As I said, this all happened years ago, and we thought it was behind us, but it seems not. So what happened? I asked. I was intrigued, despite myself. Lawrence took over. Stefan was sentenced to life in prison, and he's still behind bars. Cecily wrote to him a couple of times, but he never replied, and I thought she'd forgotten him. She seemed perfectly happy running the hotel and also, of course, being with Aidan. She was 26 when they got married, 2 years older than him. She'll be 34 next month. Do they have any children? Yes, a little girl. Well, she's 7 now, Roxana. Our first granddaughter. Pauline's voice faltered. She's a lovely child, everything we could have ever wanted. Pauline and I are semi-retired, Lawrence went on. We have a house near Hyères in the south of France, and we spend quite a bit of time down there. Anyway, a few days ago, Cecily rang us. I took the call. This would have been around 2 o'clock French time. I could tell at once that Cecily sounded very upset. More than that, I'd say she was nervous. I don't know where she was calling from, but this was a Tuesday, so she was probably at the hotel. We normally have a bit of banter, but she got straight to the point. She said she'd been thinking about what happened. The murder? Exactly. She said that she had been right all along and that Stefan Codrescu was not responsible for the crime. I asked her what she was talking about, and she said she'd come across something in a book she'd been given. It was right there, staring me in the face. Those were her exact words. Anyway, she told me she'd already sent it to me, and sure enough, it turned up the very next day. He reached into his jacket pocket and took out a paperback. I recognized it at once. The picture on the cover, the typeface, the title. And at that moment, this entire meeting began to make sense. The book was Atticus Punt Takes the Case. Number 3 in the series, written by Alan Conway, that I had edited and published. I immediately recalled that it was largely set in a hotel, but in the county of Devon, not in Suffolk, and in 1953, not the present day. I remembered the launch party at the German embassy in London. Alan had had too much to drink and had insulted the ambassador. Alan knew about the murder? I asked. Oh, yes, he came to the hotel and stayed a few nights, 6 weeks after it happened. We both met him. He told us that he had been a friend of the dead man, Frank Paris, and he asked us a lot of questions about the murder. He talked to the staff as well. We had absolutely no idea that he was going to turn the whole thing into an entertainment. If he'd been honest with us, we might have been more circumspect. Which was exactly the reason he wasn't honest with you, I thought. You never read the book, I said. We forgot all about it, Lawrence admitted, and Mr. Conway certainly never sent us a copy. He paused. But Cecily read it, and she found something that cast new light on what had happened at Branlow Hall. At least, that's what she believed. He glanced at his wife as if seeking her approbation. Pauline and I have both read the book, and we can't see any connection. There are similarities, Pauline said. Firstly, nearly all the characters are recognisable, clearly based on people that Mr. Conway met in Woodbridge. They even have the same names, or very similar ones. But what I don't understand is that he seems to have taken pleasure in twisting people so that they come out like horrible caricatures of themselves. The owners of the Moonflower, which is the hotel in the book, are clearly based on Lawrence and myself, for example. But they're both crooks. Why would he do that? We've never done anything dishonest in our lives. She seemed more indignant than upset. The way she was looking at me, it was almost as if I was to blame. In answer to your question, we had no idea the book had been published, she went on. I don't read murder mysteries myself, neither of us does. Sajid Khan told us that Mr. Conway is no longer alive. Maybe that's just as well, because if he were, we might be very tempted to take legal action. So, let me get this straight, I said. I had the sense of facts tumbling on top of each other. Yet I knew there was something they hadn't told me. You believe that maybe, despite all the evidence, not to mention the confession, Stefan Codrescu did not kill Frank Paris, and that Alan Conway came to the hotel and discovered, in a matter of days, who the real killer was. He then somehow identified that person in Atticus Punt Takes the Case. Exactly. But that makes no sense at all, Pauline. If he knew the killer and there was an innocent man in prison, surely Alan would have gone straight to the police. Why would he turn it into a work of fiction? That's precisely why we're here, Susan. From what Sajid Khan told us, you knew Alan Conway better than anyone. You edited the book. If there is something in there, I can't think of anyone more likely to find it. Wait a minute. Suddenly, I knew what was missing. This all started when your daughter spotted something in Atticus Punt Takes the Case. Was she the only one who read it before she sent it to you? I don't know. But what was it she saw? Why didn't you just call her and ask her what she meant? It was Lawrence Traherne who answered my question. Of course we called her, he said. We both read the book, and then we rang her several times from France. Finally, we got through to Aidan, and he told us what had happened. He paused. It seems that our daughter has disappeared. Departure. I lost my temper with Andreas that evening. I really didn't mean to, but the day had brought so many mishaps, one after another, that I was going to scream either at the moon or at him, and he just happened to be nearer. It had begun with that nice couple, Bruce and Brenda, from Macclesfield, who turned out not to be that nice after all, demanding a 50% reduction in their bill, or they were going to hit TripAdvisor with a list of complaints that they'd stacked up from the day they'd arrived, and which, as they assured us, would put anyone off ever coming anywhere near us again. And what was their problem? An hour without Wi-Fi, the sound of guitar music at night, the sighting of a solitary cockroach. What annoyed me was they had complained every morning, always with tight little smiles, and I'd known all along that they were going to try something on. I'd developed an antenna for the tourists who arrived with extortion as part of their holiday plans. You'd be amazed how many of them there were. Panos didn't show up. Vangelis was late. Andreas's computer had a glitch. I'd asked him to get it looked at, and it had managed to send 2 room requests into spam. By the time we noticed, the clients had booked elsewhere. Before we went to bed, we had a glass of metaxa, the Greek brandy that only tastes nice in Greece. But I was still in a bad mood, and it was when Andreas asked me what the matter was that I finally snapped. "What do you think is the fucking matter, Andreas? Everything!" I don't usually swear, at least not at people I like. Lying in bed, watching Andreas getting undressed, I was annoyed with myself. Part of me wanted to blame him for everything that had happened since I'd come to Crete, while another part blamed myself for letting him down. But the worst of it was the sense of helplessness, that events had taken over and I was being steered by them rather than the other way round. Had I really chosen a life where complete strangers could humiliate me for a few euros and where my entire well-being could be decided by a lost reservation? Right then, I knew I had to go back to England and that actually I'd known it for some time, even if I'd tried to pretend otherwise. Andreas cleaned his teeth and came out of the bathroom naked, which is how he slept. Looking every inch like one of those figures, an ephebe or a satyr perhaps, that you might see on the side of an ancient vase. And it did seem to me that he had become more Greek in the past couple of years. His black hair was a little shaggier, his eyes a little darker, and he had a sort of swagger that I'm sure he'd never displayed when he was teaching at Westminster School. He'd put on some weight, too. Or perhaps it was just that I noticed his stomach more, now that he was out of a suit. He was still a handsome man. I was still attracted to him. But suddenly I needed to be away from him. I waited until he got into bed. We slept under a single sheet with the windows open. We hardly got any mosquitoes right next to the sea, and I preferred the night air to the artificial chill of the air conditioning. "Andreas," I said. "What?" He would have fallen asleep in seconds if I'd let him. His voice was already drowsy. "I want to go back to London." "What?" He twisted round, propping himself up on his elbow. "What do you mean?" "There's something I have to do." "In London?" "No, I have to go to Suffolk." He was looking at me, his face full of concern. "I won't be long," I said, "just a couple of weeks." "We need you here, Susan." "We need money, Andreas. We are not going to be able to pay our bills if we don't get some extra finance. And I've been offered a great deal of money to do a job. £10,000. Cash." It was true. After the Trehernes had told me about the murder at their hotel, they had gone on to explain how their daughter had disappeared. "It's very unlike her to wander off without telling anyone," Lawrence had said, "and certainly to leave her daughter behind." "Who's looking after the child?" I said. "Aidan's there, and there's a nanny." "It's not unlike her." Pauline gave her husband the most withering of scowls. "She's never done anything like this in her life, and of course she wouldn't leave Roxana on her own." She turned to me. "We're worried sick, if you want the truth, Susan. And Lawrence may not agree, but I'm convinced it's got something to do with this book." "I do agree," Lawrence muttered. "Did anyone else know about her concerns?" I asked. "I already told you that she telephoned us from Branlow Hall, so any one of a number of people could have overheard her." "I mean, had she talked about her suspicions with anyone else?" Pauline Traherne shook her head. We tried several times to phone her from France, and when she didn't answer, we called Aidan. He hadn't rung because he didn't want to worry us, but it turned out that he had contacted the police the same day she disappeared. Unfortunately, they didn't take him very seriously, at least not to begin with. They suggested the two of them might be having marriage difficulties. And were they? Not at all, Lawrence said. They've always been very happy together. The police spoke to Eloise, she's the nanny, and she said the same. She never heard any arguments. Aidan's a perfect son-in-law. He's clever and he's hard-working. I only wish Lisa could find someone like him. And he's as worried as we are. All the time Pauline had been speaking to me, I'd thought she was fighting something. Suddenly she pulled out a packet of cigarettes and lit one. She smoked like someone who had just taken up the habit again after a long abstinence. She inhaled and then went on. By the time we got back to England, the police had finally decided to take an interest. Not that they were very much help. Cecily had taken the dog for a walk. She has a shaggy golden retriever called Bear. We've always kept dogs. She left the hotel at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon and parked the car at Woodbridge Station. She often used to take the river path. That's the River Deben. There's a circular walk that takes you along the edge, and to begin with it's well populated, but then it becomes wilder and more remote until you come to a wood. And on the other side there's a road that takes you back through Martlesham. So if someone attacked her... It's not the sort of thing that ever happens in Suffolk. But yes, there were plenty of places where she would have been on her own out of sight. Pauline took a breath and went on. Aidan got worried when she didn't come home for dinner and quite rightly called the police. 2 uniformed officers came round and asked a few questions, but they didn't raise the alarm until the next morning, which was much too late, of course. By that time, Bear had shown up, on his own, back at the station, and after that they took everything more seriously. They had people and their own dogs out searching the entire area from Martlesham all the way back to Melton. But it was no good. There are fields, woods, mud flats, a lot of ground to cover. They didn't find anything. How long is it since she went missing? I asked. The last time anyone saw her was last Wednesday. I felt the silence fall. 5 days. That was a long time. An abyss into which Cecily had fallen. You've come all this way to talk to me, I said finally. What exactly do you want me to do? Pauline glanced at her husband. The answer is in the book, he explained. Atticus Punt takes the case. You must know it better than anyone. Actually, it's been quite a few years since I read it, I admitted. You worked with the author, this man, Alan Conway. You know how his mind worked. If you were asked to reread it, I'm sure there are things that might occur to you that we haven't noticed. And if you actually came to Branlow Hall and read the book in situ, so to speak, maybe you might see what it was that our daughter spotted and why she felt compelled to ring us. And that in turn might tell us where she is or what's happened to her. His voice faltered as he spoke those last words. What's happened to her? There might be a simple reason why she had vanished, but it was unlikely. She knew something. She was a danger to someone. The thought was better left unsaid. Can I have one of these? I asked. I helped myself to one of Pauline Traherne's cigarettes. My own pack was behind the bar. The whole ritual, pulling out the cigarette, lighting it, taking the first puff, gave me time to think. "I can't come to England," I said eventually. "I'm afraid I'm too busy here. But I will read the book, if you don't mind leaving me your copy. I can't promise anything will come to mind. I mean, I remember the story, but it doesn't correspond quite with what you've told me. But I can email you." "No, that won't do." Pauline had already made up her mind. "You need to talk to Aidan and Lisa, and Eloise, for that matter. And you should talk to Derek, the night manager. He was on duty the night Frank Paris was killed and spoke to the detective in charge. He's in Alan Conway's book, too. Although he's called Eric." She leaned towards me, imploring. "We're not asking you for a lot of your time." "And we'll pay you," Lawrence added. "We have plenty of money, and we're not going to hold back if it helps find our daughter." He paused. £10,000? That drew a sharp look from his wife, and it occurred to me that without thinking he had greatly increased, perhaps doubled, the amount they had intended to offer me. That was what my reluctance had done. I thought for a moment that she was going to say something, but she relaxed and nodded. £10,000. I thought about the replastering on the balcony, a new computer for Andreas, the ice cream display chest that was on the blink, Panos and Vangelis, who had both been muttering about pay rises. How could I say no? This was what I told Andreas now in our bedroom late at night. We need the money, and anyway, maybe I can help them find their daughter. You think she's still alive? It's possible, but if she isn't, perhaps I can find out who killed her. Andreas sat up. He was wide awake now and was worried about me. I felt bad that I had sworn at him. "The last time you went looking for a killer, it didn't end very well," he reminded me. "This is different. This isn't personal. It's got nothing to do with me." Which sounds to me like an argument for leaving it alone. You may be right, but I had made up my mind, and Andreas knew it. "I need a break anyway," I said. "It's been 2 years, Andreas, and apart from a weekend in Santorini, we haven't been anywhere. I'm completely worn out, endlessly firefighting, endlessly trying to make things work. I thought you'd understand." "A break from the hotel or a break from me?" he asked. I wasn't sure I had an answer to that. "Where will you stay?" he asked. "With Katie. It'll be nice." I rested a hand on his arm, feeling the warm flesh and the curve of his muscle. "You can manage perfectly well without me. I'll ask Nell to come in and look after things, and we'll talk to each other every day." "I don't want you to go, Susan." "But you're not going to stop me, Andreas." He paused, and in that moment I could see him fighting with himself. My Andreas versus Andreas the Greek. "No," he said finally. "You must do what you have to." 2 days later he drove me to Heraklion Airport. There are parts of the road from Ios Nikolaos, as you pass Neapoli and Latsida, that are actually very beautiful. The landscape is wild and empty, with the mountains stretching into the distance, and the sense that nothing very much has been touched for 1,000 years. Even the new motorway after Malia is surrounded by gorgeous countryside, and as you draw nearer you dip down and find yourself close to a wide, white sand beach. Maybe that was what gave me a sense of sadness, an understanding of what I was leaving behind. Suddenly I wasn't thinking of all the problems and the chores of running Polydoros. I was thinking of midnight and the waves and Panselinos, the full moon, wine, laughter, my peasant life. When I'd been preparing to leave, I'd deliberately chosen my smallest bag. I'd thought it would be a statement to Andreas and to myself that this was just a brief business trip and that I would be home very soon. But going through my wardrobe, looking at clothes that I hadn't worn for 2 years, I found myself piling things up on the bed. I was going back to an English summer, which meant that it could be hot and cold, wet and dry, all in one day. I would be staying at a posh country hotel. They probably had a dress code for dinner, and I was being paid £10,000. I needed to look professional. So by the time I arrived at Heraklion Airport, I found myself dragging my old wheelie behind me, the actual wheels squeaking malevolently as they spun against the concrete floor. The two of us stood for a moment, in the harsh air conditioning and the harsher electric light of the departure lounge. He took hold of me. "Promise me you'll look after yourself. And call me when you get there. We can FaceTime. If the Wi-Fi isn't on the blink. Promise me, Susan." I promise. He held me with both hands on my arms and kissed me. I smiled at him, then trailed my suitcase over to the stout, scowling Greek girl in her blue uniform who checked my passport and boarding card before allowing me through to security. I turned and waved, but Andreas had already gone. Cuttings. It was quite a shock being back in London. After so much time in Ios Nikolaos, which wasn't very much more than an overgrown fishing village, I found myself consumed by the city, and I was unprepared for the intensity of it. The noise, the number of people in the streets. Everything was greyer than I remembered, and it was hard to cope with the dust and petrol fumes in the air. The amount of new construction also made my head spin. Views that I had known all my working life had disappeared in the space of 2 years. London's various mayors, with their love of tall buildings, had allowed different architects to gouge their initials into the skyline, with the result that everything was both familiar and alien at the same time. Sitting in the back of a black cab being driven along the River Thames on the way from the airport, the cluster of new flats and offices around Battersea Power Station looked to me like a battlefield. It was as if there had been an invasion and all those cranes with their blinking red lights were monstrous birds, picking over carcasses lying unseen on the ground. I had decided to spend the first night in a hotel, which was, frankly, weird. A lifelong Londoner, I had somehow degenerated into a tourist, and I hated the hotel. A Premier Inn in Farringdon, not because there was anything wrong with it, it was perfectly clean and comfortable, but because that was where I was forced to stay. Sitting on the bed with its mauve cushions and sleeping moon logo, I felt perfectly miserable. I was already missing Andreas. I had texted him from the airport, but I knew that if I FaceTimed him, I would probably end up crying, and that would prove he was right. I should never have gone. The sooner I was in Suffolk, the better. But I wasn't ready to make the journey yet. There were 1 or 2 things I had to do. After an intermittent sleep and a breakfast, egg, sausage, bacon, beans that looked identical to every breakfast ever served in a cut-price hotel chain, I strolled over to King's Cross, to one of the storage depots built into the arches under the railway lines. When I moved to Crete, I had sold my flat in Crouch End and almost everything in it, but at the last moment I had decided to hang on to my car. A bright red MGB Roadster, which I had bought in the moment of madness that had coincided with my 40th birthday. I had never thought I would be driving it again, and storing it had been a crazy extravagance. I was paying £150 a month for the privilege. But I just couldn't bring myself to get rid of it, and now, as it was wheeled out for me by two young men, it was like being reunited with an old friend. More than that, it was a part of my former life that I had back again. Just sinking into the cracked leather of the driver's seat with the wooden steering wheel and absurdly old-fashioned radio above my knees made me feel better about myself. If I did go back to Crete, I decided, I would drive it there and to hell with the problems of Greek registration and left-hand drive. I turned the key and the engine started first time. I pumped the accelerator a few times, enjoyed the growl of welcome that came from the engine, then drove off, heading down the Euston Road. It was mid-morning and the traffic wasn't too bad, which is to say that it was actually moving. I didn't want to go straight back to the hotel, so I drove around London, taking in a few sights just for the hell of it. Euston Station was being rebuilt. Gower Street was as shabby as ever. I don't suppose it was coincidence that brought me into Bloomsbury, the area behind the British Museum, but without really thinking about it, I found myself outside Cloverleaf Books, the independent publishing house where I had worked for 11 years, or what was left of it. The building was an eyesore, boarded-up windows and charred bricks surrounded by scaffolding, and it occurred to me that the insurers must be refusing to pay out. Perhaps arson and attempted murder hadn't been included in the policy. I thought of driving out to Crouch End, giving the MG a good run for its money, but that would have been too dispiriting. Anyway, I had work to do. I put the car in an NCP in Farringdon, then walked back to the hotel. I didn't need to check out until noon, which gave me an hour alone with the coffee machine, 2 packets of complimentary biscuits, and the internet. I opened up my laptop and began a series of searches. Branlow Hall, Stefan Codrescu, Frank Paris, murder. These were the articles I found. A murder mystery, stripped of its intrigue and told in just 4 indifferent chapters. The East Anglian Daily Times, 18th of June 2008. Man killed at Celebrity Hotel. Police are investigating the murder of a 53-year-old man after his body was discovered in the 5-star hotel where he was staying. Branlow Hall, located close to Woodbridge in Suffolk, charges £300 a night for an executive suite and is a much sought-after venue for celebrity weddings and parties. It has also been used as a location for many television series, including ITV's Endeavour, Top Gear and Antiques Roadshow. The victim has been identified as Frank Paris, a well-known figure in the advertising industry who won awards for his work on Barclays Bank and for the LGBT rights organisation Stonewall. He rose to be creative director of McCann Erickson in London before moving to Australia to set up his own agency. He was unmarried. Detective Superintendent Richard Locke, who is heading the investigation, said this was a particularly brutal murder that would seem to have been carried out by a single individual with the motive of theft. Money belonging to Mr. Paris has been recovered and we expect to make an arrest shortly. The murder took place on the night before the wedding of Aidan McNeil and Cecily Traherne, whose parents, Lawrence and Pauline Traherne, own the hotel. The body was discovered shortly after the ceremony, which had taken place in the hotel garden. Neither of the couples was available for comment. The East Anglian Daily Times, 20th of June 2008. Man held in Woodbridge killing. Police have arrested a 22-year-old man in connection with the brutal murder of a retired advertising executive at Branlow Hall, the well-known Suffolk hotel. Detective Superintendent Richard Locke, who is in charge of the investigation, said, "This was a horrific crime committed without any scruples. My team has worked quickly and very thoroughly, and I am glad to say that we have been able to make an arrest. I have every sympathy for the young couple whose special day was ruined by these events. The suspect has been remanded in custody and is due to appear at Ipswich Crown Court next week. The Daily Mail, the 22nd of October 2008. Life imprisonment for Hammer Horror Suffolk killer. A Romanian migrant, Stefan Codrescu, was sentenced to life imprisonment at Ipswich Crown Court following the murder of 53-year-old Frank Paris at the £300 a night Branlow Hall Hotel near Woodbridge, Suffolk. Paris, described as a brilliant creative mind, had recently returned from Australia and had been planning to retire. Codrescu, who pleaded guilty, entered the UK when he was 12 years old and quickly came to the attention of London police investigating Romanian organised crime gangs involved in cloned credit cards, stolen UK passports and false identity documents. Aged 19, he was arrested for aggravated burglary and assault. He was sentenced to 2 years in jail. Lawrence Traherne, the owner of Branlow Hall, was in court to hear the sentence. He had employed Codrescu, who had been at the hotel for 5 months, as part of an outreach programme for young offenders. Mr. Traherne said that he did not regret his actions. "My wife and I were shocked by the death of Mr. Paris," he said in a statement outside the court, "but I still believe that it is right to give young people a second chance and to try to integrate them into society." But sentencing Codrescu to a minimum term of 25 years, Judge Azra Rashid said, "Despite your background, you were given a unique opportunity to turn your life around. Instead, you betrayed the trust and goodwill of your employers and committed a brutal crime for financial gain." The court had heard that Codrescu, now 22, had racked up debts playing online poker and slot machines. Jonathan Clark, defending, said that Codrescu had lost touch with reality. He was living in a virtual world with debts that were spiralling out of control. What happened that night was a sort of madness, a mental breakdown. Paris was attacked with a hammer and beaten so badly that he was unrecognisable. Detective Superintendent Richard Locke, who made the arrests, said that this was the most sickening case I have ever encountered. A spokesperson for Screen Counselling, a Norwich-based charity, has called on the Gambling Commission to ban online betting with credit cards. That was the story. The beginning, the middle, and the end. By trawling through the internet, I came across what might have been a coda to the whole affair had it not actually predated everything that had occurred. Campaign, the 12th of May 2008. Last call for Sydney-based Sundowner. Sundowner, the Sydney-based advertising agency set up by former McCann Erickson Supremo Frank Paris, has gone out of business. The Australian Securities and Investments Commission, the country's official financial watchdog, confirmed that after just 3 years the agency had ceased to trade. Paris, who began his career as a copywriter, was a well-known figure in the London advertising scene for more than 2 decades, winning awards for his work on Barclays Bank and Domino's Pizza. He created the controversial Action Fag campaign for Stonewall in 1997, promoting gay rights in the armed forces. He was himself completely open about his sexuality and was well known for his extravagant and flamboyant parties. It has been suggested that his move to Australia was prompted by a decision to tone down his public image. In its first month, Sundowner picked up some significant accounts, including Von Zipper sunglasses, wagon wheels, and custom footwear. However, its early success took place against a subdued market that led to a significant shrinkage in consumer and advertising spending. Internet advertising and online videos are the fastest growing areas in Australia, and it's clear that Sundowner, with its emphasis on traditional rather than digital media, had arrived too quickly at the last chance saloon. So, what was I to make of all this information? Well, I suppose it was the editor in me that noticed that every single one of the reports had described the murder as brutal, as if anyone was ever murdered gently or with affection. The journalists had managed to sketch in the character of Frank Paris with what few details they had. Award-winning, gay, extrovert, ultimately a failure. That hadn't stopped the Mail from characterizing him as a brilliant creative mind, but then they would have been prepared to forgive him for almost anything. He had, after all, been murdered by a Romanian. Had Stefan Codrescu really been involved in gangs, trading passports and credit cards, etc.? There was no evidence of it, and the fact that the police had been investigating Romanian gangs could have been entirely coincidental. He had, after all, been arrested for burglary. As for the brilliant Frank Paris, there was something almost bizarre about his turning up in a hotel in Suffolk, particularly on the night of a wedding to which he had not been invited. Pauline Traherne had told me he was visiting relatives, so why hadn't he stayed with them? The mention of Detective Superintendent Richard Locke worried me. We had met following the death of Alan Conway, and I think it's fair to say we had not got on. I remembered him, a big, angry police officer who had swept into a coffee shop on the outskirts of Ipswich, shouted at me for 15 minutes, and then left again. Alan had based a character on him, and Locke had decided to blame me. It had taken him less than a week to identify Stefan as the culprit, arrest him, and then charge him. Was he wrong? According to the newspaper stories, and, for that matter, what the Trahernes had told me, the whole thing could hardly be more straightforward. But 8 years later, Cecily Traherne had thought otherwise, and she had disappeared. There wasn't much more to do in London. It seemed obvious to me that I would have to talk to Stefan Codrescu, which meant visiting him in prison. But I didn't even know where he was being held, and the Trahernes had been unable to help. How was I supposed to find out? I went back on the internet, but I didn't find anything there. Then I remembered an author I knew, Craig Andrews. He had come to writing late, and I had published his first novel, a thriller set in the prison system. On first reading, I had been impressed by the violence of his writing, but also by its authenticity. He had done a lot of research. Of course, he had another publisher now. Cloverleaf Books had rather let him down by going out of business and burning to the ground. But on the other hand, the book had been a success, and I had noticed a good review of his latest in the Mail on Sunday. I had nothing to lose, so I sent him an email telling him that I was back in England and asking him if he could help me track down Stefan. I wasn't confident that he would reply. After that, I packed up my laptop, grabbed my suitcase, and rescued my MG from the car park, where it had already been charged a ridiculous sum of money for the grim, dusty corner where it had been housed. It still made me happy to see it. I got in, and moments later I was roaring down the exit ramp and out onto the Farringdon Road, on my way to Suffolk. Branlow Hall. I could have stayed with my sister while I was in Suffolk, but the Trahernes had offered me free accommodation at their hotel, and I had decided to accept. The truth was that I felt uncomfortable about spending too much time with Katie. She was 2 years younger than me, and with her 2 adorable children, her lovely home, her successful husband, and her circle of close friends, she could make me feel painfully inadequate, particularly when I looked at the haphazardness of my own life. After everything that had happened at Cloverleaf Books, she had been delighted that I had flown off to Crete for what she saw as some sort of domestic normality, and I didn't want to explain to her why I was back. It wasn't that she would judge me, it was more that I would feel myself being judged. Anyway, it made more sense to base myself at the scene of the crime, where so many of the witnesses would still be gathered. So I skirted Ipswich and made my way up the A12, passing the right turn that would have brought me into Woodbridge. Instead, I continued another 5 miles until I came to an expensive-looking sign, black paint, gold lettering, and a narrow lane that took me between hedgerows and bright red flecks of wild poppies to a stone gate, and on the other side, the ancestral home of the Brownlow family, standing in a fair old slice of the Suffolk countryside. So much of what I have to write about had either taken place or would take place here that I must describe it carefully. It was a beautiful place, something between a country house, a castle, and a French chateau, very square, surrounded by lawns dotted with ornamental trees and thicker woodland beyond. At some time in its history, it might have been swivelled round because the gravel drive came in from the wrong direction, heading rather confusingly towards a side elevation with several windows but no door, while the actual entrance was round the corner facing the other way. It was when you stood here in front of the house that you appreciated its magnificence. The main door with its arched portico, the Gothic towers and crenellations, the coats of arms, and the stone chimneys that must have been connected to a multitude of fireplaces. The windows were double height, with plaster heads of long-forgotten lords and ladies poking out of the corners. A number of stone birds perched high up on the very edge of the roof, with an eagle at each corner, and above the front door was a rather fine owl with its wings outstretched. Now that I thought about it, I had seen an owl painted on the sign outside. It was the hotel logo, printed on the menus and the notepaper too. A low wall ran all around the building with a ha-ha on the other side, and this gave it a sense of imperturbability, as if it had chosen to set itself apart from the real world. On the left, which is to say on the side opposite the drive, a set of discreet, more modern doors opened from the bar onto a very flat, beautifully maintained lawn, and this was where, 8 years previously, the wedding lunch had taken place. On the right, set slightly back, were 2 miniature versions of the main house. One was a chapel, and the other a granary that had been converted into a health spa with a conservatory and indoor swimming pool attached. Even as I parked the MG on the gravel, it occurred to me that any writers wanting to set a murder in a classic country house would find all the material they needed here. And any killers wanting to get rid of a body would have hundreds of acres in which to do it. I wondered if the police had looked for Cecily Traherne in the grounds. She had said she was going for a walk and her car had been found at Woodbridge Station, but how could anyone be sure that she had been the one who had driven it? Before I had even turned off the ignition, a young man appeared and hauled the suitcase out of the trunk. He led me into the entrance hall, which was square but gave the illusion of being circular, with a round table, a round carpet, and a ring of marble pillars supporting a ceiling decorated with a circle of very ornate stucco. 5 doors, one of them a modern lift, led in different directions, but the man escorted me into a second hallway with a reception desk tucked underneath an impressive stone staircase. The stairs curved round on themselves, and I could see all the way up to the vaulted roof 3 floors above. It was almost like being inside a cathedral. The huge window rose up in front of me, some of the panes made of stained glass, although there was nothing religious about it. It was more like something you might find in an old school or even a railway station. Opposite, what I might describe as a landing ran from one side to the other, partly blocked off by a wall, but with a semicircular opening cut into it, so that if a guest walked past, they would almost certainly be seen from below. The landing connected 2 corridors that ran the full length of the hotel, the crossbar, if you like, in a large letter H. A woman in a sharply cut black dress was sitting behind the reception desk, which was made of some dark polished wood with mirrored edges. It looked out of place. I knew that much of Branlow Hall had been constructed at the start of the 18th century, and all the other furnishings were deliberately traditional and old-fashioned. A rocking horse stood against the opposite wall, paint peeling and eyes staring. It reminded me of the famous horror story by D.H. Lawrence. There were 2 small offices behind the reception desk, one on each side. Later I would learn that Lisa Traherne occupied one and her sister Cecily the other. The doors were open and I could see a pair of identical desks with telephones. I wondered if Cecily had made her call to France from here. Ms. Ryeland? The receptionist had been expecting me. When she offered me free accommodation, Pauline Traherne had said that she would tell the staff I was helping her with a certain matter, but not what it was. The girl was around the same age as the man who had met me. In fact, they could have been brother and sister. They were both fair-haired, slightly robotic, possibly Scandinavian. Hello. I placed my handbag between us, ready to provide a credit card if asked. I hope you had a good drive from London. Yes, thank you. Mrs. Traherne has put you in the Moonflower wing. You'll be very comfortable there. Moonflower? That was the name Alan Conway had given the hotel in his book. It's up 1 flight of stairs, or you can take the lift. I think I can manage the stairs, thank you. Lars will take the case for you and show you the room. Definitely Scandinavian, then. I followed Lars up the staircase to the first-floor landing. There were oil paintings on the walls, family members from across the centuries, none of them smiling. Lars turned right and we continued behind the opening that I had seen from below. Resting against the wall, I noticed a table with 2 glass candlesticks and, on a stand between them, a large silver brooch. This was in the shape of a circle, with a silver pin, and there was a typewritten card, folded in half, describing it as an 18th century figine, which pleased me as it was a word I had never come across. There was a dog basket with a tartan blanket under the table, and I was reminded of Bear, Cecily Traherne's golden retriever. Where's the dog? I asked. He went for a walk, Lars answered vaguely, as if he was surprised I had even asked. Everything I have described so far was antique, but when we reached the corridor, I noticed that electric keycard operators had been fitted to the doors and that we were being watched by a CCTV camera mounted in a corner. It must have been added long after the murder and perhaps as a response to it. Otherwise the killer would have been seen. The first door we came to was number 10. 11 was next door. But what should have been room 12 was blank, and there was no room 13 either, presumably for reasons of superstition. Was it my imagination, or had Lars quickened his pace? I could hear the floorboards creaking under his step, the wheels on my suitcase still squeaking as they bumped over the joints. After room 14, we came to a fire door that opened onto a corridor which was obviously new, part of an extension that jutted out towards the rear of the building. It was as if a second modern hotel had been added to the first, and I wondered if it had been like this 8 years ago, when Frank Paris had checked in and out. The carpet in the new section had one of those nasty patterns that you would never find in anyone's home. The doors were made out of wood that was both lighter and newer, and they were closer together, suggesting smaller rooms on the other side. The lighting was recessed. Was this the Moonflower wing? I didn't ask Lars, who was well ahead of me, my suitcase still squeaking as it followed him. I had been given not just a room, but a suite at the very end. Lars swiped the key to let us in, and I found myself in a bright, comfortable space in various shades of cream and beige, with a widescreen TV mounted on the wall. The sheets on the bed were expensive. A complimentary bottle of wine and a bowl of fruit sat, waiting for me, on a table. I went over to the window and looked out at the courtyard behind the hotel and a row of what might have been converted stables on the far side. The hotel spa with the swimming pool was over to the right. A driveway led up to a large modern house set back from the hotel. I saw its name, Branlow Cottage, by the gate. Lars put my case on one of those folding luggage racks that we would never have had at Polydorus because they took up too much space, and also because they were ridiculous. Fridge, air conditioning, minibar, coffee maker. He showed me round the room just in case I couldn't find the way myself. He was polite rather than enthusiastic. The Wi-Fi code is on the table, and if there is anything you want, you can dial 0 for the front desk. Thank you, Lars, I said. Is there anything else you need? Actually, I'd like to go into room 12. Could I have a key? He looked at me peculiarly for a moment, but the Trehernes had prepared the way. I'll open it for you, he said. He went over to the door, and there was that nasty moment when I wasn't sure if I should tip him and wondered whether he was expecting it or not. In Crete, we had a straw hat in the bar, and anyone with any euros to spare threw them in there to be shared out equally among the staff. Generally, I don't like tipping. It feels old-fashioned, a throwback to the days when waiters and hotel staff were seen as belonging to a lower class. Lars didn't agree. He scowled, turned on his heel, and left. I unpacked with a growing sense of discomfort. Transported to an expensive wardrobe in an expensive room, my clothes didn't so much hang as droop. It was a reminder that I'd bought almost nothing new in 2 years. Outside, a black Range Rover drove past the stables and into the drive of Branlow Cottage, the wheels crunching on the gravel. I heard the slam of a car door and looked out of the window in time to see a youngish man wearing a padded waistcoat and a cap get out. There was a dog with him. At the same time, the door of the house opened and a young girl with black hair ran towards him, followed by a dark, slim woman carrying a shopping bag. The man scooped the girl up in his arms. I couldn't see much of his face, but I knew that he must be Aidan McNeil. The girl was his daughter, Roxana. The woman must be Eloise, the nanny. He spoke briefly to her, and then they turned round and went back into the house. I felt guilty, as if I'd been spying on them. I turned away, snatched up my handbag with money, notepad, and cigarettes, and left the room, heading back through the fire door to the older part of the hotel and room 12. It seemed the obvious place to begin. Lars had propped open the door with a wastepaper basket, but I didn't want to be disturbed, so I removed the basket and the door swung shut behind me. I found myself in a room that was actually half the size of the one I had been given. There was no bed and no carpet. Presumably they had both been taken away, covered in blood. I've read in so many crime books that violent acts leave a sort of echo, and I've never quite believed it. But there was definitely an atmosphere in that place, in the empty spaces where there should have been furniture, the faded paintwork on the walls showing where pictures had once hung, the curtains that would never be drawn. There were 2 trolleys heaped up with towels and cleaning equipment, a pile of boxes, an array of machines, toasters, coffee makers, mops and buckets, all the junk you don't want to see when you check into a smart hotel. This was where Frank Paris had been killed. I tried to imagine the door opening and someone creeping in. If Frank had been asleep when he was attacked, they would have needed an electronic keycard. But then surely Stefan Codrescu would have had one already. I could tell where the bed must have stood from the position of the electric sockets on either side, and I imagined Frank lying in the darkness. On an impulse, I opened the door again. The hinges made no sound, but there would have been a buzz or a click as the electric lock disengaged. Would that have been enough to wake him? There had been few details in the newspapers, and the Trehernes hadn't been able to add very much more. Somewhere there must be a police report that might tell me whether Frank had been standing up or lying down, what he was wearing exactly when he had died. The storeroom, shabby and decrepit, told me very little. Standing there, I was suddenly depressed. Why had I left Andreas? What the hell did I think I was doing? If it had been Atticus Punt coming into Branlow Hall, he'd have solved the crime by now. Perhaps the position of room 12 or the dog basket might have given him a clue. What about the Figine? That was straight out of Agatha Christie, wasn't it? But I wasn't a detective. I wasn't even an editor anymore. I knew nothing. Lisa Treherne. Pauline and Lawrence Treherne had invited me to join them for supper on the first evening of my stay, but when I entered the hotel dining room, Lawrence was sitting on his own. "I'm afraid Pauline has a headache," he explained. I noticed that the table was still laid for 3. "Lisa said she would join us," he added, "but we're to start without her." He looked older than he had in Crete, dressed in a check shirt that hung off him and red corduroy trousers. There were more lines under his eyes, and his cheeks had those dark blotches that I've always associated with illness or old age. It was obvious that the disappearance of his daughter was taking its toll, and I guessed that the same was true for Pauline, that her headache had been caused by exactly the same thing. I sat down opposite him. I was wearing a long dress and wedges, but I wasn't comfortable. I wanted to kick off my shoes and feel sand beneath my feet. "It's very good of you to have come, Miss Ryeland," he began. "Please call me Susan. I thought we had been through all that." A waiter came over and we ordered drinks. He had a gin and tonic. I went for a glass of white wine. "How is your room?" he asked. "It's very nice, thank you. You have a lovely hotel." He sighed. "It's not really mine anymore. My daughters run it now. And it's difficult to take very much pleasure from it at the moment. It was a life's work for Pauline and me, creating the hotel and building it up. But when something like this happens, you have to ask yourself if it was worth it." "When did you put in the extension?" He looked puzzled, as if I had asked something odd. "Was the hotel like this when Frank Paris was killed?" "Oh, yes," he understood. "We did the renovation in 2005. We had 2 new wings added, Moonflower and Barn Owl." He half smiled. "The names were Cecily's idea. The Moonflower blooms after the sun has gone down, and of course the Barn Owl comes out at night." He smiled. "Actually, you may have noticed we've put owls everywhere." He picked up the menu and showed me an image stamped in gold on the cover. "That was Cecily, too. She noticed that Barn Owl is an anagram of Branlow, and so she had the bright idea to make it our logo." I felt my heart sink. Alan Conway had also had a fondness for anagrams. In one of his books, for example, all the characters were jumbled-up versions of London tube stations. It was a strange game he played with his readers, and one that only undermined the quality of his writing. Lawrence was still talking. "When we were doing the rebuilding, we added a lift for disabled access," he explained, "and we knocked down a wall to enlarge the dining room. That was the room we were sitting in. I had reached it from the circular entrance hall and had noticed the new lift on my way in. The kitchen was at the far end, stretching all the way to the back of the hotel. "Can you get upstairs from the kitchen?" I asked. "Yes, there's a service lift and a staircase. We put those in at the same time. We also converted the stables into staff quarters and added the swimming pool and the spa." I took out my notepad and jotted down what he had just said. What it meant was that whoever had killed Frank Paris could have arrived at room 12 by 4 separate paths. The lift at the front of the hotel, another at the back, the main staircase, and a set of service stairs. If they had already been in the hotel, they could have come down from the second floor. There had been someone on the reception desk all night, but it would still have been perfectly easy to get past without being noticed. But in Crete, Pauline Traherne had told me that Stefan Codrescu had been seen entering the room. Why had he been so careless? "I don't suppose you've had any news," I said, "about Cecily?" Lawrence grimaced. "The police think she may have been caught on CCTV in Norwich, but that doesn't make a lot of sense. She doesn't know anyone there." "Is Detective Superintendent Locke handling the disappearance?" "Detective Chief Superintendent, you mean? Yes. I can't say I have a lot of faith in him. He was slow getting started, which was actually when it mattered most, and he doesn't seem to be particularly efficient now." He glanced down gloomily, then asked, "Have you had a chance to reread the book?" It was a good question. You would have thought it would be the first thing I would do, go through the book from cover to cover, but I hadn't even brought it with me. Actually, I didn't have any of Alan's books in Crete. They had too many unpleasant memories. I'd looked into a bookshop while I was in London, meaning to pick up a copy, and had been surprised to find they were out of stock. I could never decide if that was a good or a bad sign when I was in publishing. Great sales or bad distribution. The truth was that I didn't want to read it yet. I remembered it well enough. The village of Torley on the water, the death at Clarence Keep, the various clues, the identity of the killer. I still have my notes somewhere, the email discussions I had with Alan during the editorial process. I've added those inverted commas because he never listened to a word I said. The story held no surprises for me. I knew the plot inside out. But you have to remember that Alan hid things in the text, not just anagrams, but acrostics, acronyms, words within words. He did it partly to amuse himself, but often to indulge the more unpleasant side of his nature. It was already clear to me that he had used many elements of Branlow Hall for Atticus Punt Takes the Case, but what he hadn't done was describe what had actually happened in June 2008. There was no advertising executive, no wedding, no hammer. If Alan, during his brief visit to the hotel, had somehow discovered who had really killed Frank Paris, he could have concealed it in a single word or a name or a description of something completely irrelevant. He could have spelled out the name of the killer in the chapter headings. Something had caught Cecily Traherne's eye when she read the book, but there was very little chance that it would catch mine. Not until I knew a great deal more about her and everyone else at the hotel. "Not yet," I said, answering Lawrence's question. "I thought it might be sensible to meet everyone and look round first. I don't know what Alan found when he came here. The more I know about the hotel, the more chance I'll have of making a connection." "Yes, that's a good thought." "Would it be possible to see the room where Stefan Codrescu was living?" "I'll take you there after supper. It's being used by one of our other staff members, but I'm sure they won't mind." The waiter came over with the drinks, and at the same time Lisa Traherne arrived. At least I assumed it was her. I had seen photographs of her sister Cecily in the newspaper, a pretty woman with a rather babyish face, pursed lips, round cheeks. Apart from her fair hair, cut short in an old-fashioned style, this woman looked nothing like her. She was solid, unsmiling, wearing clothes that were deliberately businesslike, with cheap spectacles and sensible shoes. She had a scar on the side of her mouth, and I found it hard to stop myself staring. It was a dead straight line about 1/2 inch long. It could have been cut with a knife. If it had been me, I would have softened it with a little concealer, but she had allowed it to define her. She was scowling, and it was as if she was unable to smile, as if the scar prevented her. She approached the table like a boxer climbing into the ring, and even before she spoke, I knew we weren't going to get along. "So you're Susan Ryeland," she said. She sat down without any ceremony. "I'm Lisa Traherne." "It's nice to meet you," I said. "Is it?" "Do you want a drink, dear?" Lawrence asked, a little nervously. "I already told the waiter." She looked me straight in the eye. "Was it your idea to send Alan Conway here?" "I didn't know anything about it," I told her. "I knew he was writing the book, but I never saw his work until it was finished, and I had no idea he had come to this hotel until your father came to see me in Crete." I was trying to work out if Lisa was in the book. There is one character in Atticus Punt Takes the Case who has a scar. A beautiful Hollywood actress called Melissa James. Yes, that would have amused Alan, to take this unattractive woman and turn her into the opposite of herself. Lisa didn't seem to have heard what I'd said. "Well, if something has happened to Cess because of what was in that book, I hope you'll be pleased with yourself." "I really don't think that's fair," Lawrence began. But I could stand up for myself. "Where do you think your sister is?" I asked. I wondered if Lisa was going to accept that she was dead, destroying any hopes that her father might still have. I could see that for a moment she was tempted, but she couldn't go that far. "I don't know. When she first went missing, I assumed that she and Aid had had a fight." Cess and Aid. The pet names weren't exactly affectionate. They were more a way of saving time. "Did they argue often?" "Yes." "That's not true," Lawrence cut in. "Come on, Dad. I know you like to think of them as the perfect couple. Aidan as the perfect husband, perfect father. But if you ask me, he only ever married Cess because she gave him an easy ride. Golden smile, blue eyes. But no one ever asks what's going on behind them." "What exactly are you saying, Lisa?" I asked. I was surprised she should be so upfront with her feelings. A second waiter came over with a double whiskey on a silver tray. She took it without thanking him. "I just get fed up with Aid swanning around the hotel as if he runs it, that's all, especially when I'm the one doing all the heavy lifting." "Lisa does the books," Lawrence explained. "I do the accounts, contracts, insurance, HR and stock control." She drank half the whiskey in one go. "He schmoozes with the guests." "Do you think he killed Frank Paris?" I asked. Lisa stared at me. I had been deliberately provocative, but actually my question was completely logical. If Cecily had been killed, then it was because she knew something about the earlier murder. It followed that whoever killed Frank Paris must have killed her. "No," she said, finishing the whiskey. "Why not?" She looked at me with pity. "Because it was Stefan. He admitted it. He's in jail." A few other guests had begun to drift into the room. It was 7:15, still very light outside. Lawrence picked up one of the menus that had been left on the table. "Shall we order?" he asked. I was hungry, but I didn't want to interrupt Lisa. I waited for her to continue. Hiring Stefan Codrescu was a mistake, and we should have fired him right at the start. I said so at the time, although nobody listened to me. He wasn't just a criminal himself. He'd grown up with criminals. We gave him an opportunity, and he just sneered at us. He was only here 5 months, for heaven's sake, but he was ripping us off almost from the moment he walked in. We don't know that, Lawrence said. We do know that, Daddy. I know that. She turned to me. He'd only been here for a few weeks before I started noticing anomalies. I wouldn't imagine you have any idea what it's like running a hotel, Susan. I could have put her right on that one, but I let it pass. It's like a machine with 1,000 moving parts, and the trouble is that if a few of them go missing, nobody notices. The machine doesn't stop wine and whiskey, champagne, fillet steaks, petty cash, guests, property, jewellery, watches, designer sunglasses, linen and towels, antique furniture. Putting a thief in here is like giving a drug addict the keys to his local boots. When Stefan came here, he'd never been accused of theft, Lawrence reminded her, but he didn't sound convinced. What are you talking about, Daddy? He had been sent to prison for burglary and assault. It's not the same. You wouldn't listen to me. You never do. Lisa dismissed him and focused her energies on me. I knew something was wrong. Somebody was stealing from us, but whenever I mentioned Stefan's name, everyone ganged up on me. You liked him to start with. You spent lots of time with him. I tried to like him because that's what you all wanted, but the only reason I stayed close to him, and I've told you this enough times, was to see what he was up to. And I was right, wasn't I? What happened in room 12 was horrible, but it showed that I'd been right all along. How much money was actually stolen from Frank Paris's room? I asked. £150, Lawrence said. And you really believe that Stefan would murder someone, hammer them to death for such a small amount? I'm sure Stefan didn't mean to kill anyone. He sneaked into the room in the middle of the night, thinking he could help himself to whatever and get away with it. But the poor man woke up and challenged him, and Stefan lashed out on the spur of the moment. Elisa sniffed at me. It all came out in the trial. It didn't make any sense to me. If Stefan hadn't intended to kill Frank Paris, why had he been carrying a hammer? And why go into the room while the occupant was there? But I didn't say anything. There are some people you just never want to argue with, and Lisa was certainly one of them. She called the waiter over and ordered another drink. I took the opportunity to order my food, just a salad and another glass of wine. Lawrence went for a steak. Can you tell me what happened on the night of the murder? I asked, and even as I uttered the words, I felt slightly ridiculous. They sounded so old-fashioned, so cliched. If I'd seen them in a novel, I'd have edited them out. Lawrence took me through it. We had 30 friends and relatives staying over the weekend, but as I told you, the hotel was still open to the public and we had paying guests too. Every room was full. Frank Paris had checked in 2 days before the wedding, on the Thursday. He was staying 3 nights. I remember him because he was quite difficult from the start. He was tired and he was jet-lagged, and he didn't like his room, so he insisted that we move him. Which room was he in? We'd given him room 16. It's in the Moonflower wing, where you are. I had passed room 16 on the way to my suite. It was on the other side of the fire door where the swirly carpet began. He preferred the old part of the hotel, Lawrence went on. Fortunately, we were able to move things around, so he got what he wanted. That's very much Aidan's job, incidentally, to keep people happy, and he's very good at it. The person Frank Paris changed with didn't complain. As I recall, he was a retired headmaster travelling on his own. I don't think he ever knew. Do you remember his name? The headmaster? No, but I can easily find out for you if you like. That would be helpful, thank you. We had the wedding on the Saturday, and we did warn the guests that there would be a certain amount of disruption. For example, we closed the spa early on Friday evening so that we could give all the staff a drink outside beside the swimming pool. We wanted them to feel part of the celebration, even if they weren't actually coming to the wedding itself. The staff drink started at 8:30 and finished at 10 o'clock. Was Stefan invited? Yes, he was there. So were Aidan and Cecily, Pauline and myself. Lisa. Lisa's +1, or rather his absence, hung in the air. It was a very warm evening. In fact, you may remember that there was quite a heat wave that summer. It was a horrible, hot, sticky night, Lisa said. I couldn't wait to get home. Lisa doesn't live on the estate, Lawrence said, adding, although she could. The grounds extend to almost 300 acres. Aidan and Cecily have my old place, Lisa muttered sourly. Branlow Cottage, I said. I moved into Woodbridge, which suits me very well. I left the drinks a long time before 10 o'clock. I drove home and went to bed. I'm going to leave Derek to tell you the rest, Lawrence said. He's the night manager, and he arrived at about the same time. He wasn't at the party. He wasn't invited? Well, of course he was invited, but Derek doesn't like to socialise. You'll understand when you meet him. He was actually behind reception when the murder took place. When was that? According to the police, Paris was killed around 12:30 on Friday night. Were you here, Lawrence? No, Pauline and I bought a house in Southwold when we stopped running the hotel. We went home for the night. But we were all there for the wedding the next day, Lisa said. It was such a lovely day until, of course, there was a murder. Poor Aidan. I'm sure it wasn't what he was buying into. Really, Lisa, that's too much, Lawrence protested. All I'm saying is that Cess was his meal ticket. What was he doing before he met her? Nothing. He was an estate agent. He was doing very well, and he was a great help to us here at the hotel, whatever you may say, Lawrence tut-tutted. Anyway, I think it's hardly appropriate to talk in this way, given how worried we all are about Cecily. I'm worried about her too, Lisa exclaimed, and to my surprise I saw tears start in her eyes, and I knew she was telling the truth. The waiter had arrived with her second whiskey, and she snatched it off the tray. Of course I'm worried about her. She's my sister. And if something's happened to her, that's too horrible to think about. She gazed into her drink. The three of us sat in silence. What do you remember about the wedding? I asked. It was a wedding like any other. We have weddings here all the time. They're our bread and butter. She took a breath. The service was in the rose garden. I was the maid of honour. We had the registrar from Ipswich, then lunch in a marquee on the main lawn. I was sitting next to Aidan's mother, who had come down from Glasgow. Was his father there? His father died when Aidan was quite young, cancer. He has a sister, but she wasn't invited. Actually, there was hardly anyone on his side of the family. Mrs. McNeil was quite sweet, a bit of an old lady, very Scottish. I was thinking how boring the whole thing was when I heard screaming coming from somewhere outside the tent, and a few minutes later Helen came in, looking like she'd just seen a ghost. Helen? She was head of housekeeping. It turned out that one of the maids had just gone into room 12 and had found Frank Paris with his skull smashed in and bits of brain all over the sheets. Lisa was almost gloating. Despite what she had said earlier, she couldn't help herself from being amused by the total destruction of her sister's big day. Looking at her, I wondered if she wasn't a little bit unhinged. The maid was called Natasha, Lawrence cut in. She'd gone in to clean the room, and she'd discovered the body. Lisa downed her whiskey in one. I don't know what you hope to find, Susan. Stefan admitted to the crime, and now he's got what he deserves. It'll be 10 years before they even think of letting him out again, and serves him right. As for Cess, she'll turn up when it suits her. She likes being the centre of attention. She's probably just playing the drama queen. She got unsteadily to her feet, and I realised that she must have been drinking before she arrived, and that the 2 double whiskies had supplemented many others. "I'll leave the 2 of you together," she said. "Lisa, you should eat." "I'm not hungry." She leaned towards me. "You're responsible for Cecily," she snarled. "You published the fucking book. You find her." Lawrence watched her as she wove her way across the dining room. "I'm sorry about that," he said. "Elisa works very hard. She's actually responsible for the entire running of the hotel. But she can get a bit tired. She doesn't seem to like her sister very much." "You shouldn't take any notice of that. Lisa just likes to show off." He was trying to convince me, but he didn't even sound very convinced himself. "It started when they were very young," he admitted. "There was always a lot of rivalry between them." "How did she get that scar?" "Ah, I thought you might ask about that." He was reluctant to tell me. I waited. "I'm afraid that was Cecily. It was a complete accident, but—" He let out a breath. "Elisa was 12 and Cicely was 10, and they had an argument. Cecily threw a kitchen knife at her. She really didn't mean it to hit her sister. It was just a stupid, childish thing to do when she lost her temper. But the blade absolutely sliced into Lisa and, well, you've seen the result." Cecily was terribly upset. "What were they arguing about?" "Does it really matter? Boys, probably. They were always jealous of each other's boyfriends. I mean, that's quite common with young girls. Cecily was always the better looking of the 2, and if she met someone, it would infuriate Lisa. That's why she's taken against Aidan, incidentally. What she said about him is just jealousy. There's absolutely nothing wrong with him, really. He and I have always got along." He picked up his wineglass. "Girls will be girls." He said it as a toast, but I didn't join in. Girls might be girls, but not, I thought, borderline psychotics. Lisa had been disfigured by Cecily. She had a serious grudge against Aidan, and that grudge, all tied up with some sort of sexual jealousy, might have extended to Stefan Codrescu, too. Serious or murderous? Which? The night manager. I didn't eat very much dinner. I was stung by what Lisa had said to me and wondered if it was true. I had never unleashed Alan Conway on Branlow Hall, but it was undoubtedly true that I had profited by what he had done. Like it or not, I was partly to blame. After coffee, Lawrence took me out through the kitchen, and I noticed the service staircase and the lift leading up to the second floor. We emerged round the back of the hotel, and, looking across the courtyard, I saw the driveway that led to Branlow Cottage. There were lights on behind some of the windows. The black Range Rover was still parked outside. "It's been absolute hell for Aidan," Lawrence said. "The moment he reported Cecily missing, he turned himself into the main suspect. It's always the husband in cases like this, but I can't bring myself to believe that he would do anything to hurt my daughter. I've seen them together. I know what they mean to each other." "They only have one child," I said. "Yes, I was a little sad about that, but it was a difficult birth, and I think Cecily just didn't want to go through it all again. Anyway, she was so busy running the hotel." "You said that Roxana is 7. I'd already done the maths. When is her birthday? Lawrence knew what I was getting at. Cecily was already expecting her when she got married, but that wasn't the reason for it. Young people these days don't feel under pressure, not like we did. Aidan's devoted to his daughter. Right now, she's the only thing keeping him sane. Do you think he'll mind talking to me? It was something that had been worrying me. I was here because I'd been asked to read a book which might or might not be connected to a murder that had taken place 8 years before. That was one thing. Interrogating a grieving husband about his missing wife was quite another. I'm sure he'll be glad to talk to you. I can ask him if you like. I'd be grateful, thank you. As we talked, we passed the swimming pool, which was contained in an oversized conservatory that might have been modelled on Brighton Pavilion. It stood next to a handsome building, a miniature replica of the main house. This had once been a granary store, but had been converted into a spa. It was closing for the night, and a good-looking young man came out of the side door, dressed in a tracksuit and carrying a sports bag. He noticed us and waved. That's Marcus, Lawrence told me. He runs the spa, but he only joined us a couple of years ago. Who was running it when Frank Paris was killed? An Australian. His name was Lionel Corby, but he left soon after. We actually lost quite a few staff, as you might expect. Do you know where he is now? He may have gone back to Australia. I've got his last telephone number, if that's any help. He had come from Australia, so had Frank Paris. It was a connection of sorts. Yes, that might be useful, I said. We reached the stable block, which had been converted into living quarters for staff. There were 5 small apartments, studio flats next to each other, each with a door and a single window facing the hotel. A general maintenance room stood at the far end. Lawrence pointed. That was where Stefan kept his toolbox, including the hammer that he used for the crime. Can I see? I don't know what I expected to find. The room had a concrete floor and several shelves piled up with cardboard boxes, cans of paint, various chemicals, no lock on the door. Anyone could have come in here. I said so. The defence made a lot of that during the trial, Lawrence agreed. Yes, anyone could have taken the hammer. The trouble was that was the only thing Stefan had on his side, and against all the other evidence it was practically meaningless. We went to the room next door, which was the one that Stefan had occupied, number 5. Lawrence knocked, and when there was no answer, he took out a Yale key, which he turned in the lock. I spoke to Lars earlier, he explained. He's probably at the pub with Inga. They both arrived this year. I remembered the smart-looking girl behind the reception desk. They're Danish? I asked. Yes, we got them through an agency, he sighed. We don't run our youth offender program anymore. The door opened into a perfect shoebox of a room with a single bed beside the door, a desk, a wardrobe, and a chest of drawers. A second door led into a corner bathroom with a toilet, sink, and shower. I guessed that all 5 rooms were exactly the same. Lars kept his frighteningly tidy. The bed looked as if it had never been slept in, and in the bathroom I could see towels hanging with perfect precision on the rail. Apart from a couple of books on the desk, there was nothing personal in sight at all. These Scandinavians are very tidy, Lawrence muttered, reading my thoughts. It certainly wasn't like this when Stefan occupied it. That surprised me. How do you know? Lionel, the fitness chap I mentioned, used to spend time here. He and Stefan were quite close. You should look at the police reports. That may be easier said than done. I could have a word with DCS Locke. No, it's all right. I know him. I also knew that there was little chance of Locke sharing anything with me, not even the time of day. I peered into the room, not wanting to step inside. They found the money in here that belonged to the dead man. Yes, it was under his mattress. Not exactly the most brilliant place to hide stolen cash. Lawrence nodded. You can think many things about Stefan Codrescu, he said, but one thing is certain. He wasn't too bright. Someone could have planted it. I suppose that's possible, but you have to ask yourself when. It would have been almost impossible during the day, as you can see. The door faces the hotel, and there were dozens of people out here. We had wedding guests, the spa was open, there were security guards, the kitchen staff going back and forth, people looking out of windows. I don't think anyone could have slipped into the room without being seen, and believe you me, the police took hundreds of witness statements. And it wasn't just the money, they also found traces of blood on the shower floor and on the sheets of Stefan's bed. The forensics people were able to work out that they had been there for more than 12 hours, meaning that they had definitely been there during the night. The narrative was crystal clear. On Friday night, Stefan kills Frank Paris. There's a lot of blood. He comes back and showers and goes to bed, and he leaves gigantic footprints the entire way. So, if someone did plant the evidence on Stefan, they must have done it sometime after midnight, I said. Yes, but that's not very likely either. First of all, the door self-locks. And before you ask, we did have a duplicate key in Lisa's office. But look at the position of the bed. It's right next to the door. I don't see how anyone could have got in here, messed around with the bed sheets and the shower, and then left again without waking Stefan up. He closed the door and we walked back to the hotel together. Derek should be here by now, Lawrence said. I asked him to come in early to talk to you. He paused. Can I ask you to go easy on him? He's worked at the hotel for 10 years and he's a good man, but he's quite fragile. He looks after his mother and she's not at all well. What Alan Conway did to him, to both of them, was actually appalling. I remembered that in the book there's a character called Eric Chandler who works as a personal chauffeur and handyman alongside his mother Phyllis. They appear in the first chapter, and it's not a sympathetic portrayal. Did he read Atticus Punt Takes the Case? I asked. Fortunately not. Derek doesn't read very much. It might be best not to mention it. I won't. I'll wish you a good night, then. Good night. Thanks for dinner. There was absolutely no need for Lawrence Treherne's warning. The moment I saw him, I knew Derek Endicott was a vulnerable man, eager to please, frightened of giving offence. It was in the blinking eyes behind the spectacles with thick lenses, the hesitant smile, the curly hair that fell haphazardly without any sense of style. He was in his 40s, but his face had a childlike quality, with plump cheeks, thick lips, the sort of skin that suggested he never shaved. He had already taken his place behind the reception desk, tucked away in the cave formed by the staircase that swung diagonally over him on its way up to the first floor. I noticed that he had some food in a plastic Tupperware box, as well as a thermos and a puzzle magazine. He was expecting me. Lawrence had told him why I was there. He clumsily stood up as I approached, then sat down before he had come fully vertical. It was quite cool in the reception area, but I noticed a sheen of sweat on his neck and on the sides of his face. Mr. Endicott, I began. Derek, please, that's what everyone calls me. He had a wheezy, high-pitched voice. You know why I'm here. Yes, Mr. Treherne asked me to come in early tonight. He waited nervously for the first question, and I tried to put him at ease. You were here on the night Mr. Paris was killed. What you saw or heard could be tremendously helpful." He frowned. "I thought you were here because of Cecily." "Well, it's possible the two are connected." He thought about that for a moment. I could actually see the mental process in his eyes. "Yes, you could be right." I leaned against the desk. "I know it was a long time ago, but I wonder if you can remember what happened that night." "Well, of course I can remember. It was terrible." "I didn't meet Mr. Paris. I don't really see any of the guests unless they put me on the day shift, and they only do that when they're short-staffed. Actually, I did see Mr. Paris go upstairs. It was after dinner, but we didn't speak." He corrected himself a second time. "No, that's not true. We spoke on the phone on Thursday. He called down from his room. He wanted to order a taxi first thing Friday morning. I did that for him." "Where did he want to go?" "Heath House in Westleton. I wrote that down in the book. That was how I was able to remember when the police asked me, and anyway, I know that house. It's very close to where I live with my mum. I hated having the police here. This is such a beautiful hotel. People come here to rest and to relax, not for—" He couldn't work out a way to finish the sentence and fell silent. "To be honest with you, I wasn't feeling very well that night, the night before the wedding," he went on eventually. "I was upset." "What had upset you?" No, I mean my stomach was upset. It was something I'd eaten." "You didn't go to the party?" "No, but I was invited. I was so happy for Cecily and for Mr. McNeil." It was interesting that Cecily seemed to be the only person in the hotel he referred to by their first name. "I thought they were a perfect match. It was lovely to see her, so happy." "Do you know where she is?" "I'm hoping to find out." "I hope nothing's happened to her. She's one of the kindest people. Nothing is ever too much trouble. She's always been very good to me." "Can you tell me what happened on the night Mr. Paris was killed?" I asked. "Not really." Despite his protestation, Derek had surely rehearsed all this. He drew a breath, then plunged in. "I was behind my desk here at 10 o'clock. That was about the time the staff party finished. Everyone sounded as if they'd had a good time. They were all very happy. Mr. Paris went up to his room about 5 minutes after I arrived, so that would have been about 10:05. After that, I saw quite a few of the guests go past. Some of them were members of the public, and some of them were here for the wedding. But anyway, at midnight I was on my own, which is fine. I like this job because I don't mind being by myself. Mother makes me a sandwich, and I've got something to read, and sometimes I listen to the radio. Cecily said I should watch films on the computer, but I don't like to do that because I think it's my job to stay alert." "So did you hear or see anything that night?" "I'm just coming to that." He took another breath. "A little bit after midnight, Bear suddenly cried out." "Bear? The dog?" "Cecily's dog. Most of the time he sleeps in the house, but sometimes he spends the night over here on the first floor, and that was where he was, in his basket." Derek pointed up towards the circular opening, the gallery on the first floor. It was impossible to see the basket from where he was sitting, but any sound would have carried down. "They didn't want him with them because of the wedding and everything else going on," he continued. "So he'd gone to bed up there." "And he cried out?" "I thought someone must have stepped on his tail or something, so I went up the stairs. But there was no one there. Bear was lying in his basket, absolutely fine. He must have just had a bad dream. I knelt down and gave him a stroke, and it was while I was there that someone went past." Went past where? Along the corridor, going from the new lift towards Moonflower Wing. I've already described Branlow Hall as being built in the shape of a letter H. When Derek was crouching beside the dog, he would have been about midway along the crossbar with a corridor at each end. Whoever had travelled towards room 12 must have come from the front of the building. Could they have come from outside the hotel? I asked. I don't know. But the front door, was it locked? Derek shook his head. We never locked the doors. Not in those days. There wasn't any need. He grimaced and added portentously, We do now. And you didn't see who it was? I almost had no need to ask. The figure flitting along the corridor would have been in his line of vision for less than a second. I thought it was Stefan, Derek admitted. The next words tumbled out quickly in anguish. I didn't want to get anyone into trouble. I only told the police what I saw. He was carrying a toolbox. It was Stefan's toolbox. I had seen it lots of times. And he was wearing a knitted hat. He put his hands on his head to show me what he meant. You mean a beanie? Yes, Stefan often wore a beanie. But the lights were on low and it was so quick. I told the police I couldn't be sure. So what did you do next? I asked, after you saw the man with the toolbox. I went to the main corridor to see who it was, but by the time I got there it was too late. He'd gone. He'd gone into one of the rooms. He must have. Derek looked miserable, as if the whole thing was somehow his fault. The police said he'd gone into room 12. Room 12 was only 5 or 6 paces away from the point where the landing met the corridor, and it was on the near side of the fire door. If Derek had walked forward straight away, the intruder must have disappeared in a matter of seconds. Did you hear him knock? No. Did anyone say anything? No. So what did you think? I didn't think anything. I thought maybe Stefan had gone into one of the rooms to mend something, a toilet or something. Although that didn't make any sense, because if anyone had needed him, they'd have had to call me. But everything was quiet. There wasn't any noise or anything, so after a bit I just went back to my desk and that was the end of it. You didn't hear anything else? No. He shook his head. Derek. How could I put this gently? Frank Paris was attacked with a hammer. He must have cried out. I can't believe you didn't hear him. I didn't hear anything. His voice rose. I was all the way back downstairs and I was listening to music on the radio. All right. I waited for him to calm down. Who discovered the body? I asked. That was Natasha. She was one of the maids. I think she was Russian or something. His eyes widened as he remembered what had happened. She found it when she went in to clean the room. They say she screamed and screamed. But that wasn't until much later, the next day. Yes. Derek leaned forward and almost whispered. Someone had put a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door of number 12, he told me. They did it on purpose so no one would know. So why did Natasha go in then? Because someone took it off again. Who took it off? I don't know. They never found out. He had something more to say. I could see that. He looked exhausted. Thank you, Derek, I said. I wish it had never happened. The hotel has never been the same since then. There's always been an atmosphere. I've said it often enough to my mum. It's as if there's something evil here. And now Cecily going missing. I knew something was wrong when she made that phone call. She was so upset. It's all part of the same thing, and I don't think it's ever going to end. Do you have any idea who killed Frank Paris? He was surprised by my question, as if nobody had ever asked him what he thought. "It wasn't Stefan," he said. "Even if it was Stefan I saw going along the corridor, I'm sure it wasn't him. He seemed such a nice sort of guy. He was very quiet. I know Miss Traherne, Lisa, didn't like him very much, and she said he was dishonest, but he seemed all right to me. Do you think they'll find her?" "Cecily Traherne?" "Yes." "I'm sure they will. I'm sure she'll turn up safe and sound." That was what I said, but in my heart I knew I was lying. I hadn't even been in the hotel for one full day, but something there had reached out to me. Maybe it was the sense of evil that Derek had been talking about. But I was quite sure that Cecily was already dead. FaceTime. Was I getting old? I was examining myself on the computer screen as I tried to connect with Crete, and although it's true that the camera on a MacBook Air never does anyone any favours, I wasn't too happy with what I saw. I looked tired. 2 years of Cretan sun and cigarette smoke had not done great things for my skin. After I'd left London, I'd stopped putting any colour in my hair, and I wasn't sure if the result was delightfully natural or plain drab. I'd never been very fashion-conscious. Kicking around alone in my flat in Crouch End, I used to go for oversized T-shirts and leggings. Of course, I'd dress up for work, but with forced retirement, I'd found myself liberated from the 3 S's, suits, stockings and stilettos, and in the Greek sunshine I'd dressed in anything that was light and loose-fitting. Andreas had always said that he loved me as I was and that there was no need to impress him. But looking at myself, I wondered if I wasn't letting myself go. A horrible phrase that brought to mind debauchery and decay. There was a zing, and my image was pushed into the corner where it belonged, and in its place Andreas's face filled the screen. I had been afraid that he would be out, or worse, that he would be in and wouldn't answer. But there he was, sitting on our terrace. As he leaned back, I could see the shutters behind him and the tubs full of sage and oregano that I had planted myself. His computer was on the glass table with the crack in it, the one we had said we must replace, but never would. "Mia sua agapitimu," he said. It was a joke between us that every morning from the first day I had arrived at the hotel, he would greet me in Greek. But I wondered now if he wasn't taunting me, reminding me that I was so far away from him. "How are you?" I asked. "I'm missing you." "How's the hotel?" "The hotel is the hotel. It's still here." Andreas's face lit up my screen, and I mean that in every sense. His dark skin and thick black hair emphasized the dazzling white of his teeth, and I could actually see the sparkle in his eyes. He was an incredibly handsome man, and looking at him in front of me, I felt a longing to climb through that rectangular window and throw myself into his arms. I hadn't left him. That was what I told myself. I had just gone away for a week. I would go back to Crete when this was all over, £10,000 richer. In the end, the whole experience would bring us closer together. "Where are you now?" Andreas asked. "At the hotel, Brownlow Hall." "What's it like?" "It's barking mad. There are oil paintings on the walls and stained glass windows. Some of the rooms have 4-poster beds. You'd love it." "Who are you sharing yours with?" "Stop it." "I miss having you in mine. It's not the same here without you. Lots of the regulars have complained." The mood had changed, and we were serious. I realized now that I had left Crete without even thinking about the immediate consequences. There had been no discussion between us, no attempt to iron out the difficulties that had insinuated themselves into our relationship. Our last conversation had been acrimonious. "I don't want you to go," he had said. But I had gone anyway. I wondered now if I had behaved badly, and still worse, if I had broken something that was precious to me. "How are Panos and Vangelis?" I asked. "They're fine." "Don't they miss me?" "Of course they miss you." He spread his hands so that they disappeared on either side of the screen. "But we get by." I scowled. "You mean you can manage without me?" "We need the money. Have you got it yet?" In fact, Lawrence hadn't paid me anything so far. "I'm chasing it," I said. "If it hadn't been for the money, I wouldn't have let you go." He sounded so Greek when he said that, I couldn't tell if he was joking or not. "And so, tell me about the murder," he went on. "Do you know who did it?" "I don't know anything yet." "It was the husband." "What?" "The woman who disappeared. Of course he did it. It's always the husband." "I haven't even spoken to him yet, and it's more complicated than that. This is all about something that happened 8 years ago. If someone has killed Cecily, it was because of that." Andreas pointed at the screen. His finger loomed towards me out of perspective. "Just you take care of yourself. Remember, if you get into trouble, I won't be there to help you." "Why don't you get on a plane?" I said, wanting him beside me. "The Polydorus can manage without you, but it can't manage without both of us." I heard shouting. It was coming from underneath the terrace, I think, but it was impossible to tell who it was. Andreas listened, then shrugged his shoulders in a gesture of regret. "I have to go," he said. "If it's the microwave, just turn it off and then on again." "That's true of everything in the hotel. In the whole country." He leaned forward. "I miss you, Susan. And I worry about you. Don't put yourself in any danger." "I won't." The shouting continued, louder. "I love you. I love you." 2,000 miles apart, we reached towards each other. Our fingers found the cursor at the same moment. We pressed. The screen went blank. Heath House, Wesselton. The next morning began with an unpleasant surprise. I'd had breakfast in my room and was just on my way downstairs when a man in a suit appeared, walking briskly from the front of the hotel towards reception. I recognized him at once. Those angry eyes, his black skin, muscular neck and shoulders, even the way he walked, as if searching for a wall to bulldoze his way through. With or without his promotion, there could be no mistaking Detective Chief Superintendent Richard Locke, and I briefly considered turning round and going back to my room as if I had forgotten something, rather than risk running into him a second time. He had been angry enough when I had involved myself in his last investigation. But I was already committed. I couldn't avoid him. So I kept my head down and hurried forward, pretending not to notice him, as if lost in my own thoughts. We passed within inches of each other, at the foot of the stairs, and although he must have seen me, he didn't actually recognize me, which I couldn't help feeling showed a distinct lack of observational skills in someone who called himself a detective. To be fair, his mind must have been on other things. I heard him ask for Aidan McNeil and realized he had come to report on the search for his wife and, presumably, his lack of progress. I was glad that Locke hadn't seen me. It was a distraction that neither of us needed. It also gave me an excuse to postpone seeing Aidan myself, which was a meeting I was still dreading. I didn't agree with what Andreas had said. Just because Aidan was married to Cecily, it didn't make him the prime suspect in her disappearance. On the contrary, and ignoring what Lisa had said, all the evidence suggested that the two of them had been happy together. They also had a child, surely. That made it less likely that he would want to do her harm. It was a relief to climb into my dear old MG Roadster and to feel the rush as it carried me away from the hotel. It was a beautiful day, but I wanted to get on the road as quickly as possible and waited until I got to the end of the drive before stopping and folding down the roof. After that, I continued on my way, pushing against the speed limit, feeling the wind streaming over my shoulders and tangling my hair. I spun through green leaves and woodland until I reached the A12, then headed north to Westleton. Frank Paris had visited somewhere called Heath House on the day he was killed. I wondered if this was where his relatives had lived and, more to the point, if they were still there. Westleton is a funny village in that it isn't really a village at all, more a confluence of roads. There's the Yoxford Road to Yoxford, the Dunwich Road to Dunwich, and the Blytheborough Road to Blytheborough. But there doesn't seem to be a Westleton Road to Westleton. It's as if someone is trying to tell you that there's no particular reason to visit the place where you actually are. It has an old-fashioned garage, a pub that's signposted but nowhere to be seen, a second-hand bookshop and not much else. That said, it's on the edge of a superb nature reserve, and you can walk to the sea. I'm sure it's a lovely place to live. Heath House wasn't easy to find, especially in an old car without sat-nav. I had printed up a map at the hotel but drove in circles until I came across a farmer hosing down a tractor. He directed me to a narrow lane I hadn't noticed, mainly because it had no name. The lane led me away from the centre of the village and into the nature reserve itself, finally petering out on a stretch of grassland with a timber-framed farmhouse on the other side. This was Heath House. The name was written on an American-style mailbox beside the gate. It was the sort of home designed to be seen on a summer morning, with the lawns freshly mown, the flowers in full bloom, the hammock swaying beneath the trees, and so on. It must have been 100 years old, and even without going in, I knew there would be exposed beams and open fireplaces, comfy nooks and ceilings where you would have to be careful not to bang your head. It wasn't particularly beautiful. The roof had been badly repaired with tiles that changed colour halfway across, and an ugly modern conservatory had been added to one side. But it was a house that was completely comfortable with itself. It must have had 5 or 6 bedrooms, 2 of them tucked up in the eaves. A set of wind chimes hung from a tree, tinkling meditatively in the breeze. I parked the car and got out. There was no need to lock it or close the roof. As I opened the gate, I noticed a man in dark blue overalls painting a window frame. He was short and thin, quite pale, with close-cropped hair and round glasses. Did he own the house, or did he work for the man who owned the house? It was hard to be sure. "Hello," he said. He didn't seem at all surprised to see me. He was smiling. "Do you live here?" I asked. "Yes. How can I help you?" I hadn't been prepared for such conviviality, and I wasn't sure how to introduce myself. "I'm very sorry to bust in on you like this," I said, "but I wondered if I could have a word." He waited for more. "It's about Branlow Hall." At once he was interested. "Oh, yes. I'm staying there." "Lucky you, it's a nice hotel." "I'm asking questions about something that happened quite a long time ago. Did you by any chance know a man called Frank Paris?" "Yes, I knew Frank." He noticed he was still holding the paintbrush and put it down. "Why don't you come in and have a cup of tea?" It baffled me that he was so amiable. He seemed not just willing, but eager to talk to me. "Thank you," I said. I held out a hand. "I'm Susan Ryeland." He examined his own hand, which was smudged with white paint. "Martin Williams, forgive me if I don't shake hands. Come this way." He led me round the side and in through a sliding door. The interior of the house was exactly as I had imagined it. The kitchen was large and homely, with an aga, an island for food preparation, pots hanging from the rafters, and a pine kitchen table with 8 chairs. It had modern windows looking out onto the garden and an archway leading into a hallway with red brick walls, a round antique table, and a staircase leading up. The family did its shopping at Waitrose. There were 2 bags for life on the floor next to a row of Wellington boots, a cat litter tray, an ironing board, tennis rackets, a laundry basket, and a bicycle pump. The house wasn't untidy so much as lived in. Everything was where it was meant to be. Ordnance survey maps and bird-watching books lay spread out on the table along with a copy of The Guardian. There were framed photographs everywhere, 2 girls from infancy to their early 20s. "Builders or peppermint?" Martin asked, flicking on the kettle. But before I could answer, a woman came into the room. She was a little shorter than him, about the same age. As a couple, they were in perfect proportion. She reminded me a little of Lisa Traherne. She had that same angry quality. The difference was that she was more defensive. This was her territory, and she didn't want me here. "This is Joanne," Martin said. He turned to her. "And this is Susan. She's come over from Branlow Hall." "Branlow Hall?" "Yes, she wants to know about Frank." Joanne's face changed when she heard that. She had been vaguely unwelcoming a minute or so ago, but now she looked offended. She might even have been afraid. "It's quite difficult to explain," I began, trying to put her at ease. Next to the aga, the electric kettle began to hiss. "I was just making Susan some tea," Martin said. "What will it be?" "Builders will be fine," I said. "I'll do it." Joanne reached for mugs and tea bags. No, darling, you sit down and look after our guest." He smiled at me. "We don't get many visitors out this way. It's always nice to have company." Why did I get the impression that the 2 of them were playing some sort of game? They reminded me of the husband and wife in Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, the ones who invited a young couple into their home only to rip them apart. Joanne and I sat down at the table and I asked her about Westleton while Martin made the tea. I forget what she told me. I just remember the way she stared at me. So combative and intense. I was glad when Martin joined us. Unlike her, he was completely relaxed. He'd even brought a plate of biscuits. "So, why are you interested in Frank?" he asked. "Were you related to him?" I asked him back. "Yes." Martin was completely unfazed. "He was my brother-in-law. Joanne's his sister." "And he'd come to Suffolk to see you?" "Forgive me, Susan, but you haven't answered my original question." He smiled at me. "Why are you asking questions about him?" I nodded. "I'm sure you've heard that Cecily Traherne has disappeared. Her parents own the hotel." "Yes, we read about that in the papers." "They asked me to help them because they think that her disappearance may be connected to Frank's death." "What are you, a clairvoyant or something?" No, I used to work in publishing. One of my authors wrote about what happened, and they think there may be a connection." It was too difficult to explain everything, so I dived straight in. "Did you see Frank the weekend he died?" For a moment, I thought they might deny it. Joanne seemed to flinch, but Martin didn't even hesitate. "Oh, yes, he came round here the same day it happened. He was killed on a Friday night, if I remember correctly, and he came here that same morning just after breakfast. What time was it, darling?" About 10 o'clock, Joanne answered, still staring at me. Can you tell me why? He'd just come back from Australia. He wanted to see us. He didn't stay with you? No, we'd have been happy to have put him up, but he didn't even let us know he was in the country until he called from the hotel. That was Frank for you. He was full of surprises. I didn't believe a single word he was saying to me, and the strange thing was, I don't think he wanted me to. Everything he said, even that playful smile of his, it was all a performance. He was like a magician daring me to pick a card in the certain knowledge that in 2 seconds' time it would have changed into a different one. It was a very strange way to behave, considering I was talking about a man, a family member, who had been brutally killed. I turned to Joanne. I thought it might be easier getting through to her. Look, I hate intruding, I said. I know it's none of my business, but as I explained, I'm just trying to find Cecily, and anything you can tell me about what happened that weekend might help. I don't think we have anything to say, Joanne began. You can ask anything you like, Martin cut in. We've got nothing to hide. In Alan Conway's novels, people only said that when they most definitely did have something to hide. I looked around me. How long have you been here? I asked. I was deliberately changing the subject, coming in from a different angle. We moved in around... Martin counted it out on his fingers. Well, it must have been 7 years before Frank went to Australia, 1998. It was the year Joanne's mother died. This was her house. Yes, we were living in London before that. I was working for an insurance broker in the city. Guest Krieger. I don't suppose you'll have heard of them. They specialise in art. I don't have any art. Well, fortunately, there are plenty of wealthy clients who do. He flashed that strange smile of his. It was beginning to annoy me. Joanne had always wanted to move out of London, and as it happens, most of my work is done over the telephone, so it doesn't matter where I am. Our girls were just about to start school when this house became available, and so we moved in. Where were your girls at school? I asked. Woodbridge School. My sister sent her children there, I told them. My partner used to teach there. It did very well for them, Joanne said, loosening just a little. They're at university now. They must have been pleased to see their uncle. They didn't see him. They weren't at home when he visited. And he didn't want to meet them after he'd come all the way from Australia. Frank was here on business, Martin said, allowing just a little impatience to creep into his voice. He had been holding a biscuit, and now he snapped it in half and laid both pieces down. It's very sad, but he'd lost a lot of money setting up his Australian business. He came back to England with almost nothing. He had this idea of starting another agency, and he wanted us to invest. He shook his head. I'm afraid it was out of the question. I work for myself now, and I do well enough out of it, but there was no way I was going into business with him. It wouldn't have worked. Because? Because I didn't like him. Neither of us did. And there it was. Suddenly out there. An admission of sorts. But where exactly did it lead? Joanne set down her cup and saucer, the one rattling against the other. It wasn't really a question of liking him or disliking him, she said. Frank and I had very little in common. To start with, there was the age difference, but we'd also made some very different life choices. When I was in London, I worked as a payment administrator with the NHS. I had Martin and the children. I'm not saying I disapproved, but Frank had a lifestyle that was completely alien to me. In what way? Well, there was his sexuality, of course. He was gay, and I've got nothing against that, but why did he have to shove it in your face? There were always parties and drugs and those clothes he used to wear and so many young men. Steady on. Martin seemed amused by his wife's indignation. He tapped her gently on the arm. Better watch out for the PC brigade. You know what I thought of him, Martin. I just thought it was disgusting, that's all. Frank liked to show off, Martin said, that's all. So what happened when he came here? I asked. He told us that he'd lost a lot of money. Martin had taken over again. He wanted us to help him. We said we'd think about it, although we'd both made up our minds that it wasn't going to happen. We called him a taxi and he went back to the hotel. Did he mention the wedding? As a matter of fact, he was quite pissed off about it. The place was jammed and there was a big marquee in the garden which spoiled the view. He said they should have given him a discount. Did he say anything about Cecily or her fiancé, Aidan McNeil? He didn't mention either of them. I wish I could tell you more, Susan, but he was only here for about 45 minutes. We had tea, we talked, and then he left. Joanne clearly wanted me to do the same. I had finished my tea, and no second cup was being offered. I got to my feet. You've both been very kind, I said. I may be in Suffolk for a few more days. Do you mind if I come back? You're welcome any time, Martin said. If you have any more questions, we'll be happy to answer them. Won't we, Jo? Let me show you out. Joanne had got up too. She gestured towards the archway. If she had been just a little less formal, she might have escorted me through the sliding doors the way I had come in. But she clearly felt a need to take me through the hallway and out through the front door, which was how I came to see the cork board half concealed behind the Aga and, as we walked past, the business card pinned in the corner. Wesley and Kahn, solicitors. Framlingham. It was Sajid Khan who had told Lawrence and Pauline Traherne where they could find me. He had once represented Alan Conway. In what way, I wondered, was he connected to Martin and Joanne Williams? I was about to ask Joanne how she knew him, but I never got the chance. She had been tight-lipped as she led me out of the kitchen, but suddenly she turned round and I saw that something extraordinary had happened. She was furious. She was staring at me as if she wanted to kill me. I don't want you to come here again, she hissed, keeping her voice low so that Martin wouldn't hear. I'm sorry? Just go away. We never wanted to see Frank and we don't want to see you. Whatever's happened at the hotel, it's got nothing to do with us, so piss off and leave us alone. I don't even remember stepping out of the house. I just remember the door slamming behind me and being left with the knowledge that I had no idea what had just happened. But whatever it was, it made no sense at all. Branlow Cottage. There was no one around when I got back to the hotel and no sign of any police car, which made me think, and hope, that Detective Chief Superintendent Locke must have left. It was just before midday, which seemed like a good time to call on Aidan McNeil. I still had a certain dread of meeting him, but knew I couldn't put it off any longer. I phoned Lawrence from the car, but it was Pauline who answered. Lawrence is in the garden, she said. I'm sorry I couldn't see you yesterday. I wasn't feeling very well. That's all right, Pauline. I'm just on my way to see Aidan. Oh, yes. He talked to the police this morning. Is there any news? Nothing. I was just wondering if Lawrence spoke to him. He said he was going to mention that I might call in. I don't know. Hold on a moment. I'll ask him. There was a click as she put the phone down, and then, in the distance, her voice calling through the window. "Darling!" I waited about a minute and then she came back, slightly breathless. "Yes, he's waiting to hear from you. He doesn't mind. Not at all. Anything that might help find Cecily." That reassured me. I walked through the hotel, passing Lars, who was sitting behind the reception desk, reading a Danish football magazine called Tipsbladet. He didn't look up as I went past. I continued out the back, past the spa and swimming pool, and along the gravel drive that led to Branlow Cottage. Why were they pretending it was a cottage? What they had built was a solid 3-story house standing in its own grounds, surrounded by a low wall and a gate. There was a swing in the garden and a partly deflated paddling pool. The Range Rover was parked in the drive. Walking past it with my feet crunching on the gravel, I had the strangest feeling of trepidation, even of fear. But I wasn't afraid of Aidan. I was thinking of Cecily, a daughter and a wife, and a mother of a 7-year-old girl. She had gone for a walk in the Suffolk countryside and had never come back. Was there anything worse that could happen to anyone? When you live in the country, you spend every minute of the day surrounded by vast emptiness. I could feel it now. But you never think for a minute that you might become part of it. As I approached the front door, it opened and Aidan came out, walking towards me. He had seen me from the window. He held out a hand. "You must be Susan Ryeland." "Yes." "That's good timing. Roxy's out with Eloise. She's off school at the moment. Come on in." My first impressions of Aidan surprised me. He was a very handsome man, fair-haired, blue-eyed, in great shape. He was wearing a polo shirt, jeans and loafers. From what the Trehernes had told me, I knew he was 32 years old, but he looked at least 5 years younger, with a Peter Pan quality that expressed itself even in the way he moved, light on his feet. I followed him into the kitchen and, without asking me, he flicked on the kettle. The house was very clean and orderly. There was nothing out of place on any of the surfaces. "When did you arrive?" he asked. It was only when he turned round that I saw the tiredness in his eyes, the worry lines. He hadn't been sleeping properly. He'd lost weight. "Yesterday." I didn't know how to begin. "I'm very sorry," I said. "This must be awful for you." "Awful?" He half smiled as he considered the word. "That doesn't even begin to describe it, if you want the truth, Susan. What's awful is that the fucking police think I had something to do with it. What's awful is that they've been here 7 or 8 times and they still don't have a fucking clue." There was a ragged quality to his voice. It was as if he was speaking with a bad sore throat. "I know Detective Chief Superintendent Locke," I said. "He's a very thorough man." "Do you think so? If Detective Locke and his friends had been a bit more thorough to begin with, Cecily might have been home by now." I watched him make the tea. He did it with exactly the same taut, jerky movements that an alcoholic might use to pour himself a glass of scotch, and he talked all the while, even with his back to me. "I called the police at 8 o'clock on the evening she disappeared. That was a Wednesday. She should have been back at 6 to help put Roxana to bed. And I rang her mobile a dozen times, no answer. I knew something was wrong, but it was another hour before someone turned up, a pair of community officers. And even then they didn't take it seriously. Had we had an argument? Had she been depressed? It was only when the dogs showed up at Woodbridge Station 2 hours later that they began to take action. Her car was there too." "The Range Rover?" "No, that's mine. She drives a Golf Estate." I noticed the present tense. Aidan hadn't hesitated. He thought she was still alive. "What did Locke tell you today?" I asked. "He told me nothing, which is exactly how much progress they've made." He reached into the fridge and took out a carton of milk. He slammed it down on the counter, almost crumpling it. "You have no idea what it's been like," he said. "They've taken her bank details and medical records, photographs. There was one of us on our wedding day that was in all the newspapers. They had 100 people searching around the River Deben. Nothing. And then we had reports. She'd been seen in London, she was in Norwich, she was in Amsterdam, although how she managed that when her passport was still upstairs, I don't know." He poured the milk. "I'm told that the first 72 hours are the ones that matter. People who were in the area are still there and may remember things. You can still find evidence. Did you know that 80% of all people who disappear are found 40 kilometres from where they live?" "I didn't know that. Locke told me. He thought it would cheer me up, but they haven't found her and it's been over a week now." He brought the tea over and we sat facing each other, neither of us touching it. I wanted a cigarette, but I knew Aidan didn't smoke. There was no smell in the house and his teeth were too white. I thought of what Andreas had said on FaceTime. "Of course he did it. It's always the husband." Well, either Aidan McNeill was the most brilliant actor I'd ever met, or he was on the edge of a breakdown. I looked at him sitting hunched up opposite me. There wasn't a single part of him that was relaxed. He was a man torn apart. "Your parents-in-law think Cecily's disappearance may have something to do with a book she read," I began. He nodded. "Atticus Punt takes the case, yes, they told me." "Have you read it?" "Yes." There was a long pause. "I was the one who gave it to her. I told her to read it." Suddenly he was angry. "If it's true, if she's disappeared because of something in that book, then it's my fault. Wish I'd never heard of the bloody thing." "How did you hear of it?" "Oh, one of the guests mentioned it to me. That's my job here, really. I talk to the guests. I keep them happy. Cecily manages everything and Lisa does the finances. I'm just PR." He got up and went over to a sideboard, talking as he went. "I met Alan Conway when he came here all those years ago, but I had no idea that he was going to write a book about us. In fact, he told me quite specifically that he wouldn't. The bastard. Then this guest started talking about it and said there was a hotel in the book called the Moonflower, and of course we have a wing here with the same name. So I went out and I got a copy, and of course I saw at once that we were all in it. Lawrence and Pauline, Derek, the night manager, me." He turned round and now he was holding a brand new paperback copy. I recognised the cover with its silhouette of Atticus Punt, the title in raised letters, "The Sunday Times bestseller," printed proudly at the top. How many hours had I spent working on the look of the series? I remember talking it through with production, telling them how we had to avoid the simple outlines and the pastel colours of a long-forgotten Enid Blyton England, even if that was where these books were effectively set. There were plenty of publishers. The British Library Crime Classics, for example, who were already crowding out the front table at Waterstones with their vintage editions, and we had to stand apart from them. Alan was an original, modern author, much more than an imitator of Dorothy L. Sayers or John Dixon Carr. That was the message I wanted to get across. After Alan died, when Orion Books bought the series, they'd re-jacketed, but they hadn't changed the design. It was still largely my work. Cecily read it. Did she say anything to you? Very briefly, she said there was something strange about it and that it made her think maybe Stefan hadn't done it after all. The murder, I mean. But that's all she said to me, Susan. I would have asked her what she was going on about, but we had issues at the hotel. Roxana wasn't sleeping. Lisa was being even more of a bitch than usual. There were all sorts of things happening. We just didn't have time to sit down and talk. We both sat staring at the tea, realising at the same time that we didn't want it. He got up and took a bottle of wine out of the fridge. He poured 2 glasses. I'm trying to hold it all together for Roxana, he said. She doesn't really understand what's happening, except that Mummy's gone away. How am I meant to explain this to her? He took a gulp of wine. I gave him a few moments for the alcohol to take its effect. Then I asked, do you mind talking about the wedding? About you and Cecily? Of course not, if it'll help. How did the 2 of you meet? She'd come down to London because she was thinking about buying a flat. I'm actually from Glasgow myself. I was living there with my mum. She came to the wedding? Yes. She hasn't come down now to help? He shook his head. She has Alzheimer's. My sister Jodie looks after her. But I wouldn't want them here anyway. I've got LOEs. There's nothing they could do. I'm sorry, I said. Go on. I moved south in about 2001, I think it was. I got a job as an estate agent, and that was how I met Cecily. It was me who ended up showing her around the 1-bedroom flat in Hoxton. It was great for getting to Suffolk, but completely overpriced, and there were problems with the roof. As it happened, it was my birthday that day, and I couldn't wait to get out and go to the pub. I was meeting a bunch of friends, so I told her not to buy it and asked her to come with me instead. He smiled at the memory. All my friends loved her, and they all knew we were made for each other. How long after that did you get engaged? 18 months. That was too quick for Pauline and Lawrence, but we didn't want to hang around. They wanted me to come into the business, and I was okay with that. What I was doing in London and what I'm doing here, they're not so different. It's all about people. So tell me about the actual day of the wedding, everything that happened. The wine was helping. I don't know if Aidan was feeling more comfortable, but I certainly was. I'll never forget it. Aidan shook his head. Cecily always started the day by reading her horoscope in the newspaper. Well, on that Saturday, it said, prepare for ups and downs, which is the last thing you want to read on the day of your wedding, and it really upset her. Of course, it turned out to be spot-on accurate. I shouldn't say this, but Lawrence and Pauline made a bloody stupid mistake keeping the hotel open. If they hadn't, everything would have been under control, and at the end of the day, Frank Paris wouldn't have been there and the whole thing would never have happened. When did you meet him? That was on Thursday afternoon when he arrived. He'd booked a standard room and we'd put him in the Moonflower wing. It was a perfectly nice room, but he wasn't happy. He wanted something more traditional, so I managed to flip things around and put him in room 12. That was where he was killed. Describe him for me. Aidan considered. 50 years old, curly grey hair, quite short. He was jet-lagged when he arrived, and that made him a bit surly, but the next day he was friendlier. You saw him twice. I checked him in, and then Cecily and I met him on Friday lunchtime outside the hotel. He was just getting out of a taxi. He said that he was pleased with the new room, and when he heard that we were getting married, he couldn't have been nicer. It was quite camp. You could tell he was someone who liked to show off. If you'd told me he was going to be dead in just a few hours' time, I wouldn't have believed you. He was someone who was full of life. Did he say what he'd been doing in Westleton? Aidan thought for a moment. No, I don't think so. He never mentioned Westleton to me, but he did say he was going to an opera in Snape Maltings that evening. It was something by Mozart. I don't know if he'd come specially for that, but people do drive for miles to come to Snape. Quite a few of them stay with us. And you didn't see him again? I might have, but if I did, I didn't notice him. As you can imagine, Susan, I had quite a lot on my plate. There was a party on Friday night. Friday evening, yeah. That was Lawrence and Pauline. They wanted everyone to feel part of it. They're good people, the hotel's their family. He glanced out of the window as if he had heard something, but there was still no sign of Roxana. The party began about 8:30 and went on for about an hour. Was Stefan there? Yep, everyone was there. Lionel, Derek, Stefan, Lisa. No, not Derek, but everyone else. Did you talk to Stefan? Aidan frowned. Probably, I don't really remember. I don't think I spent very much time with him because he was on his way out anyway. He was leaving. Hasn't anyone told you? He'd been fired. Lisa didn't like him. She was convinced he was stealing the petty cash or something like that. Actually, she didn't need a reason to get rid of him. If Lisa doesn't like you, you're out. Everyone knows that. She doesn't like me very much, if you want the truth, but that's probably because I'm married to her sister. She can't bear Cecily having something that she hasn't got. I wondered why Lisa hadn't mentioned that she'd told Stefan to leave. What had she said over dinner? We should have fired him right at the start. Maybe she was implying that she had actually fired him later. But it seemed to me that she had deliberately avoided mentioning it, and that was strange. Apart from anything else, it made it more likely that he would have been tempted to steal from the guests, knowing that he no longer had a job. I'd have thought she would want me to know that. Did you see Frank Paris again? I asked. No. I was with Cecily until 8:30, then we went to the party, then we went to bed. A thought occurred to me. Shouldn't you have slept apart on the night before your wedding? Why would we want to do that? It was a traditional wedding in lots of ways. That was what Cecily wanted, but we didn't do a hen night or a stag night, and we certainly weren't going to sleep in separate rooms. I remembered something that Aidan had just told me. You said there were ups and downs. What exactly did you mean? Well, the murder was a pretty big fucking down, if you want the truth. And what were the others? You really want to know? They didn't matter. Everything matters. You never know what's going to be relevant. He sighed. Well, they were just little things, the sort of stuff that can happen at any wedding. First of all, the marquee was late. It didn't arrive until after lunch on the Friday, and they had to work all afternoon to get it up. One of the bridesmaids got sick and had to cancel. Cecily thought that was bad luck, and then she got upset because she'd lost a pen that she was going to have with her when we got married in the rose garden. A pen? It belonged to her dad. He collects antique fountain pens. He never stopped going on about it on the day. He'd only just bought it from a dealer in Snape. It was brand new, unused, and it was blue. I'm sorry? I didn't get it. It was old, but it was also new. It was borrowed, and it was blue. Oh, of course. I felt like an idiot. Anyway, she couldn't find it. Later on, we thought Stefan might have nicked it, but there were other things too. The whole box of wine glasses got broken. The cake was wrong. Why am I even telling you this? It was a wedding just like any other. Except someone got killed. Yeah. That sobered him. It should have been the happiest day of my life, he said. We got married at midday in the garden. It wasn't a religious service. Neither of us believes in God. Drinks started about 1:45. And then, just as we were sitting down for lunch, one of the hotel maids, a woman called Natasha Malk, came out screaming that someone was dead, and that was the end of it. That was the end of my wedding. He emptied his glass, then pushed it away as if to indicate he wasn't having any more. I loved Cecily more than you can begin to imagine. I still love her. She's smart and beautiful, and she's considerate, and she puts up with me. We have a wonderful daughter. And now this has happened, and it's like my whole life has turned into a fucking nightmare. Just then a car pulled up in the drive. A silver VW Golf Estate. I saw the nanny driving. Roxana was strapped into the back. The car stopped. The nanny got out, and Bear, the golden retriever, jumped out too. This, of course, was the dog that had barked in the night. He must have been quite a puppy then. Now he was old, overweight, and slow, bear-like in a meandering way. "Do you mind if we pick this up another time?" Aidan asked. "Of course." "How long are you planning to stay?" It was a good question. I didn't really know. "Perhaps another week," I said. "Thank you. Thank you for trying to help." So far I had done nothing. I left Aidan McNeil in the kitchen and showed myself out. As I opened the door, Roxana ran past me, eager to see her father, not even noticing I was there. She was a very pretty girl with a dark complexion and deep brown eyes. He swept her into his arms. "How's my girl?" "Daddy!" "Where have you been?" "We went to the park. Has Mummy come home?" "Not yet, baby. They're still looking." Once outside, I found myself face to face with the nanny, Eloise, who was carrying a blanket and a picnic hamper. For a moment we stood there, unsure which one of us should get out of the other's way. She was furious. In a way, it was a repeat of what had happened that morning with Joanne Williams, yet this was different. The emotion coming from her was so strong, so pronounced, that I was actually quite shocked. It was coming out of nowhere. The two of us hadn't even met. I have described Eloise as dark and slim, but she was also wraith-like, vengeful, like something out of a Greek tragedy. Even on this bright summer's day, she was dressed in shades of grey. She had jet-black hair with a silver-grey streak down one side. Less Mary Poppins, more Cruella de Vil. "Who are you?" she asked. "I'm a friend of the family. I've been asked to help." "We don't need help. We just need to be left alone." She had a French accent that belonged in an art house film. Her eyes locked onto mine. I brushed past her and walked back towards the hotel. When I was some distance away, I turned back to take a last look at the house. She was still there, standing on the doorstep, watching me, warning me not to come back. Contacts. From Craig Andrews, candrews13@aol.com. Sent 20th of June 2016 at 14:03. To Susan Ryeland, sryland@polydorus.co.gr. Subject, Stefan Codrescu. Hi, Susan. Surprised to get your email. I see you're using a new email address. Is that in Greece? I was really sorry to hear what happened. Actually, what did happen? Everyone has got different stories. All I know is that I'm sad I don't see you anymore. I used to enjoy our long sessions with Pringles and Prosecco. Did you see my new book in the ST Top 10? Well, for 1 week only, but they can still put it on the cover. It's called Marking Time. Yes, I know, always time in the title, and it's the same character, Christopher Shaw. Hodder liked to keep me in my comfort zone. Stefan Codrescu is being held at HMP Wayland, which is in Norfolk. If you want to meet him, you'll need to get his permission, or perhaps you can talk to his brief. I checked him out on the internet. Are you interested in the murder? I'd love to know what you're up to. Do give me a shout. Look after yourself, Craig. P.S. If you're in town and you need somewhere to stay, let me know. I'm on my own at the moment and there's plenty of room. X. Stefan Codrescu, HMP Wayland, Thompson Road, Griston, Thetford, IP25 6RL, 20th of June 2016. Dear Stefan, you and I have never met, but my name is Susan Ryeland, and I used to work in publishing. I was recently approached by Lawrence and Pauline Traherne, who are the owners of Branlow Hall, where I understand you once worked. As you may have read in the newspapers, their daughter Cecily has disappeared, and they are very concerned. They think I may be able to help. The reason they came to me is that my most famous writer was a man called Alan Conway, and he wrote a book about Branlow Hall and what happened there 8 years ago. Alan is now dead and I can't talk to him, but it seems there may be something in his book that is connected to Cecily Traherne. It may also be relevant to you and to your conviction. I would very much like to meet you as soon as possible. As I understand it, I can only come to HMP Wayland if you put me on your visiting list. Would you be able to do that? If you want to reach me, you can call me on 07710 514444 or write to me at Branlow Hall. I look forward to hearing from you. Best wishes, Susan Ryeland. From Susan Ryeland, s.ryeland@polydorus.co.gr. Sent 20th of June 2016 at 14:18. To James Taylor, JamesTaylor666 !@gmail.com. Subject, Alan Conway. Dear James, it's been a long time since we saw each other and I hope you haven't changed your email address. How are you? The last time we met was a very drunken dinner at the Crown in Framlingham and you told me you were going back to drama school. Did that ever happen? Should I have seen your name in lights by now? You're probably wondering why I'm contacting you. It's a long story, but somehow I've found myself involved with Alan Conway once again. He wrote a book called Atticus Punt Takes the Case. This was before the two of you became partners and, of course, before you turned up as Punt's assistant. It seems that he may have based the book on a real-life story that took place in Suffolk at a hotel called Branlow Hall. Did he ever mention that name to you? A man called Stefan Codrescu was arrested for murder, but it's just possible that he wasn't the real culprit. I know that Alan kept a lot of notes. I remember going through his study with you when I was looking for information about Magpie Murders. I'm assuming that you inherited all his notebooks and things when you took over Abbey Grange, and although you may have put the whole lot in a skip, if you have kept anything, it might be helpful. You can contact me on this email address or on my phone, 07710 514444. It would be good to see you anyway. I'm assuming you're in London. Right now I'm in Suffolk, but I can drop down any time. Love, Susan, brackets, Ryeland. Friday the 20th of June, 14:30. Hi Lionel, I'm sending this from Branlow Hall. Are you still on this number? Are you in the UK? Can we meet? It's about Cecily Traherne. Very important. Thanks. Susan Ryeland. From Susan Ryeland, s.ryeland@polydorus.co.gr. Sent 20th of June 2016 at 14:38. To Kate Leith, Kate gordonleith.com. Subject, Alan Conway. Hi, Katie. I'm back in the UK briefly and in Suffolk. Sorry I didn't have time to call or email. It was all very sudden. I'm afraid it's Alan Conway again. He won't leave me alone. How are you? And Gordon, Jack, Daisy. It's been ages. You never did come to Crete. How about dinner tonight or tomorrow, brackets Saturday? I can come over or you can come to me. I'm staying at Branlow Hall, brackets free. Call or email. Love, Susan. XXX. Friday the 20th of June, 1432. Hi, Susan. Yes, I saw about Cecily in the papers. Terrible. Anything I can do to help? I'm in London, Virgin Active Barbican. Call or email lcorby@virginactive.co.uk anytime. All best, Lionel. From Susan Ryeland. s.ryeland@polydorus.co.gr. Sent 20th of June 2016 at 14:45. To Lawrence Traherne. lawrence.traherne@branlow.com. Subject, Cecily. Dear Lawrence, I hope you're okay and that Pauline is feeling better. I met Aidan this morning and we had a good chat. I've also managed to track down Lionel Corby with the number you gave me. He's in London and I will probably go and see him tomorrow. We could talk over the phone, but I think it's better to see him face to face. While I'm away, I wondered if I could ask you a favour. Could you write everything that happened from your perspective on Thursday the 14th, Friday the 15th, and Saturday the 16th of June, i.e. the wedding weekend? Did you talk to Frank Paris? Did you see or hear anything the night he was killed? I know this may be a lot to ask, but the more people I talk to, the more complicated it all gets, and it would be really helpful to have an overview. Also, I hate to mention this, but I'd be very grateful if you could send me part or all of the payment we agreed. My partner, Andreas, is on his own in Crete, and he may need to hire extra people to cover for me. I can give you his bank details if you want to send it electronically. Thanks, Susan. P.S. You said you'd let me have the name of the headmaster who moved out of room 12 when Alan Conway moved in. Did you manage to find it? From Kate Leith. kate@gordonleith.com. Sent 20th of June 2016 at 15:03. To Susan Ryeland, s.ryeland@polydorus.co.gr. Subject, Alan Conway. Sue, can't believe you're back and you didn't tell me. Yes, come tonight, 7 or whenever. What are you doing at Branlow Hall? I'm glad you're not paying. It's an arm and a leg. Godron not here, I'm afraid. Working late, as usual. Daisy also on her travels, but Jack may grace us with an appearance. Let me know if there's a problem. Otherwise, I'll expect you around 7. Can't wait to see you. Katie. XXXXX. From Susan Ryeland, s.ryeland@polydorus.co.gr. Sent 20th of June 2016 at 15:20. To Andreas Patakis. andakis@polydorus.co.gr. Subject, missing you. My dearest Andreas, it feels funny to be emailing you. We never send each other emails, certainly not in the last 2 years, except that time when you disappeared in Athens and I was about to summon Interpol. But I'm sending out a whole raft of emails, and this seems the easiest way. First of all, I'm missing you. I really am. When I wake up in the morning, the first thing I notice is the empty bed. They've given me an absurd mountain of pillows, but it's not the same. I've only been here a couple of days, but it feels a long time already. I drove past Cloverleaf when I was in London. It's still in scaffolding, and I had this weird sense that I don't really belong here. I'm not sure where I am anymore. There's not much to tell you about Cecily Traherne. I met her husband, Aidan McNeill, this morning, and I liked him more than I thought I would. I'd certainly be surprised if he had anything to do with her disappearance. I wouldn't say he was in mourning exactly, but he looked quite exhausted. He's got a 7-year-old daughter and a nanny straight out of The Omen, and a dog who ought to be a witness as he was actually there in his basket on the night Frank Paris died. If only he could talk. As far as I can see, the police have more or less given up looking for Cecily. DCS Locke is in charge of the case. He was also the detective who investigated Alan's murder, and he was pretty useless then. So far, we haven't spoken, which is probably just as well, as you'll probably remember we didn't get on. As to what happened all those years ago, it feels as complicated as an Alan Conway novel, but without the usual hints and tips from the author to help me solve it. And if it's true that Stefan Codrescu didn't do it, then, once again, it's missing the last chapter. I've found out where Stefan is in prison, and I've written to him, though I don't know if he'll see me. But I'm not writing to you about the murder. It all happened very suddenly, the decision to come back to the UK, and I know it's only supposed to be a week, but it has made me think a lot about us, and the hotel, and Crete. I do love you, Andreas, and I do want to be with you. But I'm beginning to worry that things aren't working between us. Not the way they used to. We never have time to talk about anything except business. And I sometimes wonder if we're running the hotel or if the hotel is running us. I've tried so hard to keep up my end of things, but the two of us are working so hard that we never seem to have time for each other. And I have to be honest, I've spent my entire life in publishing. I've always loved everything about books, manuscripts, editing, sales conferences, parties. I miss it. I just don't feel fulfilled. God, that sounds awful. It's all about me. But it isn't. Really, it's about us. I just think we need to sit down and talk about what we're doing, why we're doing it, and whether we actually want to go on doing it together. I even wonder how happy you really are at the Polydorus, especially when everything is going wrong. If we've made a mistake, we have to be brave enough to say so. The last thing we want is to end up blaming each other, but sometimes I think that's exactly where we're heading. Anyway, I'll stop there. I'm off for dinner with Katie. Please don't be cross with me. I just wish things were as they used to be. I wish Magpie Murders had never happened. Bloody Alan Conway, it's all his fault. All my love, Susan. From Susan Ryeland, sryland@polydorus.co.gr, sent 20th of June 2016 at 15:35. To Michael Beeley, mbeeleyt@orionbooks.com. Subject, London/help. Michael, I know it's been a while, but I'm back in London for a few days and just wondering if there was anything doing at OB or Hachette. You may remember you did approach me a couple of years back. We had that nice lunch at the Wolseley and I was very tempted. That was before everything went awry. Or maybe you've heard if there's anything around. Senior editor, commissioning editor, whatever. Hope all's well. Nice to see you making money out of Atticus Punt. And with the original covers. Susan. X. Three Chimneys. Katie came bounding out of the house as I drove up in the MG, and I guessed she must have been listening out for me. It had been 2 years since I had last seen her, and she looked completely unchanged, happy to see me, relaxed. I got out and we embraced. "You look wonderful! What an amazing tan! Oh my God, really, you look more Greek than English." I had brought her olive oil, honey, dried herbs from the village of Kritza up in the hills. She gathered them up and led me into the house, and I had to admit that almost for the first time since I had arrived in England, I actually felt welcome. She had, of course, prepared a perfect meal, perfectly presented in her perfect kitchen. How did she do it? I'd emailed her at 2:30 in the afternoon, and this was the day she worked at the local garden centre. But even so, she'd managed to conjure up a Moroccan chicken tagine with chickpeas, almonds and couscous served with a chilled rosé. I mean, come to my flat in Crouch End and you wouldn't have found even half of the ingredients. Cumin powder, coriander leaves. Most of the jars on my spice rack had that sticky, dusty quality that comes from never being opened, and you'd have had to root around in the fridge to find a vegetable that wasn't limp, bruised, or withered, or all three. Come to dinner with me, and I'd have ordered takeaway. But although I'd offered to take us out to a pub or a restaurant in Woodbridge, she wouldn't hear of it. "No, we can't talk properly in a restaurant, and anyway, Jack will be home later. He'll want to see you." Jack was her 21-year-old son, now in his first year at Bristol University. Daisy, 19, was on her gap year helping refugees in northern France. It's funny how close the two of us have always been, even though we're worlds apart. That was true even when we were children. We grew up together in a very ordinary house in North London. We went to the same school. We swapped clothes and made jokes about each other's boyfriends. But while Katie was completely happy, dreaming of the day when she would have a home and a lifestyle almost identical to the one our parents had foisted on us, I was escaping to my local library, and my dreams were of a very different nature. I would join a gang at Jamaica Inn, preying on the wretched sailors who came too close. I would fall madly in love with Edward Rochester, but in my version of the story, I would save him from the flames. I would travel to the lost city of Kor and find immortality in the Pillar of Fire. We were the complete opposite of Cecily and Lisa Traherne, who had been two sisters at war, actually throwing knives. Katie and I had nothing in common except our fondness for each other, and that had lasted throughout our lives. There were times when I wished I was more like her. Katie's life was a model of comfort and orderliness. The two children, now entering their 20s, the accountant husband who spent 3 nights a week in London but who was still devoted to her after a marriage that had lasted a quarter of a century, the part-time job, the close circle of friends, the community work, all the rest of it. I often thought of her as a smarter, more grown-up version of myself. And yet I couldn't have lived in a house like this. I wouldn't even have bought a house that had a name. Numbers were good enough for the likes of me. 3 Chimneys was in a quiet crescent just outside Woodbridge, and yes, it did have 3 chimneys, even if they were completely useless because all the fireplaces had been filled in with those gas effect fires. Looking at all the polished surfaces, the sliding glass doors, the thick pile carpets and tasteful art, I knew that if I had lived here, I would have felt trapped. But Katie didn't seem to mind. She was a mother, a wife, a housewife. She liked to be defined. Not that I would hold up my own chaotic lifestyle as anything to be envied. My early love of books hadn't taken me to the places of my imagination. It had taken me into books. I'd started as a junior editor at HarperCollins, then commissioning editor, then editorial director, and finally head of fiction at a company that had, literally, gone up in flames. The publishing industry is full of idealists, people who love what they do, which is why so many of us are badly paid. I was lucky to buy a 2-bedroom flat in Crouch End before prices went insane, but I'd never paid off the mortgage. Not until the day I sold it. I'd had plenty of relationships, but they'd never lasted because I didn't want them to. At least Andreas had changed that. So, there we were. 2 sisters looking at each other across a divide that had widened as we had grown older, far apart, and yet close. We made judgments about each other, but perhaps those judgments told us more about ourselves. Do you think it's sensible, getting yourself involved in another murder inquiry? Katie asked. I'll be more careful this time. I hope so. Anyway, I'm beginning to think the whole thing may be a waste of time. She was surprised. Why do you say that? Because the more questions I ask, the more likely it seems to me that it was Stefan Codrescu who killed Frank Paris. All the evidence is stacked up against him, and as far as I can see, there were only 2 people who had any motive. And I'm not even sure what that motive was. Who are they? Oh, a couple who live in Westleton, Joanne and Martin. She was Frank's sister. Katie looked surprised. Joanne and Martin Williams? Do you know them? I met them once. I can't say I really liked them. That was unusual. Katie always thought the best of everyone. Why was that? I asked. It was nothing personal. They just weren't my type. She saw that I wanted more and continued reluctantly. She was a real ball breaker. She dominated the table. Never let anyone get a word in edgeways, and he was a complete doormat. She walked all over him. She seemed to revel in it. That puzzled me. When did you last see them? I asked. Oh, it was ages ago, maybe even before the murder. They were at a dinner, and I only remember them because I joked about it afterwards. I didn't understand how 2 people like that could possibly stay married to each other. And she was the one in control? Absolutely. It's strange because I saw them this morning, and if anything, I'd say it was the other way round. I put them out of my mind. It has to be Stefan, I said. I mean, blood on the pillow, blood in the shower, money under the mattress. He was even seen going into the room. Well, in that case, what happened to Cecily Traherne? It could just be a coincidence. She could have fallen into the river. She could have gone for a swim and drowned. According to her sister, the marriage wasn't everything it was cracked up to be, and she could have run off with somebody else. Even as I said that, I knew it was impossible. She wouldn't have left her daughter behind. Will they still pay you if you don't get a result? That was something I hadn't considered. I reached for my cigarettes. Do you mind if I step outside? I want one of these. Katie gave me a sideways look. You said you were thinking of giving up. I did think about it. So what happened? I decided not to. She passed me an ashtray. She'd known I was going to use it. Then she put a percolator of coffee, milk, and 2 mugs on a tray, and, unusually for her, 2 tumblers of whiskey. Will you join me? She asked. Just a small one, I'm driving. We went outside and sat on a wooden table beside the fish pond. It was a warm evening with a half moon and a few stars. The garden looked beautiful, of course, filled with plants that Katie got at half price from her work. She had recently bought a statue of a leaping frog with water gushing out of its mouth, and the sound of it only made the silence around us more profound. I noticed that one bush had died. It was very prominent in a circular bed in the middle of the lawn. I wouldn't have been able to put a name to it. It was round and tightly cropped, but it was completely brown. For some reason it troubled me. I would have thought Katie would have got rid of it the moment the first leaves began to droop. I lit a cigarette and smoked peacefully, listening to the falling water. "You are going back to Crete?" she asked. Katie and I had no secrets from each other. We had talked about the hotel, the problems, my misgivings, while we ate. "I don't know," I said. "I don't even know where I am with Andreas. Before we left England, he asked me to marry him." "You told me. You turned him down?" "I said yes, but later on we both changed our minds. We didn't think marriage would suit us. I made him take the ring back. It was much more than he could afford anyway, and we need every penny we can get." I examined her over the tip of my cigarette. "Sometimes I wish I could be more like you." "You know that's not true." She looked away. "No, I mean it. There are times when I just feel completely worn out. I don't know if I want to be with Andreas anymore. I don't know what I want." "Listen to me, Susan. Forget this stupid murder investigation." She had turned back and her eyes locked onto mine. "Go back to Greece. You don't belong in England anymore. Go back to Andreas." "Why do you say that?" "Because he's a good man and you don't want to lose him. Honestly, I was so glad when you met him. I was the one who introduced you." "That's not true. It was Melissa." "Well, you'd never have met him if I hadn't sent Jack and Daisy to Woodbridge School. Trust me. When you've got someone like Andreas in your life, you should count your blessings. But that's how you've always been. You're always thinking ahead, planning for the future. You never actually sit back and enjoy what you have." I was puzzled. I thought she was trying to tell me something quite different, but she wasn't putting it into words. "Katie, is everything all right?" I asked. She sighed. "Do you ever think about your age?" she asked. "I try not to. Don't forget I'm 2 years older than you." "I know, but there are times when I can't stop myself." She tried to make light of it. "I hate the idea of getting old. I'm getting to the age when I look around me at this house, this garden, and I think to myself, is this it? But it's everything you ever wanted, isn't it?" "Yes, I suppose so. I've been lucky." A silence fell between us. For some reason, it wasn't a very comfortable one. "Did you tell Sajid Khan where to find me?" I'm not sure why I blurted the question out just then, but it had been in the back of my mind ever since Lawrence and Pauline Traherne had turned up at the hotel. How had they found me? They had said that Khan had given them my address, but he didn't have it. Only Katie did. "Sajid Khan? The solicitor?" I can see I had thrown her. "He helped us when we had that unfair dismissal thing at the garden centre, and I see him now and then, but I don't think I said anything." "Was he the one who got you into all this?" "Apparently." "Well, I hope you're not blaming me. Maybe it was Gordon. He can't keep anything secret." Our conversation was interrupted by the sound of a motorbike pulling up. "That's Jack," Katie said. She sounded relieved. A few moments later, Jack came through the garden gate, wearing a leather jacket and carrying a helmet. It was 2 years since I had seen him, and I was a little thrown by his appearance. His hair was long and quite skanky. He hadn't shaved, and the stubble didn't suit him. He came over and kissed me on both cheeks, and I smelled alcohol and cigarette smoke on his breath. I was hardly in any position to judge him, but I was still surprised. He had never smoked in his teens. Looking at him, I thought a light had been switched off in his eyes. He seemed almost nervous, as if he hadn't expected to find me there. "Hi, Susan," he said. "Hi, Jack. How are you?" "I'm good. How's Crete?" "It's okay." "Mum, is there anything in the fridge?" "There's some chicken, and you can finish the pasta, if you like." "Thanks." He half smiled at me. It's great to see you, Susan." And then he was gone, shuffling off towards the kitchen. I watched him leave, remembering the 10-year-old discovering The Lord of the Rings, the 12-year-old shouting and laughing in the back of my new MG, the 15-year-old sweating over his GCSEs. Was this just part of the natural process of growing up, or was I missing something? Katie must have seen what I was thinking. "It's all been a bit much for him, his first year at uni," she said. "When he comes home, all he wants is food, laundry, and bed. But he'll be all right in a couple of weeks. He just needs a bit of TLC. I'm surprised you let him buy a motorbike." It was none of my business, but I knew how much Katie must have hated the idea. She'd always worried, almost obsessively, about either of her children getting hurt. She made a helpless gesture. "He's 21, he saved up for it himself. How was I going to stop him?" She put down her drink, somehow signalling that the evening was over. "I'm sorry, Susan. I ought to go in and look after him." "That's okay. I'm going to London tomorrow. I've got an early start. Thanks for dinner." "It's been lovely to see you. But please think about what I said. Honestly, I don't think you're going to find Cecily Traherne. Maybe nobody will. And Frank Paris was killed a long time ago. You're better off out of it." We kissed and went our separate ways. It was only as I drove away that I realised that the whole evening had been out of kilter, almost from the start. Katie had been trying too hard. It was as if the chicken tagine, the pink wine, the paper napkins, and all the rest of it had been set out deliberately to distract me. That they were somehow fake, like the 3 chimneys on the roof. I thought about the dead bush, the broom or the briar or whatever it was, sitting there untended in the middle of the lawn. And then I remembered the email she had sent me with no fewer than 3 typos. "Godron not here, I'm afraid." Well, anyone can make mistakes. She had probably been in a hurry. But that wasn't Katie. She was always so precise. Maybe I'd spent too much time playing detective, talking to people who seemed polite and pleasant on the face of it, but who might turn out to be a cold-blooded killer. But I couldn't help myself. I was sure Katie was hiding something. She wasn't telling me the truth. Nightcaps. It was late when I got back to the hotel, and I'd intended to go straight to bed. But coming in through the entrance hall, I noticed Aidan McNeill sitting on his own in the bar, and it was too good an opportunity to miss. I went in. "Do you mind if I join you?" I'd already sat down before he could answer, but in fact he was pleased to see me. "I'd be glad of the company," he said. The bar had the feel of a gentleman's club, but a very empty one. We were the only guests, sitting there surrounded by leather armchairs, occasional tables, rugs, and lots of wood panelling. A grandfather clock ticked in the corner, sonorously reminding us that it was 10:20. Aidan was wearing a cashmere jumper and jeans, moccasins but no socks. He had been cradling a tumbler of some colourless liquid that certainly wasn't water. I also noticed a paperback book, which he had turned face down. It was the copy of Atticus Punt Takes the Case that he'd shown me earlier. "What are you drinking?" I asked. "Vodka." Lars was behind the bar. He and Inga seemed to be all over the hotel, like extras from the Midwich Cuckoos. "I'll have a double whiskey and another vodka for Mr. McNeil," I said. I glanced at the book. "Are you reading it?" "Rereading it, for about the 10th time. I keep thinking that if Cecily found something in it, then maybe I can find it too." "And?" "Nothing. I don't usually read murder mysteries, and I still think Alan Conway was a complete bastard, but I have to admit he knew how to tell a story. I like stories set in little communities where no one tells the truth. And it has some great twists. The ending has a real sucker punch. At least it did the first time I read it. What I don't understand is why he had to be so fucking spiteful." "What do you mean?" "Well, listen to this." He had folded down the corner of one of the pages. He opened it and began to read. "For all his faults, Algernon was well-spoken. He had been educated at a small private school in West Kensington, and he could be charming and witty when he wanted to be. With his fair hair cut short and his matinee idol good looks, he was naturally attractive, particularly to older women, who took him at face value and didn't make too many inquiries about his past. He still remembered buying his first suit on Savile Row. It had cost him much more than he could afford, but, like the car, it made a statement. When he walked into a room, people noticed him. When he talked, they listened." He put the book down. "That's me," he said. "Algernon Marsh." "Do you think so?" "He works as an estate agent, so did I. He looks like me, he's even got my initials. I don't know why he's got such a stupid name, though." He had a point. During the editing process, I had urged Alan to change the name of Algernon, which I'd said sounded like something out of a Noel Coward play. Even Agatha Christie didn't have a character called Algernon, I'd told him, but he hadn't listened, of course. "Alan had a strange sense of humour," I said. "If it makes you feel any better, I turned up in one of his books too." "Really?" "Yes. Sarah Lamb in Gin and Cyanide. Ryeland is a breed of sheep, apparently. She's a complete monster, and she gets murdered near the end." The drinks arrived. Aidan finished the one in front of him and went on to the next. "Did you spend much time with Alan when he came here?" "No." Aidan shook his head. "I met him twice. Once when I helped sort out his new room, and then again for about 5 minutes. I didn't terribly like him. He said he was a friend of Frank Paris and that he just wanted to know what had happened. But he was asking all these questions, and right from the start I got the feeling he had another agenda. He spent more time with Lawrence and Pauline, and with Cecily. They were stupid to trust him because he went away and wrote a book about us." He paused. "How well did you know him?" "I was his editor, but we were never close." "Are all writers like that, stealing things from the world around them?" "Every writer is different," I said, "but they don't steal exactly. They absorb. It's such a strange profession, really, living in a sort of twilight between the world they belong to and the world they create. On the one hand, they're monstrous egotists. Self-confidence, self-examination, self-hatred even. But it's all about self. All those hours on their own, and yet at the same time they're genuinely altruistic. All they want to do is please other people. I've often thought it must demand a sort of deficiency to be a writer. There's something missing in your life, so you fill it with words. God knows I couldn't do it, as much as I love reading. That's why I became an editor. I get all the rewards and the excitement of creating a new book, but my job's more fun. I sipped my drink. Lars had given me a single malt from the Isle of Jura. I could taste the peat. Mind you, Alan Conway was like no writer I ever met, I continued. He didn't like writing, or at least he didn't like the books that had made him successful. He thought detective fiction was beneath him. That's one of the reasons he put you and this hotel into his novel. I think he enjoyed playing with you, turning you into Algernon, because to him the whole thing was just a game. What were the other reasons? I'll tell you, although I've never told anyone else. He was already running out of ideas. It was as simple as that. He actually stole the plot of his fourth book, Night Comes Calling, from someone he taught on a writer's course. I met them and I read their original manuscript. I think he came to Branlow Hall partly out of curiosity. He knew Frank Paris, but mainly because he was looking for inspiration for his next book. But somehow he found out who the real killer was. At least that was what Cecily believed. Isn't that what this is all about? I shook my head. I don't know, Aidan. He could have found something, but it's equally possible that he wrote it without even knowing what he was doing. When Cecily read the book, a word or a description could have stirred up a memory or triggered an association that only she knew about. I mean, if Alan had worked out that Stefan Codrescu hadn't killed Frank Paris, wouldn't he have told someone? It wouldn't have harmed his sales. It might have even helped them. What possible reason could he have had for keeping silent? But in that case, what did Cecily read? And what's happened to her? I had no answer to that. Behind the bar, Lars had been wiping a glass. He set it down and called out to us, "Last orders in 5 minutes, Mr. McNeil." "That's okay, Lars. I think we're finished. You can start to close down now." "I haven't asked you about Cecily," I said. This was the conversation I was most nervous about, but we seemed to be comfortable with each other, and this had to be the right time. "What happened on that last day?" "Wednesday." He spoke the single word in a low voice, gazing into his drink, and I felt a distinct change in the atmosphere between us as I moved into painful territory. "Do you mind talking about it?" He hesitated. "I've already gone over it again and again with the police. I don't see how it will help. It's got nothing to do with you." "That's true, and I know it's none of my business, but I'm worried about her too. And if there's anything you can remember, any small detail, even if you think it's irrelevant, you never know." "All right." He called over to Lars. "Lars, I'll have one more before you close." He glanced at me. "You?" "No, I'm okay, thanks." He steeled himself. "I don't really know what to tell you, Susan. It was a very ordinary day. I mean, that's the hell of it. It was just another Wednesday, and I had absolutely no idea that my whole fucking life was about to be torn apart. That afternoon, Eloise took Roxy to the GP. It wasn't anything very important, just a tummy upset." "Tell me about Eloise." "What do you want to know?" "How long has she been with you?" "From the very start. She arrived after Roxy was born." "Roxana's a pretty name." "Yes, Cecily chose it." "So Eloise came to Suffolk the year after Frank Paris was killed." "That's right. Roxana was born in January 2009. She arrived a couple of months after that." "Was she in England at the time of the murder?" "You don't think she had anything to do with it, do you?" "I'm sorry, but that's crazy." Eloise Radmarne is from Marseille. She never knew Frank Paris, and actually how she got here is a very sad story. She was married, she met her husband in London, they were both students, but he died. What of? AIDS. He'd had a stomach ulcer and needed a blood transfusion. He was very unlucky. He died in France, but after that she decided to come back to England and joined a nanny agency. Which agency? Knightsbridge Nannies, with a K. He spelled out the second word so that I would get the joke. I didn't smile. I was still remembering the way Eloise had looked at me as I left the house, utterly vengeful. So on the day Cecily disappeared, she took Roxana to the doctor. After lunch, yes. I'd taken the dog out in the morning, just round the grounds. It was Cecily's turn in the afternoon. She was in and out of the hotel during the day. We both were. It's not too far to go. Did she talk about the book with you? No. Did you know that she'd sent a copy to her parents in the south of France? Aidan shook his head. The police asked me that, he said. And Pauline told them about the telephone call. Of course she did. I mean, was it really a coincidence that on Tuesday she rings her parents to tell them about this stupid novel and the very next day? He broke off and drank some of the vodka, the ice rattling against the side of the glass. For what it's worth, Detective Chief Superintendent Locke doesn't think there's any connection. His theory is if Cecily was attacked, it was by someone completely random. What do you think? I don't know, but the answer to your question is no. She didn't say anything about posting the book. Maybe she thought I wouldn't take it seriously. Or maybe it was because she knew I'd never had any time for Stefan Codrescu, so she didn't think I'd be interested. He reached out and closed the book. It hurts me that she didn't confide in me. Makes me feel responsible. When was the last time you saw her? I asked. I don't know why you're asking me these questions. I don't understand what you want to know. He stopped himself. I'm sorry. It's just very difficult. He finished his drink just as Lars brought over the last one he had ordered. He took it gratefully, pouring the contents into the glass he had just emptied. The last time I saw her was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he said. She took the VW. I went out about half an hour later in the Range Rover. I had to go over to Framlingham. I had a meeting with our solicitor, a man called Sajid Khan. It was funny the way Sajid Khan's name kept cropping up. He was Alan Conway's old solicitor. He had told the Trehernes where to find me. He was working for Martin and Joanne Williams. My sister Katie had used him, and now, on the day of Cecily's disappearance, Aidan was telling me he'd been to see him too. There were some papers to sign, he went on. Nothing very important. And I had a few errands to run. Cecily had asked me to drop some clothes into the charity shop. She's a big supporter of EACH. EACH? East Anglia's Children's Hospices. There isn't a branch in Woodbridge. I had to pick up a chair, which we'd had reupholstered. I went to the supermarket too. I got home at 5-ish, maybe past. I was surprised Cecily wasn't there. Inga was making Roxy her tea. She comes in and helps sometimes. Where was Eloise? She had the evening off. He lifted his glass and emptied it. I did the same. When Cecily still hadn't got home at 7 o'clock, I went looking for her in the hotel. Sometimes she'd work in the main office and lose track of the time, but she wasn't there. Nobody had seen her. I still wasn't too worried. I mean, this is Suffolk. Nothing much happens in Suffolk. Both Frank Paris and Alan Conway had been murdered in Suffolk, but I decided not to mention it. I rang a few of her friends. I tried calling Lisa, but I couldn't get hold of her. I was thinking something might have happened to Bear. He's getting on a bit and sometimes he has trouble with his hips. Anyway, at 8 o'clock, when I still hadn't heard from her, I made a decision and called the police. He fell silent. That had been when the long silence had begun. I was trying to work out the timings. He'd left the hotel at approximately 3:30. He was back sometime after 5, maybe as late as 5:30. Framlingham was about 20 minutes from Woodbridge. That felt about right for a couple of errands and a meeting. "What time did you meet Sajid Khan?" I asked. He gave me a peculiar look, and I knew I'd asked one question too many. "Why do you want to know?" "I'm just trying to—" But he didn't let me finish. "You think I killed her, don't you?" "No." I denied it, but I didn't sound convincing. "Yes, you do. When did I leave? When was the last time I saw her? You think the police haven't asked me the same questions over and over again? Everyone thinks I killed her. The one woman who actually made me happy. And that's what they're going to think for the rest of my life. My daughter is going to grow up wondering if her daddy killed her mummy, and I'm never going to be able to explain." He got unsteadily to his feet, and I was shocked to see tears streaming down his cheeks. "You have no right," he continued hoarsely. "You have no right at all. I don't mind getting it from the police, that's their job, but who are you? You're the one who caused all the trouble in the first place. You're the one who published the book, turning what happened here into some sort of entertainment. And now you're come here like Sherlock Holmes or Atticus fucking Punt, asking me questions that have got nothing to do with you. If you can find something in the book, then get on with it. Do what you've been paid to do, but from now on, leave me alone." He left. I watched him weave his way out of the room. Behind me, Lars brought a metal shutter rattling down and crashing against the bar. Suddenly I was on my own. Framlingham. I felt sorry for Aidan and worried that I'd gone too far. But that didn't stop me checking out his story the next day. It was strange being back in Framlingham, the market town that Alan Conway had chosen as his home and where I had spent so much time immediately following his death. I parked on the main square opposite the Crown, where I had stayed and where I had enjoyed a remarkably drunken meal with James Taylor, Alan's partner. It reminded me that I still hadn't heard back from him, and I wondered if he had received my email. I wanted to stretch my legs, so I walked up the high street, past the cemetery where Alan was buried. I thought about visiting his grave. I could see it between 2 yew trees, but decided against it. We'd always had a difficult, edgy relationship, and if I'd gone to have a quiet chat at the gravestone, there was every chance it would have turned into a quarrel. Framlingham seemed quieter than ever. Despite its wonderful castle and surrounding countryside, it suffers from a strange midweek emptiness. It's hard to tell if the shops are open, and frankly, it's hard to care. There's a country market every weekend, but otherwise the main square is little more than a car park. The supermarket that Aidan had visited is right in the middle, but hides away as if it knows how ugly it is and feels ashamed to be there. The Each charity shop was at the bottom end of the town, just along the road from an estate agent. It was quite small, occupying what must once have been a cottage, one of 4 identical buildings in a little terrace, but someone had imposed 4 large, modern windows in the front, completely divorcing it from its neighbours. I'm afraid I find charity shops quite dispiriting. There are so many of them, and at the end of the day, each one is a reminder of a failed business and the general collapse of the high street. But this one had a cheerful volunteer called Stavia. Lots of books and toys and 3 racks of surprisingly high-end clothes. There was no one else in there apart from the two of us, and Stavia was keen to talk. In fact, once she'd started, it was hard to get her to stop. Aidan McNeill? Yes, of course I remember him. I was here when he came in, and afterwards I had to speak to the police. Isn't it awful what happened? You don't usually get that sort of thing in Suffolk, although there was that business in Earl Soham all those years ago and the death of that writer. Yes, Mr. McNeill came in that Wednesday afternoon. I saw him park his car on the other side of the road, just over there. He brought in 4 or 5 dresses, some jerseys, shirts. Some of them were quite old, but there was a Burberry dress there that had not been worn. Still had the label. We sold it almost at once for £100, which is a lot more than we usually get for anything off the rail. The police wanted to know who brought it, but I couldn't help them because they'd paid cash. They took our other clothes away, the ones we hadn't sold, and we never saw them again, which I think is a little unfair, although I suppose I can't complain given the circumstances. Oh, and there were some men's clothes too, jackets and ties, an old shirt, and very nice waistcoat. Did you talk to him? Yes, we did have a chat. He was a very nice man, very friendly. He told me he was going to pick up a chair. He'd had it re-sprung or something. He said his wife was a big supporter of each and had donated quite a bit of money to our treehouse appeal. I can't believe he had anything to do with her disappearance. I mean, he couldn't have just stood here and chatted if he had, could he? Do you remember what time he was here? It was 4 o'clock. I know, because I remember thinking that I only had half an hour until we closed, and that was when he walked in. Why are you so interested in all this, by the way? You a journalist? I hope I'm not going to get into any trouble talking about it all. I managed to reassure her, and, partly out of guilt, spent £5 on a Mexican pot with a cactus that turned out to be fake. I donated it to another charity shop on the way back to the car. After that, I walked back up to the street with the mustard-yellow building that housed Wesley and Cahn's solicitors. It was 2 years since I had been there, and I had a strange sense of déjà vu coming off the main road into what must have once been a private house. In fact, I was quite sure that it was the same bored girl sitting behind the reception desk. Not only that, she might have been reading the same magazine. It was as if time had stood still. The potted plants were still half dead. The atmosphere was as vacant as I remembered. I had actually phoned ahead for an appointment this time, and I was shown upstairs the moment I arrived, the uneven floorboards creaking under my feet. It struck me that there were 2 mysteries attached to the practice of Wesley and Cahn. Who was Mr. Wesley? Did he even exist? And how had a man like Cahn, of proudly Indian ethnicity, managed to end up in a place like Framlingham? Suffolk is not racist, but it is fairly white. Sajid Khan was exactly how I remembered him. Dark and ebullient, with heavy eyebrows that almost met in the middle of his forehead. Leaping up from behind his impressively large desk, fake antique, and bounding across the room to take my one proffered hand in both of his. "My dear Miss Ryeland, what a pleasure to see you again. And staying at Branlow Hall, I understand. How very much like you to get yourself involved once again in Suffolk skullduggery." He led me to a chair. "Will you have some tea?" "I'm fine, thank you." "I insist." He pressed a key on his telephone. "Tina, could you bring up tea for 2? He beamed at me. "How is Crete?" "It's lovely, thank you." "I've never been there. We normally go to Portugal for the summer. But if you're running a hotel, maybe we should give you a try." He sat down behind the desk. The photograph frame was still there, the one with the digital pictures sliding across the screen. I wondered if he had added new ones in the 2 years since I had been here. Looking at them, they seemed the same. His wife, his children, his wife and his children, him and his wife, an endless merry-go-round of memories. "That was an extraordinary business with Alan Conway," he continued, more serious now. "I never actually learned what happened, but I was led to believe that you were almost killed." He raised an eyebrow and the other one went with it. Are you all right now? Yes, I'm fine. I haven't heard from the young man who was his partner for a while, James Taylor. He ended up with all the money, as I'm sure I don't need to remind you. The last I heard, he was in London, spending his way through his inheritance as fast as he could. He smiled. So how can I help you this time round? You mentioned Cecily McNeil on the telephone. It was the first time I had heard her called that. To everyone else, she was Cecily Traherne, as if the marriage had never happened. Yes, I said. Her parents came to see me in Crete. Strangely enough, Alan may be involved again. You know that he wrote a book partly based on what happened at Branlow Hall? I know, I read it. And I may be completely obtuse, but I never actually got the connection. It never occurred to me that he was writing about Branlow Hall. The book wasn't set in Suffolk, of course, and there wasn't any wedding or anything like that. It was somewhere in Devon. Torley on the Water. That's right. Nobody was mentioned in it by name. He always changed the names. I think he was probably afraid of being sued. It was time to get to the point. I was planning to drive to London, and I wanted to be on my way. Lawrence and Pauline Traherne think that Cecily noticed something in the book and that it may be connected to her disappearance. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? He spread his hands. Please fire away. I'm afraid I didn't help you very much last time. Perhaps this time I can do better. Okay. I want to start with Aidan. He came to see you on the day Cecily disappeared. Yes, that's right. Do you remember what time? Khan looked surprised at that, as if it wasn't something I should have asked. 5 o'clock, he said. It was a short meeting, a contract with a new supplier. He paused. I hope you don't think he had anything to do with his wife's disappearance. Not exactly, no, but the day before she went missing, Cecily rang her parents. She believed she'd found new evidence about the murder of Frank Paris 8 years before, and she didn't tell Aidan. I think I should stop you there, Miss Ryeland. First of all, Mr. McNeil is a client of this firm, and anyway, he had absolutely no reason whatsoever to murder Frank Paris, if that's what you're suggesting. The door opened and the young woman from the reception desk came in with 2 mugs of tea and a bowl of sugar on a tray. The mugs were white with the logo W&K printed on the side. What happened to Mr. Wesley? I asked as he passed one of them over. He retired. Khan smiled at the girl. Thank you, Tina. I waited until she had gone, then continued more carefully. Were you here in Framlingham at the time of the murder? I asked. Yes, I was. As a matter of fact, I spoke to Mr. Paris. We had a brief conversation the day before he died. Really? That came as a surprise. Yes, I was asked to contact him on a personal matter. It was to do with an inheritance. I don't need to go into the details. You were acting for Martin and Joanne Williams, I said. I was bluffing, really. I remembered seeing his business card in their kitchen and knew he had to be referring to them. I went to Heath House, I added. They explained it all to me. How are they? Very well. In fact, your ears should have been burning. They were very appreciative about what you did for them. Now I was outright lying. Martin and Joanne hadn't told me anything very much. I just hoped that if I flattered Khan enough, I might draw some of the information out of him. It worked. Well, in the end, I didn't do very much for them, he said, but in a way that suggested how pleased he was with himself. They told you about the house? Yes. The will was absolutely clear. Heath House was given 50-50 to the two children, Frank Paris and his sister. Just because Mr. Paris had allowed them to live there rent-free since his mother's death, I'm afraid that did not constitute an agreement, oral or otherwise. At no point had Mr. Paris relinquished his rights. I was trying to keep a poker face, but in fact, Khan had just provided me with a piece of information that might change everything. He had this idea of starting another agency and he wanted us to invest. That was what Martin had said, but he had been deliberately vague, borderline dishonest. Frank Paris had gone bust and he wanted his share of the house. That was the reason he had come to Suffolk. It might also be the reason why he was killed. They do love that house, I said. Oh, yes, Joanne grew up in it. It's a lovely place. Mrs. Khan slid across the photograph frame, dressed in a swimming costume and holding a plastic spade. So you spoke to Frank Paris, I went on. I called him on his mobile. This was on the Friday, just after he had visited his sister. He was planning to put the house on the market with Clark's in Framlingham. I have to say that he was quite abrasive, but then I understand things hadn't gone well for him in Australia. I asked him to give Mr. and Mrs. Williams a little more time to come to terms with the move and, for that matter, to find somewhere else to live. In this I was partially successful. He still wanted to contact Clark's, but he agreed on a long exchange. They must have been very upset. Mrs. Williams was not at all pleased. He added a heaped spoonful of sugar to his tea. I could easily imagine it. Piss off and leave us alone. I remembered her parting words. They can't have been too sorry when he was beaten to death, I remarked. I'd learned what I needed to know. There was no need to mince my words. Khan looked suitably pained. I'm not sure that's true. They were family and they were close. Mr. and Mrs. Williams had lived rent-free for 10 years. They really had nothing to complain about. I hadn't drunk any of my tea, but I didn't want it. I was wondering if Martin or Joanne had popped into Branlow Hall at the time of the murder and how I could find out. Frank Paris might have told them which room he was staying in, but if either of them had decided to kill him, they would have needed to know how to find it. I tried to imagine one or even both of them creeping round the hotel with a hammer, accidentally stepping on Bear's tail as they made their way along the corridor. Somehow it felt unlikely. But there was nobody else with such an obvious motive. Thank you very much, Mr. Khan, I said. I got to my feet, ending the meeting. He stood up and we shook hands. How is your sister? He asked. I saw her yesterday. She's very well, thank you. I hope things have worked out with Wilcox, he continued, and then, seeing the look of surprise on my face, but perhaps the two of you didn't discuss it? Discuss what? I asked. He smiled, trying to pretend that it was nothing very serious, but he had made a mistake and he knew it. He did his best to backpedal. Oh, I just gave her some advice, he said. Is she a client? The smile was still there, but faltering. You'd have to ask her that, Miss Ryeland. I'm sure you understand. If she wasn't his client, he could simply have said so. I had known that something was wrong after the evening I'd spent with Katie. Was Jack in some sort of trouble? Did she have money problems? What was it that she hadn't told me? As I walked back to the car, Martin and Joanne Williams, Frank Paris, Branlow Court, and even Cecily Traherne suddenly seemed less important. My sister was in trouble. I needed to know why. Martlesham Heath. I was on my way to London. More emails had come in, though nothing from Andreas. That didn't surprise me. He never responded very quickly at the best of times, and he had a strange reticence when it came to matters that were personal or emotional. He needed time to think about things. But James Taylor was thrilled I was back in the UK. He would be delighted to see me again, and he would bring along anything he could find relating to Atticus Punt Takes the Case. He suggested dinner at Le Caprice, and I just hoped that he would be the one who picked up the bill. I had a meeting arranged with Lionel Corby at the gym where he now worked, and Michael Beeley had invited me for a quick drink at Soho House in Greek Street. Finally, I had called Craig Andrews. There was a possibility I might be in London for quite a few days, and I wasn't too tempted by the comforts of the Premier Inn. In his original email, he had offered me a room, and I remembered visiting him once in a handsome Victorian house off Ladbroke Grove. The money hadn't come from his books, incidentally, but from his former career in banking. The Christopher Shaw novels were solid mid-list titles, nothing more, but they had given him the freedom to enjoy the money he had already made. Craig was more than pleased to put me up, and it was good talking to him again on the phone. But why did I feel a pang of guilt as I hung up? It was ridiculous. All I was expecting was a spare room for a couple of nights, and maybe supper and a shared bottle of wine. I stopped off at Woodbridge before I hit the A12. I'd been just about presentable when I was at the hotel, and Katie, of course, hadn't cared what I looked like. But there was no way I was walking into Le Caprice, or, for that matter, Craig's house, in the clothes I'd brought with me. There were a couple of surprisingly good boutiques in the old square, and I came away with a knee-length cocktail dress in midnight blue velvet and a Ralph Lauren cotton jacket, 25% off. I'd spent much more than I'd intended, but I reminded myself of the money Lawrence owed me and just hoped it would arrive before my next credit card bill. With the bags safely stowed away in the boot, I was once again on my way south. But just a few miles outside Woodbridge, I came to a roundabout and a sign for Martlesham Heath. On an impulse, I hit the indicator and took the third exit. Like it or not, and the truth was I didn't much, there was one encounter that had to take place. I couldn't put it off any longer. The Suffolk Constabulary headquarters were based in a really ugly modern building about 5 minutes from the main road. It was a square block of concrete and plate glass that managed to avoid any architectural merit whatsoever. You had to ask what the people of Martlesham Heath had done to deserve this brutalism on one side of their village, along with the soaring horror that was the BT Research Centre spoiling the skyline on the other. I suppose, at the very least, both constructions provided them with jobs. I went into the reception area and asked to speak with Detective Chief Superintendent Locke. No, I didn't have an appointment. What was it in connection with? The disappearance of Cecily Traherne. The uniformed officer looked doubtful, but she made the call while I sat down on one of the plastic chairs provided and leafed through a copy of Suffolk Life that was 5 months out of date. I wasn't sure that Locke would see me, and the officer had given no indication that he had even answered the phone, so I was surprised when after just a few minutes he suddenly appeared, stepping out of a lift. He marched straight over to me with such determination that I wouldn't have been surprised if he had grabbed hold of me, put me under arrest, and dragged me into a cell. That was his manner, always on the edge of violence. It was as if he had caught something, some sort of virus perhaps, from the criminals he investigated. I knew he didn't like me. He'd made that clear the last time we met. But when he spoke, it was almost with amusement. Well, Ms. Ryeland. I had a feeling it wasn't coincidence when I clocked you at the hotel. And when they told me you were here, why wasn't I surprised? All right, then, I can give you 5 minutes. There's an office down here, we can talk. I had done him an injustice. He had noticed me when we passed in the reception area at Branlow Hall. He had just chosen not to acknowledge me. He led me into an empty, soulless room that was perfectly square, with a table and 4 chairs placed exactly in the middle. A window looked out onto the woodland that surrounded the building. He held the door for me, then closed it as I sat down. "How are you?" he asked. The question took me by surprise. "I'm very well, thank you." "I heard what happened when you were here last time investigating Alan Conway's death. You were almost killed." He wagged his finger. "I did warn you not to get involved." I couldn't remember him saying anything of the sort, but I didn't argue. "So what are you doing back in Suffolk and at Branlow Hall?" "No, you don't need to tell me. I already had Aidan McNeil on the phone complaining about you. It's funny, isn't it? I'd have said Alan Conway has already caused you enough grief, but you just can't leave him alone." "I'd have said that he was the one who won't leave me alone, Detective Chief Superintendent. He was a nasty little shit when he was alive, and he's still a nasty little shit now he's dead." "Do you really believe he put something in his book? Another secret message, this time about Frank Paris?" "Have you read it?" I asked. "Yes. And?" Locke stretched out his legs and considered. It struck me that he was being unusually polite, friendly even. But then his argument had always been with Alan Conway, not with me, and with good reason. Alan had asked him for help with his research, and in return had turned him into a vaguely comic character, Detective Inspector Raymond Chubb. Chubb and Locke, get it? He had also created a grotesque parody of Locke's wife, who had turned up in the second book, No Rest for the Wicked, although I had never met the real woman myself. Perhaps with Alan's death, Locke had decided to forgive me for my part in all this. It might also have helped that his alter ego didn't make an appearance in Atticus Punt Takes the Case. "I thought it was the usual load of rubbish," he said calmly. "You know my views on detective fiction." "You certainly express them very strongly." There was no need to remind me, but he did. Whodunits written by the likes of Alan Conway have absolutely no bearing on real life, and if the people who read them think otherwise, more fool them. There are no private detectives. Not unless you want to spy on your teenage son or find out who your husband is screwing, and murders don't usually take place in thatched cottages or stately homes, or seaside villages, for that matter. Atticus Punt Takes the Case. You tell me one thing in that book, one thing that isn't complete rubbish. The Hollywood actress who buys a house in the middle of nowhere. That business with the diamond, the knife on the hall table, I mean, please. As soon as you see a knife on a table, you know it's going to end up in somebody's chest. That's what Chekhov said. I'm sorry? The Russian playwright. He said that if you have a pistol on the wall in the first act, then it has to be fired in the second. He was explaining how every element in a story has to have a point. Did he also say that the story has to be unbelievable and the ending completely ridiculous? I take it you didn't guess it then. I didn't even try. I read the book because I thought it might have something to do with the disappearance of Cecily Traherne, and as it turned out, that was a total waste of my time. It sold 500,000 copies worldwide. I don't know why I was defending Alan Conway. Maybe I was just defending myself. Well, you know my thoughts on that, Ms. Ryeland. You turn murder into a game and you ask people to join in. What's the police detective called in Atticus Punt takes the case? Hare. I suppose he's got that name because he's hare-brained. He's a complete idiot, isn't he? Never gets anything right. He rapped a heavy knuckle on the table. You must be very proud of yourself. 500,000 copies of infantile crap that trivializes crime and erodes faith in the rule of law. You've made up your mind, but I think you've always been mistaken about crime fiction, Detective Chief Superintendent. Congratulations on the promotion, by the way. I don't think Alan's books ever did anyone any harm, except me. People enjoyed them and they knew perfectly well what they were getting when they read them. Not real life so much as an escape from it, and God knows we're all in need of that right now. 24-hour news, fake news, politicians calling each other liars when they aren't actually lying themselves. Maybe there's something a little comforting in a book that actually makes sense of the world in which it takes place and leads you to an absolute truth. He wasn't going to engage with me. "Why are you here, Ms. Ryeland?" he asked. "If you mean why am I in Martlesham Heath, I was hoping you'd let me see the original police report into Stefan Codrescu. It was 8 years ago, so it can't be of any interest to anyone now. I'd like to see the forensic reports, the interrogations, all of it." He shook his head. "That's not going to happen." "Why not?" "Because it's confidential. It's police work. You really think we're going to release sensitive information to any member of the public who comes knocking at the door? But suppose Stefan Codrescu didn't do it." That was when Locke's patience snapped and his voice took on a threatening tone. "Listen to me," he said. "I was the one who led the investigation, so frankly, what you just said is insulting. You weren't anywhere near when the murder happened. You just sat back and let your golden boy turn it into a fairy story. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that Codrescu killed Frank Paris for the money that he needed to feed his gambling habit. He confessed as much in a room identical to this one, just 1 floor above, and his brief was sitting next to him all the time. There were no thumbscrews, no threats. Codrescu was a career criminal, and it was madness having him in the hotel in the first place. If you're so interested in crime, let me tell you a story. A true story. Just 1 month before the murder at Branlow Hall, I was part of a team that closed down a Romanian gang operating in Ipswich. They were a charming bunch of people involved in begging, violent assaults and burglary. They were all graduates of a Romanian crime academy. I'm not kidding you. They even had their own textbooks, which taught them how to avoid electronic detection, how to hide their DNA, that sort of thing. Well, it turned out that their biggest earner was a brothel in the Ravenswood district, and the youngest girl working there was 14 years old. 14! She'd been trafficked into the country and she was being forced to service 3 or 4 men a night. If she refused, they beat her and starved her. Now, is that something you think your readers would enjoy? The continued rape of a 14-year-old child? Maybe Atticus Punt should have been sent out to investigate that one. "I don't understand why you're telling me this," I said. "Of course, it's horrible what you're describing. But was Stefan Codrescu involved?" "No." He stared at me as if I'd missed the point. "Then what you're saying is he must have killed Frank Paris because he was Romanian." Locke let out something close to a snarl and got to his feet so quickly that his chair would have toppled backwards if it hadn't been screwed to the floor. "Just get out of here," he said, "and get out of Suffolk." "Actually, I'm driving to London." "That's good. Because if I get the impression that you're obstructing my investigation into the disappearance of Cecily Traherne, I will arrest you. I stood up, but I didn't leave yet. So what do you think has happened to Cecily? I asked. He stared at me, but then he answered, I don't know, he said. My guess is that she's dead and that somebody may have killed her. Maybe it was her husband. Maybe they had an argument and he stuck a knife in her, although we haven't found a trace of her DNA on him or anywhere else it shouldn't be. Maybe it was that creepy guy who lives with his mother and works nights. Maybe he had a thing for her, or maybe it was just a complete stranger who just happened to be walking along the River Deben with an erection and a sick mind. We may never know, but I'll tell you one thing that it wasn't. It wasn't somebody who was named in a stupid detective story written 8 years ago. So get that in your head and go back home and stop asking questions. I won't warn you again. Lawrence Traherne. I stopped at a service station on the edge of London and picked up my emails. Still nothing from Andreas. A confirmation from James Taylor, 7:30 at Le Caprice, and a long note from Lawrence Traherne, which I read over a coffee and a croissant so stale and doughy that it bore no relation to anything you might ever buy in France. The email was very well timed. Here was a step-by-step account of what had happened at Branlow Hall, told from a single perspective. It was interesting to see how it connected with what I already knew. I could also use it as a reference when I met Lionel Corby the next morning. This is what I read. From Lawrence Traherne, lawrence.traherne@branlow.com. Sent 21st of June 2016 at 14:35. To Susan Ryeland, s.ryeland@polydorus.co.gr. Subject, Cecily. Dear Susan, you asked me about my memories of the wedding day. I'm writing this with assistance from my wife, although you will have to forgive the absence of any particular style, which is to say I am not much of a writer, I'm afraid. The story that Alan Conway wrote is very different from what happened at Branlow Hall in 2008, so I do wonder how any of this can be of very much use to you, but at the same time, it can't hurt to have the facts set out, at least insofar as I remember them. You might like to know how Aidan and my daughter met, and I'll start there because I believe it is part of the story. At the start of August 2005, Cecily was in London and she was thinking of leaving the hotel. As I may have already mentioned to you, and it pains me to say it, she and her sister had always had quite a difficult relationship. I don't want you to read anything into that. Two girls growing up together are always going to argue about music, clothes, boyfriends, and things like that, and my two daughters were no exceptions. Lisa has always said that Cecily was our favourite, but there's no truth in that. She was our first child, and we loved them both equally. At the time, the two of them were grown up and they were working together at Branlow Hall. The idea was that they would take it off our hands eventually, but the relationship wasn't working. There was a lot of tension between them, and I'm not going to go into the details, as it was nothing more than tittle-tattle. But the upshot was that Cecily decided to strike out on her own. She'd lived her whole life in Suffolk, and she fancied having a crack at the big city. We offered to buy her a flat in London, which may sound extravagant, but it was something we had been thinking about already. We liked going down to theatres and concerts, and in the long run it would be more economical, so that was why she was there. She found a little place in East London that she liked the look of, and Aidan was the estate agent who showed her round. They hit it off immediately. He was a couple of years younger than her, but he was doing very well for himself. He'd already saved up enough money to buy himself a place on the Edgware Road, near Marble Arch. Not bad for someone in their 20s, even if it was only one room. While they were talking, Cecily discovered that it was actually his birthday that day, and she insisted on going off with him and meeting his friends. That was very much how Cecily behaved. She liked to take the bull by the horns, and she told me later that she knew that the two of them were compatible from the very start. We met Aidan soon after, and we liked him very much. As a matter of fact, he did us a huge favour because he was as keen to leave London as Cecily had been to go there, and he persuaded her to stay at Branlow Hall. He didn't like the city, and he didn't think she would either, but they would keep his flat as a useful bolt hole if they needed to get away. But, as a matter of fact, after he arrived, Cecily's relationship with Lisa got a lot better. It was 2 against 1, you see. Aidan gave her self-confidence. I'm attaching a couple of photographs of Cecily, by the way. You may have seen some of the pictures in the newspapers, but none of them did her justice. She's a beautiful girl. She reminds me so much of her mother at that age. Aidan and Cecily moved into Branlow Cottage 6 months before they got married. Lisa had been living there, but we persuaded her to move into a place we owned in Woodbridge. It made sense, particularly after Roxana was born. Aidan took over the PR side of the business. He did all the brochures, press releases, advertising, special events, and he did a very good job. It was about this time that Pauline and I realised that we could retire with a clear conscience. Lisa was doing a terrific job too. Despite what she said to you the other day, I don't think she disliked Aidan. I rather hoped he'd jolt her into getting married herself. And so to the point of all this. June the 15th, 2008, the wedding weekend. I've gone over every minute of it, starting on the Thursday, and all the problems that came our way. First off, there was a bust-up over the phone with the contractors who were supposed to be delivering the marquee. Their lorry had broken down and they were going to be late, which is one of the poorest excuses I'd ever heard. It didn't come until lunchtime Friday, and it was the devil's work to get it up on time. Cecily was in a state because one of the bridesmaids had come down with bad flu, and she'd managed to lose a pen which I'd lent her. It was a 1956 Mont Blanc 342 with a gold nib. A really lovely piece in its original box and never been used. I was actually quite angry with her, although I didn't say anything at the time. Anyway, I'd wanted her to have it because it was something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue. Lisa was always convinced that Stefan must have taken the pen. He was in and out of the house carrying things, and it was just sitting there on the table. I mentioned that to the police, but it was never found. In the end, Cecily had to make do with 2 coins, one of Pauline's brooches and a ribbon. What else? Cecily hadn't slept well all week. Last-minute nerves. I'd given her some diazepam. She didn't want to take it, but Aidan and Pauline insisted, as we didn't want her going down the aisle looking like a zombie. She needed to look her best and feel her best for the big day. At least we were lucky with the weather. Friday was absolutely glorious. The forecasters getting it right for a change. The guests started arriving, the marquee finally went up, and we were all able to relax. I wasn't there when Frank Paris booked in. That was on Thursday afternoon, and I was at home in Southwold. I saw him very briefly early on Friday morning when I drove to the hotel. He was getting into a taxi. I caught sight of him wearing a light fawn-coloured blazer and white trousers. He had curly silver hair, a bit like the boy in that painting by Millet, if you know what I mean. And the thing is, I had an idea he was trouble even then. It's easy enough to say it after the event, but he was arguing with the driver who was a regular at the hotel, a very reliable man who was only a couple of minutes late, and I got the sense of a passing cloud. In my view, and I'm not afraid to say it, he and Alan Conway were 2 of a kind. We had a party on Friday night. We wanted to thank the staff for all their hard work, and of course they would be busy the next day, so it seemed only fair. We had it out by the swimming pool. It was a lovely evening, perhaps a little too warm. There was sparkling wine, canapes, Pims. Cecily made a speech, thanking everyone. It was very much appreciated. I suppose you'll want to know who was there. Well, basically, it was the entire staff, including Anton, who was the chef, Lionel, Natasha, William, he looked after the grounds, Cecily, Aidan, Lisa, Pauline, and myself, and, of course, Stefan. I invited very few of the family, although I seem to remember that Pauline's brother was there, and Aidan's mother, who was very sweet, looked in for about 10 minutes before she went to bed. This was meant to be a hotel event rather than part of the wedding. I could send you a complete list if you wanted, but there were about 25 people in all. I need to tell you about Stefan, and I might as well start by saying that despite everything that happened, I always liked him. I found him quiet, hard-working, polite, and, at least as far as I could see, grateful for the opportunity we had given him. Cecily was exactly of my mind. As you know, she defended him quite passionately, at least to start with, and she was terribly disappointed when he confessed to the murder. It was only Lisa who had any doubts about him. She was convinced he was pilfering, and it gives me no pleasure at all to acknowledge that in the end she was proved right. I wish now that we'd all listened to her sooner and got rid of Stefan, but there's no point going over all that now. In fact, Lisa and Stefan had met the day before, that was the Thursday, and she had given him his notice. So by the time he came to the pool party on Friday evening, Stefan knew that he was on his way out. We were giving him a generous payoff, 3 months' wages, by the way, so he wasn't exactly going to starve, but even so it may well explain what happened consequently. That evening he got quite drunk. Lionel, the spa manager, had to help him back to his room. Maybe he had already decided that he was going to make up for his loss of salary by stealing from the guest. I don't know. I don't know why Lisa had to take the action she did 2 days before the wedding. It could have been better timed. One other thing about the party before I move on. Derek Endicott didn't come. He was in a strange mood that evening. I did try to talk to him, but he seemed quite distracted, as if he'd had bad news. I should have mentioned this to you before, but I'm only remembering it now as I write everything down. Pauline said he looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Derek was on duty that night. Pauline and I went home at about 10:30. According to the police, Frank Paris was murdered sometime after midnight, attacked with a hammer in room 12 where he was staying. We knew nothing about that until later. Pauline and I arrived at the hotel the following day, the day of our daughter's wedding, at 10 o'clock. We had coffee and biscuits with the guests, and the service took place in the Rose Garden, which is on the south side of the house, on the other side of the ha-ha. It took place at midday with the registrar from Suffolk County Council. Lunch was at 12:45 in the marquee with 110 guests arranged over 8 tables. There was a fabulous menu. A Thai, cashew and quinoa salad, then poached salmon, and then a white peach frangipan galette. I was quite nervous because I had to make a speech, and I've never been very comfortable with public speaking. But, as things turned out, I never said a word. Nobody did. The moment I became aware that something was wrong was when I heard someone screaming outside the hotel. The sound was muffled by the canvas, but it was still clear that something was very wrong. Then Helen came into the tent. Helen was our head of housekeeping. She was a very reliable, quiet woman, and nothing would normally ruffle her feathers. But I could see at once that she was very upset. My first thought was that the hotel must be on fire, because there was no earthly reason for her to come in otherwise. At first she wouldn't tell me what was wrong. She asked me to come with her, and although the first course was about to be served, I realized I had no choice. Natasha was waiting outside, and she was in a terrible state, as white as a sheet, with tears running down her cheeks. She was the one who had found the body, and it was an absolutely horrible sight. Frank Paris had been wearing his pyjamas. He was lying on the bed, not in it, with his head smashed in so that he was unrecognizable. There was blood everywhere, as well as bits of bone and all the rest of it. Horrible. Helen had already called the police, which was exactly the right thing to do, but of course, as you can imagine, that signalled an immediate end to the wedding, and sure enough, even as we spoke outside the marquee, I heard the first sirens heading our way from the A12. It's almost impossible to describe what happened next. A perfect English wedding was turned in a matter of minutes into a total nightmare. 4 police cars turned up in the end, and we must have had a dozen or more officers and detectives and photographers and forensics swarming over the grounds. The first person to arrive on the scene was a detective inspector called Jane Cregan, and I have to say she did a very good job taking charge. Some of the guests were coming out of the tent wondering what was going on, and she made them all go inside and then went in and explained something of what had happened. She was very sensitive to the situation, but the fact was the party was over and nobody was allowed to leave. One minute they were wedding guests, now they were either suspects or potential witnesses, and the marquee had become a giant holding pen. The ones I felt most sorry for were Aidan and Cecily, of course. They had a room booked in London and a flight leaving the next day for their honeymoon in Antigua. I talked to Miss Cregan about them being allowed to go. They couldn't have had anything to do with the murder. Neither of them had even met Frank Paris. Well, briefly the day before. But it didn't make any difference. We got the money back on our insurance in the end, and they went to the Caribbean a couple of weeks later, but still, it was hardly a great start to married life. Part of me still wishes that Natasha hadn't gone into room 12 until later in the day. Maybe Aidan and Cecily could have got away before the body was discovered. Natasha had started work at 8:30, and she had gone past room 12 on her way to the Moonflower wing. At the time, she was sure there had been a Do Not Disturb notice on the door, and she had decided to leave it until last. When she went back just after 1 o'clock, the sign wasn't there. It was actually found in a dustbin further down the corridor. It had been thrown away. The police did wonder about that. Stefan Codrescu might have placed the sign on the door to disguise what he had done, but when you think about it, there wouldn't have been any point, and why would he have taken it off again later? Later on, he denied touching it, although the police found his fingerprints on it, along with a tiny sample of Frank Paris's blood. So he was obviously lying. To be honest, it's something I've thought about, and it still makes no sense. The sign was there at 9:30, and at 1 o'clock it was in the bin. What possible explanation can there be? Did someone find the body and feel a need to hide it for 3.5 hours? Did Stefan feel a need to go back into the room? In the end, the police decided that Natasha must have got it wrong. Unfortunately, you can't talk to her. She went back to Estonia, and I have no idea where she is. I also heard that Helen died a couple of years ago. She had breast cancer. Perhaps D.I. Cregan can help. As for Stefan, he had kept a low profile on the day of the wedding. He may have been nursing a hangover, but when I saw him, he was sulky and in a bad mood. The toilet off the entrance hall was blocked, and he had to deal with it, which wasn't particularly pleasant, but you might as well know that I felt duty-bound to tell the police that he looked as if he'd been awake half the night. His eyes were bleary with lack of sleep. He had a master key to all the rooms, and so it would have been easy for him to enter room 12. And he looked exactly like someone who had just committed a horrible crime and was waiting for the axe to fall. I hope this helps you. I'm still waiting to hear your thoughts on the book. As to your other request, if you would like to give me your partner's bank details, I would be happy to send you an advance of the sum that we agreed. Shall we say £2,500? Best wishes, Lawrence Traherne. P.S. The name of the guest we moved out of room 12 was George Saunders. He had been the headmaster at Broomswell Grove Secondary School and had come to Suffolk for a reunion. L.T. There were 2 photographs of Cecily attached, both taken on the day of her wedding. Lawrence had described his daughter as beautiful and, of course, as her father, and on that particular day, what other word would he use? But it wasn't exactly true. She was wearing an ivory wedding dress, with a locket of platinum or white gold engraved with a heart and an arrow and 3 stars. Her naturally blonde hair had been styled immaculately, in a way that made me think of Grace Kelly, and she was looking past the camera as if she had just caught sight of the perfect happiness that lay ahead and that was to be hers. And yet there was something inescapably ordinary about her. I really don't want to be cruel. She was an attractive woman. Everything about the photograph suggested to me that she was somebody I would like to have known and still hoped, faintly, to meet. I suppose all I'm saying is that I could imagine her filling in tax forms or doing the washing up and the gardening, but not speeding round a series of hairpin bends in 1950s Monaco in an Aston Martin convertible. I closed my laptop and walked back to the car. I still had to hit London and then take the North Circular Road all the way round to Ladbroke Grove. Craig Andrews had said he would be home by 4 to let me in, and I wanted to shower and change clothes before dinner at Le Caprice. I should have spent longer thinking about what I had read. Lawrence's email contained a great many of the answers to the puzzle. I just hadn't seen them yet. Ladbroke Grove. When I was working as an editor, I liked to see where my writers lived and worked. I wanted to know what books they had on their shelves and the art they had on their walls, whether their desks were neat and orderly or a battlefield of notes and discarded ideas. It always irritated me that my most successful author, Alan Conway, never once invited me to the sprawling folly that was Abbey Grange. He'd renamed it after a Conan Doyle short story. I only saw it after he was dead. I'm not sure that we need to know the life story of an author to appreciate his or her work. Take Charles Dickens, for example. Does it add very much to our enjoyment of Oliver Twist to know that he had himself been a street urchin in London, working at a blacking factory with a boy who happened to be called Fagin? Conversely, when we meet his female characters, is it a distraction to recall how badly he treated his wife? Literary festivals all over the country turn writers into performers and open doors into their private lives that I often think would be better left closed. In my view, it's more satisfying to learn about authors from the work they produce, rather than the other way round. But editing a book is a very different experience from just reading it. It's a collaboration, and I always saw it as my job to get inside my writer's head, to share something of the process of creativity. Books may be written in isolation, but their creators are, to an extent, defined by their surroundings, and I always found that the more I knew about them, the more I could help them with what they were trying to achieve. I'd visited Craig Andrews once when I was editing his first novel. He had a 3-bedroom house on a quiet street with residential parking and lots of trees. He had converted the basement into a spacious kitchen and dining area with French windows opening onto a patio. The ground floor was given over to a study/library and a sitting room with a widescreen TV on the wall and an upright piano. The bedrooms were further up on 2 more floors. Craig had plenty of female friends, but he had never been married, so the taste was entirely his. Expensive, but restrained. There were books everywhere, hundreds of them on shelves that had been designed to fit into every nook and cranny. And it goes without saying that anyone who collects books can't be all bad. It might seem strange that someone whose work included graphic descriptions of gang violence and the lengths or depths to which women would go to smuggle drugs into jail should have a fondness for romantic poetry and French watercolours, but then it had always been the elegance of his writing, along with its authenticity, that I had admired. I was the one who had discovered Craig. At least, I had believed the young agent who had recommended him to me, and after I had read his manuscript, I snapped him up immediately with a 2-book contract. His first novel came with the title A Life Without Mirrors, which was actually a rather marvellous quotation from Margaret Atwood. To live in prison is to live without mirrors. To live without mirrors is to live without the self. It was also the first thing I changed. His book was well written, but it wasn't literary fiction, and Craig certainly wasn't interested in the sort of sales that unfortunately go with that territory. Jail Time may have been crasser, but it was short and sharp and looked good on the cover. As he'd told me in his email, he'd been doing time ever since. He greeted me at the door, dressed in his trademark T-shirt and jeans, with, I noticed, bare feet. I suppose anyone who has spent 20 years in banking has earned the right to go without a tie or socks. He was 44, I remembered from his biography. He looked younger. He belonged to a local gym and he used it. He had the sort of cover photograph that helps sell books. Susan, how great to see you. A kiss on both cheeks. Let me help you with that bag. Come on in. He showed me up to a comfortable room on the top floor. It was built into the eaves with windows overlooking communal gardens at the back. Certainly a step up from the Premier Inn. There was an ensuite bathroom with one of those showers that squirt water in every direction, and Craig suggested I might like to use it and change while he put on the kettle. We would both be out that evening. He was going to the theatre. I had dinner with James Taylor. I'll give you a spare set of keys and show you where the fridge is, and after that you're on your own. It was good to see him again. A reminder of the life I had managed to mislay in the course of my involvement with Alan Conway. I unzipped my wheelie and pulled out my clothes, along with the purchases I'd made in Woodbridge. I'd transferred them to the case when I got out of the car. There was no way I was going to turn up on his doorstep looking as if I'd just been to the sales. Even so, I was a little uncomfortable as I laid everything out on the bed. Part of it was a feeling I often get when I stay in other people's houses, a sense of crossing a line, of intrusion. It was one of the reasons I had decided against asking Katie to put me up. Had I really come here to save the cost of a couple of nights in a cheap hotel? No, that wasn't fair. Craig had invited me, and I hadn't seen any reason not to accept. It would be more pleasant than being on my own. But I had definitely felt a pang of guilt when I'd called him, and now, glancing at my laptop, which was also on the bed, I knew why. I was engaged to Andreas. We might have postponed the wedding, but we hadn't completely called it off. The diamond ring was back in the shop, but there were other diamond rings. So what was I doing in the home of a man I barely knew? Moreover, a man who was wealthy, single, and about my age. I hadn't mentioned any of this to Andreas. What would I have said if he had gone sneaking off to some Athenian lovely? How would I have felt? Of course, I reminded myself nothing was going to happen. Craig had never shown any interest in me, or the other way round. But it probably didn't help that even as these thoughts went through my head, I was standing in his shower, enjoying, incidentally, the sort of water pressure that we had never been able to achieve in Crete. I felt exposed in every way. I wondered if I should FaceTime Andreas and tell him where I was. At least it would remove any hint of betrayal. I was on business. I was earning £10,000, which would all go into the hotel. With the time difference, it would be 8 o'clock in Crete. Dinner time for the guests, even though the locals preferred to eat much later. Andreas might be helping out in the kitchen. He might be looking after the bar. He must have read my email by now. Why hadn't he FaceTimed me? The laptop was still sitting there accusingly when I came out. I decided to give it another day before I emailed him again. Craig was waiting for me downstairs, and it would be rude to keep him waiting too long. And maybe I didn't want to talk to Andreas. He was the one who needed to talk to me. I put on the new cocktail dress and a pair of simple silver earrings I'd bought myself in Crete. A final dash of perfume on each wrist, and I went downstairs. "You look great." Craig flicked off the kettle as I came into the kitchen and poured boiling water into a glass teapot with big, authentic-looking leaves. He had also changed into a long-sleeved shirt. And he had socks as well as shoes. "It's white tea from Sri Lanka," he continued. "I was at the Gaul Festival last February." "How was it?" "Wonderful. Except that any writers who upset them, they tend to throw in jail. I shouldn't have gone." He brought 2 cups and saucers over to the table. "And on the subject of jail, did you write to Stefan Codrescu?" "I'm still waiting to hear from him." "So what's that about?" I told him about the book that Alan had written, about Lawrence and Pauline Traherne and their visit to Crete, about Cecily's disappearance. I did my best to make it sound less like an adventure with me as the plucky heroine on the trail of a killer. Maybe I was thinking of what Richard Locke had said to me in Martlesham Heath. Cecily Traherne, a mother with a young child, could have been murdered while she was out walking her dog. There was no doubt that Frank Paris had been beaten to death 8 years before. It was all too easy to trivialize these 2 events, to make them sound merely entertaining. That wasn't why I was here. I wasn't Atticus Punt. My job, I explained, was to read the book and to see if I could find in it anything that might help. "How well did you know Alan Conway?" Craig asked. "Well, I published his first novel, the same as yours," I said. "You were a lot nicer, though." Craig smiled. "Thanks." "I mean it. In the end, I worked on 9 of his novels, and I loved them, at least until I got to the end." "Are you going to tell me what happened?" I had no choice. After all, I had accepted his hospitality. I told him everything, aware of the passing of time only from the fact that at some stage we moved on from white tea to white wine. "That's an extraordinary story," he said when I had finally finished. "Do you mind if I ask you something?" "Go ahead." "You nearly got yourself killed while you were investigating, and now you're doing it a second time? You're suggesting that someone may have murdered Cecily because of what she knew. Couldn't the same thing happen to you?" Katie had said exactly the same thing, and I gave him the same reply. I'm being careful. But was it true? I'd had meetings with Aidan McNeill, with Derek Endicott, with Lisa Traherne, and with Martin and Joanne Williams. I'd been on my own with them, and any one of them could have been lying to me. Any one of them could have beaten a man to death with a hammer. The nanny was creepy, and even the detective was vaguely threatening. These certainly weren't the sort of people I should be mixing with. But how could I get anything out of them without trusting them, at least to some extent? Maybe I was putting myself in danger after all. "Have you reread the book?" Craig asked. "Atticus Punt takes the case?" "Not yet. I thought I'd start it on Monday." "Here. You can have my copy if you like." He went over to a bookshelf and returned with the new edition in his hand. "Someone bought it for me, but I've still got the old edition upstairs, unless you've already got one." "No, I was going to buy it." "Then that'll save you." He looked at his watch. "I have to go," he said. "I may not see you later. The play doesn't finish till 10:30. Why don't you let me buy you dinner tomorrow night? I haven't asked you anything about your writing or your new publishers and all the rest of it. I take it you're not married or anything." "Good God, no." "Then let's go somewhere local, if you don't mind me staying a second night." "Not at all, I'd like that." He left ahead of me, and it was only after he had gone that I realised what should have been obvious from the start. With his neat beard, his dark skin, and his brown eyes, Craig reminded me very much of Andreas. Several years younger and wealthier, in every respect in better shape. The thought was an unworthy one, but it was true. I'd always been attracted to a certain type of man, and it occurred to me that if Andreas was the reality, Craig was the ideal. But I was with Andreas. I took an Uber into town. There would have been nowhere to park my MG, so I'd left it in a car park near Ladbroke Grove Station. It took me half an hour to get to Le Caprice. And all the way, I thought of Craig. Le Caprice, London. The last time I'd had dinner with James Taylor, the two of us had got very drunk together, and I was determined it wasn't going to happen again. Certainly not at the sorts of prices you pay at Le Caprice. I'd only ever been there once. Charles Clover, my boss, took me for my birthday, and that wasn't a relationship that had ended well. The food was great, but what I remember was everyone staring at me as I crossed the room. It's impossible to reach your table without being seen, which may be the point for half the people who eat there, but it doesn't work for me. I prefer places that are more anonymous, where I don't feel I have to be on my best behaviour. I wondered why James had chosen it. It was certainly a step up from the Crown in Framlingham. He was 10 minutes late, and I was beginning to think he was going to stand me up when he came bounding in, shown to our table by a waiter who seemed to know him well. It was 2 years since I had seen him, and as he crossed the room, I thought he looked exactly the same. The long hair, the baby face with its contradictory stubble, the eyes full of enjoyment and enthusiasm, though with just a hint of something sly around the corner. I had taken an immediate liking to him when we'd first met at Abbey Grange, and hoped I would feel the same now. But as he sat down, apologising about the traffic, I saw that something wasn't quite right, that he looked tired, strained. He'd been partying too late, drinking too much, and possibly taking too many drugs. He had the classic looks of a sybarite, and if there was something Byron-esque about him, I had to remind myself that Lord Byron was dead, killed by sepsis at just 36. He was dressed in the same black leather jacket and T-shirt that he had always favoured, although the brands were more expensive. As he raised a hand to order champagne, I noticed a gold bracelet and 2 rings that hadn't been there before. "Susan, it was such a surprise to hear from you. A dinner's on me, and I won't hear of any argument. How are you? I heard you got hurt when you were trying to find out who killed Alan. That's awful. It's hard to believe that he was actually murdered. I wonder what he would have thought of that. It probably helped sell the books." I relaxed. His appearance might have changed, but James was still very much his old self. I don't think he'd have been too impressed, I said. He didn't much like murder stories. He didn't like being in the newspapers. He often used to talk about how many inches he'd get. In his obituary, I mean. He hooted with laughter, then grabbed the menu. I'm going to have scallops and steak and chips. I love the food here, and I want to hear everything that happened. Why was Alan killed exactly? Who had he upset? And how did you get involved? I'll tell you everything, I said, thinking that I'd already gone through it all with Craig and was beginning to feel fed up with the whole thing. But first, I want to hear about you and how you've been getting on. Are you acting in anything? The last time we met, you said you were going back to drama school. I did apply to RADA and Central, but they weren't interested in me. I'm probably too old and debauched. Anyway, my heart isn't really in it, and I've got so much money now I don't need to work. Did you know that we sold Abbey Grange for 2 million quid? I don't know who'd pay that much to sit in a field in the middle of sodding Suffolk, but I'm not complaining. Alan's books are still selling and they keep sending me royalty checks. It's like winning the lottery, except it happens every 6 months. Alan Conway had been married. He'd had a child with his wife Melissa, but 6 months after the publication of Atticus Punt Takes the Case, he had come out as gay. The two of them had divorced and eventually she'd moved to Bradford-on-Avon in Wiltshire. For at least 1 year during their relationship, Alan had taken to using rent boys. He'd picked them up in London in the early days of the internet when cards in telephone boxes were slowly being phased out. My dinner companion had been one of them. James had spared no details telling me about their time together, the sex, the surreptitious travel to France and the USA. I'd actually found his shamelessness quite endearing. Alan had employed James as his researcher. And I'm sure all the money he was paying, effectively for sex, he had claimed as a tax-deductible expense. After the divorce, James had moved in with him, although the 20-year age gap hadn't made things easy for either of them. James Fraser, who turned up in the 4th novel as Punt's sidekick, was based on him. A slightly kinder portrait than the one Conway had inflicted on me. He had appeared in every book until the end. We ordered our food, the champagne arrived, and James told me about his new life in London. He had bought himself a flat in Kensington, which was where he had been living before. He travelled a lot. He'd had a series of affairs, but now he was in a serious relationship with an older man, a jewellery designer. He's a bit like Alan, really. It's funny how you always end up going back for more of the same. His partner, Ian, was encouraging him to settle down, to do something with his life, but he couldn't decide what. Did you know? They're making the TV series of the first Atticus Punt, he told me. When do they start shooting? They already have. They've got Sir Kenneth Branagh playing Atticus Punt, and I'm an executive producer. He beamed with pleasure. I'm not in the first book, but if they make all of them, someone will end up playing me. I've suggested Ben Whishaw. What do you think? After the first course, and the food was delicious, I reluctantly steered the conversation back to Alan Conway. It was, after all, the whole point of the meeting. That meant giving him a quick rundown of everything that had happened since Crete. He had read about Cecily Treherne's disappearance in the papers, but it hadn't made much of an impression on him. He was much more interested in Alan's involvement in the original murder, and when I told him the name of the victim, he took me completely by surprise. I knew Frank Paris, he said. How? How do you think, darling? He fucked me quite a few times, as I recall. The tables at Le Caprice are quite close together, and I noticed the couple eating next to us turn their heads. Where? In London. He had a flat in Shepherd's Market, not far from here, actually. I never liked having clients in my own space. I usually went to hotels, nice and anonymous. But Frank wasn't in the closet, far from it. He'd take you to restaurants and clubs and show you off to his friends before he took you home. Why did he use rent boys? Because he could. Frank had a taste for young boys and he could afford to pay for them. He wasn't into marriage and partners and all that. Or maybe he was, but he never admitted it. Anyway, he was quite kinky. It might not have been easy to find a partner who wanted to do the sorts of things he liked. What sort of things? The words just slipped out before I could stop them, but James wasn't embarrassed. Humiliation, mainly. Dressing up, a bit of bondage. I met quite a few men like that. Out to give you a bad time. The people at the next table were listening with interest. How did Alan meet him? I asked, deliberately lowering my voice and hoping he would do the same. I don't know exactly, but it wouldn't have been difficult. There were plenty of bars in London, or it could have been in one of those chariots places, you know, a bathhouse. We actually had a foursome once, me and Alan and Frank and Leo. I'm talking about dinner, by the way, not what you think. I got the impression that Frank was Alan's spirit guide, if you like. Alan was still very unsure of himself, his sexuality, and Frank encouraged him along the way. Who was Leo? He was another rent boy like me. James still hadn't lowered his voice, and I was aware of a certain hush at the other tables around us. I'm sure this wasn't the usual sort of conversation you'd hear at Le Caprice. A lot of us knew each other, he went on. We didn't exactly socialise, but it helped to know if there were any weirdos out there, pretty policemen, that sort of thing. Were you living with Alan at the time Frank was murdered? No, not yet. Although we were seeing quite a bit of each other and Alan was already talking about us moving in together. We were actually away when it happened. We heard the news on the radio. He thought back. I have to say, I was quite shocked. I mean, if Frank had been hammered to death in his London flat or in a back street in Soho, you wouldn't have blinked. He would have just gone with the territory, particularly with his predilections, but in a posh hotel in the middle of the country. Was Alan upset? That was more difficult to answer. I wouldn't say that he was upset, no, but he was intrigued. He was on a book tour in Europe. You probably remember. Alan hated touring. That was the funny thing about him. He hated the people who loved his books. We were in France and Holland and Germany, and after it was all over, he rented a villa in Tuscany for 3 weeks up in the hills. It was a beautiful place. So when did he hear about the death? I heard about it on the radio, and I told him. Anyway, he went round to the hotel almost as soon as we got back, not because he gave a toss about Frank Paris, but because he thought he might be able to use it in his next book. The second course came, steak for James, Dover sole for me. As I watched the waiter expertly slicing away with 2 knives, it occurred to me that in a way he and I were doing exactly the same thing, separating the flesh to find the bones underneath. The only difference was that he would discard them. I needed them to make sense of what had happened. The thing is that Alan was stuck, James went on. He was in a foul mood in Tuscany. The first 2 books had done brilliantly. He was already well known and the money was pouring in. Well, of course, you'd know that, wouldn't you? It was mainly thanks to you. But the 3rd book wouldn't come. Not until he visited Branlow Hall. That's right. He actually took a room and stayed there a couple of nights, although there was hardly any need to, as he only lived 20 minutes away, and he was quite nervous he was going to run into Melissa. Why? I puzzled. I thought she'd moved to Bradford-on-Avon. No, that was later. After they split up and sold their house in Alford, she wanted to stay close for a while. I don't know why. Maybe she just needed time to work things out. So she rented a house that was actually right next to the hotel. In fact, there was a gate at the bottom of her garden and it led into the grounds. So Melissa had been on the scene too. I filed the information away for later. That never happened, thank goodness, James went on. You have to remember that she knew he was gay, but nobody else did. He hadn't come out yet, and he hadn't told anybody about me. Did you know about him? No, I only found out when I read about it in the newspapers. Well, that was Alan for you. Anyway, he spent 3 or 4 days there, and I knew he'd got the story for his book because when he came back, he was in a great mood, and he said he'd spoken to loads of people and knew what he was going to write. My ears pricked up at that. Do you know who he spoke to? Everyone! When James had come in, he had been carrying a plastic shopping bag that he had dumped on the floor under the table. Now he picked it up and showed it to me. I've brought everything I could find. There are photographs, notes, memory sticks, some of them with recordings. There may be more stuff at the house. If I find anything else, I'll let you know. That's fantastic, James. Thank you. I was actually very surprised. I didn't think you'd have kept his old papers. James nodded. I wasn't going to, he said. When I sold the house, I was going to chuck it all out. You have no idea how much of it there was. For a start, there were hundreds of books. 9 titles in 30 languages. 34, I corrected him. What was I going to do with Atticus Punt in Japanese? And then there were the manuscripts, the proof copies, the notepads, all the different drafts. I actually had someone coming in a van from Ipswich to take it all to the local dump. But then 2 things happened. First of all, I got a call from some university in America. They said they were very sorry to hear of Alan's death and that they were interested in acquiring his archive. Note the word acquiring. They didn't say they would pay, at least not in so many words, but they did make it clear that all his old manuscripts and all the rest of it had a value. And then, this was before probate came through and I was very short of cash, I decided to sell some of Alan's books. I chose some of his Agatha Christie's. He had the whole lot, you know. So I took a handful into a second-hand bookshop in Felixstowe, and I was very lucky that the owner was honest because he told me that they were all first editions and they were worth a small fortune. The one about Roger Ackroyd was worth $2,000 on its own. And there was me expecting to get enough money for fish and chips. And I'm not talking about the sort of fish and chips you get here. So you've still got everything, I said. I've told the university to make an offer. I'm still waiting. But I kept everything else. The whole lot of it. I was meaning to go through it all and work out what was what, but I'm a lazy bastard and I still haven't got round to it. Anyway, after you rang, I pulled out everything I could find relating to Atticus Punt Takes the Case. That was the right book, wasn't it? Yes. We were lucky that everything was labelled. Alan was like that. If anyone wrote anything about him in the newspapers, he'd cut it out and stuck it in a book. He was quite an expert on himself. He laughed gleefully. I'd like to have it all back, if you don't mind. You might be looking at my old age pension. It was hard to imagine James Taylor ever being old. Did he talk to you about the murder? Alan never talked to me about his books, even when he put me in them. But, like I say, he was in a much better mood when he came home. And I'll tell you one thing he did say. They've got the wrong man. He was quite smug about it. He was talking about Stefan Codrescu. I don't know who that is. He was the man who was arrested. Well, I think that's exactly what Alan meant. He actually knew the detective in charge of the investigation, and he was quite convinced he'd ballsed it all up. But he didn't tell you who the killer was. No. I'm sorry. You'd have thought if he really knew who murdered Frank Paris, he'd have said. Especially since Frank was his friend. James grimaced. Well, that's not necessarily true. I was fond of Alan, but he could be a complete tosser. He was one of the most selfish men I've ever met. I don't think he gave a damn about Frank Paris or whoever killed him. He prodded his fork in my direction. Anyway, it's quite possible he didn't know. Do you? No, I admitted. But you'll find out, he smiled. I must say, Susan, it is funny the two of us here, together again, and the ghost of Alan still hovering over us. I wonder if he'll ever leave us alone. He picked up his glass. To Alan. We clinked glasses. But I didn't drink. Cecily Traherne. It was late when I got back to Ladbroke Grove, but there was no way I was going to sleep. I upended the plastic bag that James had given me and allowed the contents to spill out onto the bed. There was a full typescript of Atticus Punt Takes the Case, with annotations in the margins, the whole thing bound in a plastic cover, several notebooks, half a dozen photographs, some drawings, newspaper clippings about the murder at Branlow Hall, including the pieces from the East Anglian Daily Times I had already read, various computer printouts, and 3 memory sticks. Looking at this collection, I was quite certain that the answers I was looking for must be in front of me. Who had killed Frank Paris, and where was Cecily Traherne? This was evidence that even the police hadn't seen. But where was I to begin? The manuscript was, as far as I could see, a second draft, and it might have been of interest to a keen-eyed archivist. For example, the first sentence of the book originally read, "Torley on the Water was a tiny village that consisted of little more than a harbour and 2 narrow streets, surrounded by no fewer than 4 different stretches of water." Alan had circled 3 words, tiny, little, and narrow, and I would have done the same. There are just too many descriptions relating to smallness in one sentence. He then crossed out the whole paragraph and used it later on in the first chapter, opening it instead in the kitchen of Clarence Keep, or Clarence Court, as it was originally called. And so on. There was nothing here that would have been of any interest to the world at large, and it certainly had no relevance to the murder. The notebooks were similarly academic. I recognised Alan's neat, cramped handwriting, the pale blue ink that he favoured. There were dozens of pages filled with questions, ideas, crossings out, arrows. Algernon knows about Will. Blackmails him? Jason had one night stand with Nancy. £60. Knickers stolen from drawer. Some of the names would change, but most of these ideas would turn up in one form or another. He had drawn detailed floor plans of Branlow Hall, which he had used as the basis of the Moonflower Hotel in his book, simply lifting it up brick by brick and depositing it in Devon. As with all of his books, the village where the crime takes place does not really exist. But looking at the maps, he seemed to have imagined it somewhere just down the coast from Appledore. The computer printouts mainly came from the writer's best friend, Wikipedia, and included articles about famous diamonds, cinemas in the UK, the growth of Saint-Tropez, the Homicide Act of the 21st of March 1957, and other plot strands that I recognised from the novel. One of the memory sticks contained images of the people he had met. I recognised Lawrence and Pauline Traherne, Lisa and Cecily, Aidan McNeil and Derek. Another picture showed a short, stocky woman with cropped hair and narrow eyes, wearing a black dress and a white apron. I assumed this must be Natasha Mulk, the Estonian maid who had found the body. Another man, possibly Lionel Corby, had been snapped posing outside the spa. There were also pictures of the building, room 12, the stable block, the bar, the lawn where the wedding had taken place. It gave me an uneasy feeling to recognise that, from the very start, I had been following in his footsteps. James had added one old-fashioned photograph actually printed on paper, and it caught my eye at once because Alan was in it. He was sitting between two people in what looked like an expensive restaurant, possibly in London. A very much younger James was on one side. A man with curly grey hair and a deep suntan, dressed in a velvet jacket, was on the other. This had to be Frank Paris. Had James been with Frank or with Alan that night? It was hard to be sure. The three of them were close together, smiling. I had assumed that the picture must have been taken by a waiter, but looking at it more closely, I realised that the camera was too low and too close. The table was laid for four, and it was being held by the fourth member of the group. Could this have been Leo, the rent boy James had mentioned? 2 men and 2 boys. It seemed quite possible. Downstairs I heard the front door open and close. Craig had got back from the theatre. I had only put on one bedside lamp and had drawn the curtains before I sat down, and it was when I found myself staying quite still and holding my breath that I realised I had done all this quite deliberately, so that no light would escape and there was no chance that I would be disturbed. I waited as Craig climbed the stairs. I heard a second door open and close. I let out a breath. I turned my attention to the other memory sticks. I plugged the second one into my laptop. It contained interviews with Lawrence, with Pauline, and with Lisa. Those weren't the ones I was interested in, not right now. I took the last one and plugged it in. And there it was, exactly what I had hoped for. Cecily Traherne. I'd brought headphones and, feeling quite nervous, I plugged them in. I didn't know if Cecily was dead or alive, but she was the reason I was here, and I had felt her ghost hovering over me from the moment I had arrived in Suffolk. Did I actually want to hear her voice? There was something quite macabre in the thought that this might be all that remained of her. For that matter, it had been quite a few years since I had heard Alan Conway, and I certainly had no desire to commune with him beyond the grave. But this was the interview I most needed to hear. There was no way I was going to wait until the morning. I moved the cursor and hit play. There was a brief pause, and then I heard them. It was a shame that video cameras wouldn't be introduced into smartphones for another few years, because I would have loved to have seen them too. What was Cecily wearing? What did she look like even, when she moved? And where were they? Somewhere inside the hotel from the sounds of it, but it was impossible to be sure. Alan was on his best behaviour. I almost smiled, recognising the slightly smarmy quality to his voice. He could be ingratiating when he wanted to be, as I knew from experience, although in my case it had always been followed by a series of complaints or an unreasonable demand. It didn't bother me that I couldn't see him. Nearly all of my conversations with him had been over the telephone, and this was how I knew him. With Cecily it was different. For the first time, she had half come to life, though only half. She had a similar voice to her sister, Lisa. She sounded like a nice person, warm and relaxed. It was hard to believe that the conversation had taken place 8 years ago. The voices were perfectly preserved, and it suddenly struck me that when my parents died, the first memory that I'd lost had been what they sounded like. That would never happen again. Modern technology has changed the nature of death. Alan. Hello, Mrs. McNeil. Thank you for talking to me. Cecily. I'm still not used to being called that. Please call me Cecily. Ah, yes, of course. How was the honeymoon? Well, obviously, it was quite difficult at first after what happened. It was 2 weeks late, but we stayed in a lovely hotel. Have you ever been to Antigua? No. Nelson's Bay. We both needed a holiday, that's for sure. Well, you've managed to get a fantastic tan. Thank you. I don't want to take up too much of your time. That's okay. Everything's very quiet today. How's your room? It's very nice. This is a lovely hotel. Yes. By the way, did you know that my ex-wife is renting a property from you? Which property? Oaklands. Melissa, I didn't know the two of you... We separated last year. Oh, I'm sorry. We've chatted once or twice. I sometimes see her in the spa. Don't worry. It was all very amicable, and I'm just glad that she's happy here. I hope it doesn't upset you, talking about what happened. No. It's been more than a month now, and we've had room 12 cleaned out. A lot of bad things happen in hotels. It's like in that film, The Shining. I don't know if you ever saw it. I hardly met Frank Paris, and fortunately I didn't see into the room, so it doesn't bother me too much. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be dismissive. I know he was your friend. I hadn't seen him for a while. We met in London. And you live in Framlingham now? Yes. Aidan tells me you're a writer. Yes, I've had 2 books published, Atticus Punt Investigates and No Rest for the Wicked. I'm afraid I haven't read them. I never have time to read very much. They've done quite well. Are you going to write about us? That's not my plan. As I explained to your parents, I just want to know what happened. Frank was very kind to me when I was trying to work things out, and I feel I owe it to him. I just feel very uncomfortable being in a book. I never put people in my books, and certainly not without their permission, and I don't write true crime. Well, I suppose that's all right then. Anyway, I understand the police have made an arrest. Stefan, yes. Can you tell me about him? What do you want to know? Were you surprised when they arrested him? Yes, I was. Very, in fact. I was shocked. You know my parents have always employed young offenders at the hotel, and I think it's a wonderful idea. We have to help these people. I know Stefan had been in trouble, but it wasn't his fault. He never really had a chance when you think about the world he grew up in. But once he came to the hotel, he was always very grateful. He worked hard, and I think he was kind-hearted. I know my sister didn't like him, but that was because he wouldn't do what she wanted. And what was that? I mean, he didn't work hard enough. That's what she said. She also thought he was stealing, but that could have been anyone. It could have been Lionel or Natasha or anyone. She only picked on him because she knew I liked him and I thought it was wrong to fire him. I wouldn't tell you this if I hadn't said exactly the same to her. She didn't have any proof. I think it was unfair. The police think he may have broken into Frank's room because he had been fired, because he knew he was leaving the hotel. That's what they said, but I'm not sure it's true. You don't think he did it? I don't know, Mr. Conway. I didn't think so to begin with. I talked about it with Aidan, and even he agreed with me, even though he'd never been one of Stefan's greatest fans. Stefan was one of the gentlest people I'd ever met. He was always very proper in his dealings with me, and like I said, he knew my parents had given him a real opportunity having him here, and he would never have let them down. When I heard he'd confessed, I couldn't believe it. And now the police are saying they've got more than enough evidence to prosecute, although they won't tell me what it is. I don't know. They seem to think it's an open and shut case. They say they found money in his room. I'm sorry. Can you excuse me a moment? It's just that it's all so horrible and upsetting. Someone getting killed. The recording is turned off, then turned on again. I'm sorry. No, I can understand. It was your wedding day. The whole thing must have been awful for you. It was. We can do this later, if you like. No, let's do it now. Well, I was wondering if you could tell me more about Frank Paris. I didn't see very much of him. I told you. Did you see him on the Thursday he arrived? No, I heard he didn't like his room, but Aidan dealt with that. Aidan's brilliant with the guests. Everyone seems to like him, and if there's ever any problems, he always finds a way round them. He moved Frank into room 12. He swapped him with another guest, a teacher or something. He hadn't arrived yet, so he wouldn't know. And then on Friday he went in a taxi to Westleton. Derek arranged that for him. Have you spoken to Derek? Your night manager. I'm seeing him this evening. I saw Mr. Paris around lunchtime when he got back. I was having to deal with the people about the marquee. They'd actually let us down quite badly. We won't use them again, by arriving late. It was all right in the end, but I was out on the east lawn when he came back in another taxi, and Aidan came out at that moment, and I saw the two of them chatting. Do you know what they were talking about? Oh, just the hotel, the room, that sort of thing. I wanted to see Aidan, so I went over and joined them. He introduced me. What did you make of Frank Paris? Can I be honest? I know he was your friend, and I don't want to offend you. Please, you can say what you like. Well, I didn't really take to him. It's difficult to explain, and part of it may be that I have my mind on other things. But I found him quite... I didn't believe him. I thought he was being just too friendly and pleasant. He was all over Aidan for changing his room. But all the time I got the feeling that he was just pretending. When he said he loved the hotel, I got the feeling that he didn't really like it at all. And when he congratulated Aidan and me because we were getting married, it was almost as if he was sneering at us. Frank could be a little supercilious. I'm not sure I even know what that means. Condescending. It was more than that. He was lying. And actually, I can give you an example. Aidan said that we were having a party that night to celebrate the wedding, and he hoped the noise wouldn't disturb him. And Frank said it didn't matter because he was out that evening. He was going to Snape Maltings to see a performance of The Marriage of Figaro. I don't know anything about opera, but I remember that he was absolutely specific about the name. He went on and on about how it was his favourite opera and he'd always enjoyed it and that he couldn't wait to see it. What makes you think he was lying? I know he was lying because I happened to go to Snape Maltings a couple of days later. They had a market, and I saw a list of all the events, and The Marriage of Figaro wasn't on it. They had a youth orchestra playing Benjamin Britten that Friday night. Why do you think he would make up something like that? Because of what I just told you. He was sneering at us. It still seems quite a strange thing to do. I don't think there was any reason for it. I just think he enjoyed being superior. Maybe it was because he was gay and we were straight. Is that a bad thing to say? He'd lived in London and we were stuck out in the country. He was the guest and we were just the staff. I don't know. When he said goodbye to us, he had this weird handshake. He sort of took Aidan's hand in both of his, like he was the president or something, and didn't want to let him go. And then he gave me a kiss, which I didn't think was at all appropriate. And at the same time, he had his hand very low on my back. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. All I'm saying is he was playing with us. I only met him for a few minutes, and you knew him a lot better than me, but I didn't think he was a nice man. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. Did you see him again? No, I had the party on Friday night. I didn't even think about him. The hotel was full anyway, so there were plenty of other guests to worry about. I went to bed early with a sleeping pill, and of course the next day was my wedding. Did you see Stefan Codrescu at the party? Yes, he was there. How was he? Well, obviously Lisa had just fired him, so he wasn't very happy. In fact, he hardly said anything. Aidan said he'd had too much to drink. He left quite early. I think Lionel took him back to his room. But a few hours later, he was up again. According to the police, that's when he went back into the hotel, into room 12. That's what they said. Derek saw him. He might have been wrong. You think so? I don't know. I can't talk to you about all that. Actually, if you haven't got any other questions, I think I've told you everything I know. You've been very helpful, Cecily, and that is a great tan. How are you enjoying married life? Well, it's early days, but we had a wonderful time in Antigua, and now I'm glad to be back. We're very happy in Branlow Cottage, and I just want to put everything behind us and get on with it. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. The recording ended, and there was something quite oppressive about the silence that followed. It reminded me that she was still missing after 10 days, and I wondered if anyone would ever hear that voice again. There was another interview on my memory stick. Aidan had told me that he had met Alan briefly. I had to play it a couple of times before I realised that this must have been before Alan spoke to Cecily. The two men were introduced by Pauline Traherne, and Alan was already recording. Pauline. I'm sorry, I don't really want to be recorded. Alan. It's just for my private use, easier than taking notes. Even so, I don't feel comfortable about what happened. You're sure you're not going to write about it? No, my new book doesn't even take place in Suffolk. Do you have a title for it? Not yet. Aidan arrives. This is Aidan McNeill, my son-in-law. We've already met, I think. Yes, I was in reception when you arrived. I helped you change rooms. I hope you're more comfortable now. It's fine, thank you very much. Excuse me, are you recording this? Yes, I am. Do you mind? As a matter of fact, I do. Mr. Conway is asking questions about the murder. Well, I'd prefer not to talk about it. I'm sorry. Forgive me, Mr. Conway. My whole job here is to look after the interests of the hotel. This business with Stefan Codrescu has been nothing but trouble for us, and I really don't think we need any more publicity. I'm not going to share these tapes with anyone. Even so. We told the police everything that happened that day. We didn't hide anything. And if you're going to suggest that the hotel was in some way responsible, that isn't my intention. We can't be sure of that. Aidan! I'm sorry, Pauline. I already told Lawrence that I think this is a bad idea. I'm sure Mr. Conway is a very respected writer. Please, call me Alan. I'm not playing this game. I'm sorry, do you mind turning that off? If you insist. I do. And that was the end of it. It was obvious that Aidan had disliked Alan Conway from the moment they met, and I could understand that. Should I read something into the fact that he had refused to be interviewed? No. As Aidan had clearly said, he was only doing his job. It was after midnight and I had an early start, but the last thing I did before I went to bed was go to Apple Music and download The Marriage of Figaro. I would listen to it the next day. Lionel Corby. Breakfast. I was tired the next morning. I hadn't slept well and I left the house at first light before Craig had even got up. I had to cross the whole of London for my 7 a.m. meeting with Lionel Corby, the spa manager who had been working at Branlow Hall at the time of the murder, and I sat bleary-eyed on the tube for what felt like an eternity, glancing through a free newspaper that only had enough material for 2 or 3 stops. My first impression of Lionel Corby wasn't a very favourable one. He came weaving through the traffic on one of those very expensive bikes with ultra-thin wheels, wearing lycra that stopped halfway down his thigh and which had clearly been designed to show off his perfect musculature and, for that matter, his well-formed genitalia. I like to think the best of people, a trait not entirely helpful when investigating a murder, perhaps, but there was something about him that instantly struck me as, well, cocky. Yes, he worked in a gym. He had to advertise his physique. But did he have to do it so loudly? As we shook hands, his eyes travelled over me, and I felt positively dowdy. By contrast, he crooned over the bicycle as he chained it to the rack. "So, Susan, are you going to have some breakfast?" He had one of those exaggerated sing-song Australian accents. "They've got a decent cafe and I'll get a discount." We went inside. Virgin Active occupied a concrete bunker on a busy main road. Curiously, Atticus Punt had lived in a flat just round the corner, which is to say, Alan Conway had used the building as his inspiration. The cafe had only just opened, and there was no one else there. The air conditioning had already turned it into a refrigerator. Lionel ordered himself a power drink of some sort, any number of health-giving fruits and vegetables compounded into an unappealing green slime. I noticed that he had pulled on a knitted beanie as he sat down. He had luxurious hair, but it was thinning on top and he was probably self-conscious. I was longing for scrambled eggs, but the nearest they had was poached eggs on smashed avocado with sourdough toast, none of which had the slightest appeal. I settled for a cappuccino. We took a table by the window. "I'm afraid I've only got half an hour," Lionel said. "It's very kind of you to see me." "Not at all, Sue. It's so awful about Sis." He sounded almost too genuine to be genuine. "Is there any news?" "I'm afraid not." "That's terrible. And how are you involved in all this? Are you a friend of the family?" "Not exactly. Lawrence Traherne asked me to help." I didn't want to go into all that again, and Lionel had already said we only had half an hour, so I moved on swiftly, explaining how Cecily's disappearance might be connected to Frank Paris's murder 8 years before. "Frank Paris!" He let out a low whistle. "When I got your text, I wondered how I could help. I haven't been back to Brownlow Hall since I left. I'll be straight up with you, Sue. I couldn't stand the place. I was glad to get out. But you were there for quite a while, Lionel. 4 years. He smiled at that. You've done your homework. Actually, it was 3 years and 9 months. I took over the new spa once it was finished, and that was cool. State-of-the-art equipment, everything brand new, great pool. I had some decent clients too, especially the ones from outside. But the pay was lousy, and although I was doing personal training, the Trehernes only paid me 25% of the fee. They were shit employers. And let me tell you, sometimes the whole place was more like a madhouse than a smart hotel. Stefan was okay, and I got on with some of the kitchen staff, but I couldn't stand the rest of them. I don't suppose you had a client called Melissa Conway? I don't know why I asked about her. It had come as a surprise to me when James had mentioned she was living in Woodbridge, and on the memory stick, Cecily had said she used the spa. Melissa! Yes! There was a lady called Melissa. She was in all the time. But her name was Melissa Johnson, I think. She rented a house on the estate. That was her, but she had gone back to her maiden name. Why do you want to know about her? Lionel asked. She was married to Alan Conway, I said. Oh, I get it. Well, since you mention it, she actually came in on the Wednesday or the Thursday evening before it happened. I remember because she was in a foul mood. No fun at all. Do you know what had upset her? He shrugged. No idea. So how did you end up at Brownlow Hall? I asked. How did you get the job? Yeah, well, I didn't know what I was walking into. I came to London from Perth about 11 years ago. That's Perth, Australia, of course. My mother was English. I rented a room in Earl's Court and got a job as a personal trainer. I was only 20, but I'd done a CEC course at a uni in Perth, and I was lucky. I landed on my feet. I had a few private clients, and they recommended me to others. Even so, London's an expensive place, and I had a devil of a job keeping my head above water. You have no idea the sort of stuff I got up to. Then I was training this guy, and he mentioned he'd just got back from Brownlow Hall and they were looking for someone to run their spa. It seemed a good way to earn some cash, so I went for an interview and I got it. Who was the client who recommended you? I asked. I don't remember. Were all your clients men? No. They were split about 50-50. Why do you ask? No reason. Go on. Why were the Trehernes such bad employers, apart from the pay? Well, the pay was the main thing, but they really made me put in the hours. 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. I'm not even sure that's legal, is it? And there were no perks. Everything you ate in the hotel you had to pay for, and although the food was cheap, they gave you 0 discount in the bar. You weren't even allowed to go in if there were any guests there. And the thing they were doing with crims. The youth offender program, they called it, but that wasn't what it was about. It was the pits. They were paying Stefan way under the minimum wage, and he was on call literally 24 hours a day. He was meant to be general maintenance, but they had him doing all the shit jobs, including the toilets, the gutters on the roof, the trash, you name it. He got really sick once, and they didn't even want to give him the day off. They had him over a barrel, you see. If he complained, they could throw him out. He was Romanian. He had a prison record. He wasn't going to get another job, and certainly not without a reference from them. They knew that. They were bastards. And then there was Lisa Traherne. He shook his head in admiration. The older daughter, she was a real piece of work. She accused him of stealing. She knew he wasn't a thief. That was Natasha. The maid? Yes, everyone knew that. She was shameless. Shake hands and check you're still wearing your watch. But Lisa was playing the same power game as her dad. She wanted Stefan. Wanted him? How? How do you think? Lionel looked at me disdainfully. Lisa had the hots for him. A nice hunk of 22-year-old Eastern European flesh. She couldn't keep her eyes off him. Could I trust what Lionel was telling me? According to him, Melissa was angry, Lawrence was crooked, Stefan was exploited, and Lisa was rapacious. He didn't have a good word to say about anyone. And yet I thought back to the meeting I'd had with Lisa in the dining room at Branlow Hall. She'd been fairly vengeful herself. Hiring Stefan Codrescu was a mistake from the very start. I said so at the time, although nobody listened to me. And what was it her father had said? You liked him to start with. You spent lots of time with him. I'd made a note of the contradiction. Perhaps Lionel had just explained it. For what it's worth, Lisa tried it on with me as well, he continued. She was always in and out of the spa, and I'm telling you, mate, the sort of workout she wanted didn't involve anything I'd been taught in Perth. Did she have a relationship with Stefan? Even as I asked the question, I thought it was unlikely. Surely, if they had been sleeping together, it would have come out at the trial. Lionel shook his head. I wouldn't call it a relationship. Stefan didn't fancy her any more than I did. He pointed at his mouth. You know, she had that scar, and even without it she wasn't exactly Miranda Kerr. But they were having sex, if that's what you mean. The poor bugger couldn't say no to her. After all, she was more or less running the hotel. She had complete power over him. Did he talk to you about it? No, he never talked about that sort of stuff. But he was always miserable when she was around, and one time I actually saw them together. Another couple of people had come into the cafe. Lionel leaned forward conspiratorially. It happened about 2 or 3 weeks before the murder, he said. I'd finished in the spa, and I was doing a quick run around the grounds. It was a warm night. Beautiful. There was a full moon. So, I ran and did some stretches, and then I decided to do some chin-ups. There was a tree I liked to use. It had a branch at the perfect height. It was in this wood near to Oakland's, the cottage where Melissa lived, as a matter of fact. So there I was, making my way along, when suddenly I heard noises, and the next thing I knew, there they were, the two of them. Him on top of her, both of them stark naked in the grass. Are you sure it was Lisa and Stefan? That's a fair question, Sue. It was night, and there was a distance between us, and at first I got the idea it was Aidan having it away with his future sister-in-law, which would have been quite a laugh. But I'd worked out with Aidan, and he's got this big tattoo on his shoulder. He always called it his cosmic snake, but to me it just looked like a giant tadpole. He laughed. Whoever the guy was out there, it wasn't Aidan. He had bare skin. I'd have easily seen a tattoo in the moonlight. Anyway, I didn't want to hang around like some kind of perv, whoever it was out there, so I started to move away. And, of course, you're going to guess what happened. I only stepped on a branch and the bloody thing went off like a gunshot. Well, that stopped them. The guy looked round and I saw his face as clearly as I'm seeing you now. It was definitely Stefan. Did he see you? I don't think so. You never talked to him about it? Are you kidding? I thought it through. But I don't understand, I said. Lisa fired him a couple of weeks later. If they were having sex, why would she do that? I wondered about that. But my guess is that he told her to get lost. What she was doing was exploitation, no more, no less. Maybe he threatened to put in a complaint. I still hadn't heard from Stefan Codrescu, and I wondered how long it would take for my letter to reach him in jail. There was still the question of whether he would agree to see me, but it was critical that the two of us should meet. I needed to know everything that had happened between him and Lisa Traherne. She wasn't going to say anything. Only he could tell me the truth. You were with him on the Friday night, I said. He got drunk at the party. That's right. Lionel glanced at the clock on the wall. We had been talking for 20 minutes of our allotted half-hour. He drained his protein shake, leaving a green half-moon on his upper lip. That wasn't like Stefan. He could usually hold his liquor. But of course he'd just been fired, so maybe he was drowning his sorrows. You took him back to his room? That would have been about 10 o'clock. We walked over to the stable block, which is where they put us up. I had the room next to his. I said goodnight and we both went to bed. I was pretty knackered myself, actually. What time did you get to sleep? I guess about 10 or 15 minutes later. But before you ask, I didn't hear anything. I'm a heavy sleeper. If Stefan got up and went into the hotel, I'm afraid I can't help you. All I can tell you is that he was lying on his bed when I left. Did you see him the next day? No, I was in the spa. He was helping with the wedding. Do you believe he killed Frank Paris? He had to think about that. Eventually he nodded. Yeah, probably. I mean, the police found plenty of evidence, and I know he was broke. He did a lot of online gambling. All these Romanians do. He often asked me to bail him out before he got paid at the end of the month. He looked at the clock again and got to his feet. Our time was up. I hope you can help him, Sue, he said, because actually I quite liked him. And I think what happened to him was pretty crook. And I hope you find Cecily. Do they have any idea what happened to her? Not yet. There was one last thing I wanted to ask. You said that at first you thought it might be Aidan with Lisa in the wood. Was that because he was usually promiscuous? Promiscuous? Well, that's a funny word to use. You mean, did he fool around? Lionel gave me a crooked smile. I don't know anything about his marriage, and when I saw those two people out there, I don't know why it popped into my head that it might be him. Maybe he and Cecily were happy together, and maybe they weren't. But I'll tell you one thing. I don't think Aidan would have dared go behind her back. I mean, she was the one who'd found him and brought him up from London, and in her own way, Cecily was as tough as her sister. If she'd found out he was cheating on her, she'd have had his balls for breakfast. We shook hands. Another trainer had come into the cafe, also in lycra, and I watched the two of them give each other a man hug, bumping chests and rubbing each other's back. I still wasn't sure that I liked Lionel Corby. Could I believe the version of events that he had presented to me? I wasn't sure about that either. Michael Beeley. Lunch. Michael J. Beeley was a busy man. His PA had rung to say that drinks at Soho House would no longer work, but could I meet him for lunch at 12:30? Lunch turned out to be a sandwich and a cup of coffee at a Pret just around the corner from his flat on the King's Road, but that was fine by me. I wasn't sure if Michael would have had enough conversation for a two-course meal. He had always been a man of few words, despite having published millions of them. The J on his business card was important to him, by the way. It was said that he had known both Arthur C. Clarke and Philip K. Dick, and had adapted his own name as a sort of tribute to them both. He was well known as an expert on their work, and had written long articles that had been published in Constellations, which he had also edited at Gollancz, and Strange Horizons. He was already there when I arrived, scrolling through a typescript on his iPad. There was something mole-like about the way he worked, hunched forward as if he was trying to burrow his way into the screen. I had to remind myself that he was about the same age as me. His grey hair, glasses, and old-fashioned suit added an extra 10 years, which he seemed to embrace. There are some men who are never really young, who don't even want to be. "Oh, hello, Susan." He didn't get up. He wasn't the kissing sort, not even a peck on the cheek. But he did at least fold the cover over his iPad and smile at me, blinking in the sun. He already had a coffee and a Bakewell tart, which was sitting on the paper bag that it had come in. "What can I get you?" he asked. "Actually, I'm all right, thank you." I had glanced at the rather depressing muffins and pastries on offer and hadn't been tempted. Anyway, I wanted to get this over with. "Well, do help yourself to a piece of this." He pushed the tart towards me. "It's quite good." That clipped speech, I remembered it so well. He was like an actor in one of those plays from between the wars where everyone talks for a long time but very little happens. "How are you?" he asked. "I'm very well, thank you." "And in Greece, I understand." "Crete, actually." "I've never been to Crete." "You should, it's beautiful." Even on a Sunday, the traffic trundled past on the King's Road, and I could smell dust and petrol in the air. "So how are things?" I asked, snatching at the question to fill the silence. He sighed and blinked several times. "Well, you know, it's been one of those years." It always was where Michael was concerned. He'd turned gloom into an art form. "I was pleased to see you picked up the Atticus Punt series." I was determined to be positive. "And you kept my old covers. Somebody gave me a copy the other day. I thought it looked great." It seemed both pointless and uneconomical to rejacket them. "Are they selling well?" They were. I waited for him to explain what he meant, but he just sat there sipping whatever it was in his paper cup. "So, what happened?" I asked eventually. "Well, it was that business with David Boyd." I vaguely knew the name, but couldn't place it. "Who is David Boyd?" "The writer." There was another silence. Then, hesitantly, Michael continued. "I actually brought him into the company, so in a way, I suppose it was my fault. I bought his first book at Frankfurt. A three-way auction. But we were lucky. One publisher dropped out and the second wasn't over-enthusiastic, so we got it at a good price. We published the first book 18 months ago and the second last January." "Science fiction?" Not exactly cybercrime. Very well researched. Quite well written. It's actually quite terrifying stuff. Big business, fraud, politics, the Chinese. Disappointing sales, though. I don't know what went wrong, but the first book underperformed and the second book was actually much weaker. At the same time, we had an aggressive agent, Ross Simmons, at Curtis Brown, trying to tie us down to a new deal. So we took a decision and let him go. Sad, but there you are. These things happen. Was that the end of the story? What did happen? I asked. Well, he took umbrage. Not the agent, the writer. He felt we'd let him down, gone back on our word. It was all very unpleasant. But the worst of it was that he— actually, you're not going to believe this, but it seems that he hacked into the Healy Hutchinson Centre to get his revenge. A whole series of terrifying possibilities opened up before my eyes. I had read about Healy Hutchinson in the bookseller, a brand new state-of-the-art distribution centre near Didcot in Oxfordshire. 250,000 square feet, robot technology, 60 million books shipped every year. It had been a nightmare, Michael explained. It was absolute chaos. We had the wrong titles being sent to the wrong bookstores, orders getting ignored. We had one customer who received 30 copies of the same Harlan Coben, one a day for a whole month. Other books just disappeared. If you tried to find them, it was as if they had never been written. That included the reissues of Atticus Punt. He realized that he had managed several sentences in one go and stopped himself. Very annoying. How long did this go on for? I asked. It's still going on. We've got people in there now sorting it out. The last 2 months were the worst. God knows what it's going to do to our sales and operating profit for this quarter. I'm very sorry, I said. Have you gone to the police? The police were involved, yes. I really can't say any more than that. We've managed to keep it out of the press. I shouldn't really even be talking to you about it. Why was he talking to me about it? I guessed. I suppose this isn't a very good time to be approaching you, I said. I mean, for a job. I'd love to help you, Susan. I think you did a very good job with the Punt novels, and I understand Alan Conway wasn't an easy man to work with. You don't know the half of it. What actually happened at Cloverleaf Books? It wasn't my fault, Michael. I'm sure it wasn't. He broke off a piece of Bakewell tart. But of course, there were rumours. The rumours weren't true. Rumours are rarely true. He popped the fragment into his mouth and waited until it had melted. He didn't chew or swallow. Look, I'm firefighting at the moment and I really can't help you. But I can put the word out and see. What are you looking for? Publisher? Editorial director? I'll take anything. How about freelance? Project by project? Yes, that might work. There might be something. Or there might not. That was it. Are you sure you won't have a coffee? He asked. No, thank you, Michael. He didn't dismiss me quite yet. To have done so would have been a humiliation. We talked for another 10 minutes about the business, about the collapse of Cloverleaf, about Crete. He finished his coffee and his pastry, and then we parted company without shaking hands because he had icing sugar on his fingers. So much for the Ralph Lauren jacket. The meeting had been a complete waste of time. Craig Andrews. Dinner. It was my third meal of the day, and I still hadn't eaten. This time, however, I was going to make up for it. Craig had taken me to an old-fashioned trattoria in Notting Hill, one of those places where the waiters wear black and white and the pepper grinders are about 6 inches too long. The pasta was homemade, the wine rough and reasonably priced, and the tables were a little too close together. It was exactly the sort of restaurant I liked. "So what do you think?" he asked as we tucked into very good bruschetta with ripe tomatoes and thick leaves of fresh basil. "The food, the restaurant? The crime. Do you think they'll find Cecily Traherne?" I shook my head. If she was going to turn up, I think she'd have done so by now. "So she's dead?" "Yes." I thought for a moment. I hated writing her off like that. Probably. "Do you have any idea who killed her?" "It's complicated, Craig." I tried to collect my thoughts. Let's start with the call that Cecily made to her parents, and let's assume that someone overheard her talking. I thought at first that she had telephoned from Branlow Cottage, in which case it could only have been Aidan or Eloise, the nanny. But actually, she made the call from her office in the hotel, and that widens the field. "How do you know?" "Because Derek, the night manager, was there and told me. I knew something was wrong when she made that phone call. She was so upset." That was what he said. "So he overheard her?" "Yes, but Lisa Traherne had the office next door, and she might have too. It could have been one of the guests. It could have been someone walking past the window outside." I sighed. "Here's the problem. If you accept that Cecily had to be silenced because she knew something about the death of Frank Paris, then it follows that whoever killed her killed him. But as far as I can tell, none of the people I've mentioned had ever met Frank before. Not Derek, not Aidan, not Lisa. None of them had any motive." "Could they have killed Cecily to protect someone else?" "I suppose so, but who? Frank Paris had been in Australia. He turned up by chance on the weekend of the wedding, and he had no connection whatsoever with Branlow Hall, except that he had booked himself in for 3 days. I drank some of the wine, which had rather pleasingly arrived at the table tucked into a straw basket. Funnily enough, I have found 2 people who had a proper motive for killing him, and they've lied to me. But the trouble is they live outside the hotel, and I can't see any way that they could have overheard Cecily making her telephone call. I thought about it. Unless they happened to be there for a drink. Who were they? Joanne and Martin Williams, sister and brother-in-law of the deceased. They live in Westleton, and Frank had a half share in their house. That was the reason he was in Suffolk. He was going to force them to sell it. How do you know they lied? It was a small thing, really. It was Aidan who had first mentioned it. The marquee for the wedding had arrived late. It hadn't come to the hotel until Friday lunchtime. When Martin Williams was talking about his brother-in-law, he had said that Frank had complained about the wedding, and in particular about the marquee, which spoiled the view of the garden. But he had also told me that Frank had come to the house early after breakfast. So, putting 2 and 2 together, Frank couldn't possibly have seen the marquee. On the other hand, Martin most certainly had. He must have gone to Branlow House sometime after Friday afternoon. Why? It was just possible that he wanted to find out which room Frank was in because he decided to kill him. Which would also explain Joanne's last words to me. "Piss off and leave us alone." She knew what had happened, and she was scared. I told Craig all this, and he smiled. "That's very clever, Susan." Do you think this guy, Martin Williams, had it in him to kill his brother-in-law? Well, as I say, he was the only one with any motive, unless... I hadn't meant to put my thoughts into words, but Craig was fascinated by the whole story, and I knew I had to go on. Well, it's a crazy idea, but it has occurred to me that Frank might not have been the target. Meaning? First of all, he changed rooms. He was originally in room 16, but apparently it was too modern for him, so they put him in room 12. Who went into room 16? A retired headmaster called George Saunders. He taught at a local school, Broomswell Grove. But suppose someone didn't know that. They knock on the door of room 12 in the middle of the night, and he opens it, and in the half-light they whack him on the head with a hammer and kill him before they know what they've done. Would he have opened the door in the middle of the night? That's a good point. But I've had another thought. Suppose this wasn't about Frank Paris or George Saunders or any of the guests. It could have been all about Stefan Codrescu. It seems that he was having an affair with Lisa Traherne, and there was all sorts of sexual jealousy and anger bubbling away at Branlow Hall. Suppose someone wanted to frame him. For murder? Why not? And just killed a guest at random? He didn't need to inject so much skepticism into his voice. I wasn't sure I believed it myself. I can see why you need to talk to Stefan, he said, if he ever gets back to me. It may take a while. The prison system makes things as difficult as possible for everyone involved, inside and out. That's what it looks like, anyway. The main course came. We talked for a while about prisons. When I'd first met Craig, 4 years earlier, he'd had the nervousness of all new writers, the sense that he needed to apologise for what he was doing. He had just turned 40, quite old to be starting out as a writer, although quite a bit younger than Alexander McCall Smith had been when he published his first major hit, the #1 Ladies' Detective Agency. And maybe that was partly in my mind when I took him on. He was also wealthy. He didn't show off, but his clothes, his car, the house in Ladbroke Grove all told their own story. He had just left Goldman Sachs, where he'd headed up their UK shares division. This information never appeared in his blurb. I had assured him that jail time, as it eventually became, didn't need any apology, and I had enjoyed working with him. His main character, Christopher Shaw, was a plainclothes policeman, sent into maximum security jails to get information from high-profile inmates, and this was a formula that had worked well for the first 3 books in the series. What got you interested in prisons? I asked him now. We were getting to the end of the main course. We'd worked our way through the bottle of wine. Didn't I ever tell you? I saw him hesitate. The lights from the candles were reflecting in his eyes. My brother was in prison. I'm sorry. I was surprised he had never told me before. The more cynical part of me could have used it as publicity. John was the chief executive of one of the high street banks. He was trying to raise investment from Qatar. This was 2008, just after the financial crisis. He was paying them sweeteners, which, of course, he didn't declare. The Serious Fraud Office went after him and... He waved a hand. He got 3 years. I shouldn't have asked. No, it's okay. John was scared and stupid rather than greedy, and what happened to him made me rethink my whole career. It could just as easily have been me. And prison. I'm not saying he shouldn't have been punished, but prison is such a bloody waste of time. I'm convinced that one day people will look back on the 21st century and wonder how we could perpetuate such an absurd Victorian idea. Do you want a dessert? No. Then let's have coffee at home. It was another warm night, and we decided to walk back. I wondered if I had spoiled the evening by asking about his personal life, but it had actually brought us closer. "Were you ever married?" he asked. No. The question took me by surprise. Me neither. I came close a couple of times, but it didn't work out, and now, I suppose, it's too late. "What are you talking about?" I said. "You're not even 50. "That's not what I mean. Who in their right mind would want to marry a writer? I know lots of writers who are very happily married. I was seeing someone last year. She was divorced, about my age. We shared a lot of interests. I really liked her. But I never allowed her anywhere near me. Not when I was working, and the trouble was, I was working all the time. In the end, she got fed up with it, and I can't blame her. When you're writing a book, the book is all that matters, and some people can't accept that." We had reached his front door. He opened it and we went inside. "Are you with anyone, Susan?" he asked. That was the moment when everything changed. God knows I've read enough romantic novels to recognize when subtext comes galloping over the horizon, and I knew exactly what Craig was asking, or rather, I saw the invitation behind the question he had just put to me. It should have been obvious the moment I'd entered his swish bachelor's home or accepted dinner at that quaint local restaurant with its candles and its wine bottles in straw baskets. The worst of it was that I didn't know how to answer. I wasn't in Crete. I wasn't with Andreas. I was tempted. Why not? Craig represented a metropolitan lifestyle, parties, best-selling books, everything, in fact, that I had left behind. He was also handsome, good company, civilized, and rich. And if one little voice had whispered in my ear that this was what I had been afraid of from the moment I had invited myself into his home, another reminded me that it was what I'd actually wanted and advised me to grab it with both hands. No. I was with someone, but we broke up. That was what I wanted to say. That was what I could have said. It would have been so easy. But right then, it wasn't true. Not yet. And maybe I didn't want it to be. "Are you with anyone, Susan?" he asked. "Yes, didn't I tell you? I'm engaged." I watched as he took that in. "Congratulations," he said. "Who's the lucky man?" "His name is Andreas. He's the co-owner of the hotel in Crete." I have to say, it's the last thing I'd have expected you to get up to, but that's wonderful. So, shall we have a coffee? No, thanks. It's been a lovely evening, but I've got an early start if I'm going to get back to Suffolk. Of course. Thanks for dinner, Craig. My pleasure. We were like two actors in a play, reciting lines that had been written by someone else. He gave me a peck on the cheek, and then, exit stage right, I went upstairs on my own. Page 1. A large gin and tonic, a club sandwich held together by a cocktail stick flying a miniature stars and stripes, a packet of cigarettes, and the book. I was ready. I had driven back to Suffolk in time for lunch, and after unpacking and taking a quick shower in my room, I had deposited myself at one of the wooden tables in the area outside the bar. I was right next to the stretch of grass, the east lawn, where Aidan and Cecily's wedding marquee had been pitched. The main entrance to the hotel was round the corner, and I thought of Helen, the house manager, I imagined her as elderly and serious in a well-cut uniform, running breathlessly across the gravel to find Lawrence and tell him what Natasha had just found in room 12. How horrible it must have been for all of them that day. All the guests in their smart clothes, Aidan and Cecily married barely an hour, and then suddenly police cars and photographers and questions from the unlovely Detective Superintendent Locke. And finally the body brought out on a stretcher. The sun was shining, but I shuddered. I'd have been more comfortable indoors, but I'm afraid reading and smoking have always gone together for me, and even though it was a disgusting habit, the smoking, obviously, I needed to concentrate. The book was Atticus Punt Takes the Case. It was the copy that Craig had given me in London. The time had finally come to confront not just the text, but my memories of its creation. It felt strange. I was about to read one murder mystery while sitting inside another. I had put off reading it for reasons that I have already explained. I was perfectly well aware of the identity of the killer in the novel, and I remembered all the clues. I think it would be fair to say that a whodunit is one of the very few forms of literature that rarely merit a second read. But by now, I had a good idea of what had happened at Branlow Hall on the 14th and 15th of June. I had met most of the characters involved. Alan Conway had come to the hotel. Perhaps he had even sat where I was sitting now, and he had seen something. "They've got the wrong man." That was what he had said to James Taylor. He had come here in search of inspiration, but he had left with much more. And yet he hadn't gone to the police. He had hidden the answer in his book. It was the only way to make sense of Cecily's disappearance, and I was going to find it. The paperback was in front of me. I ran my fingers across the raised letters of the title, feeling them as if they were in Braille. It was extraordinary how much damage Alan Conway had managed to do in his career. Magpie Murders had almost killed me. Had this prequel killed Cecily Traherne? I lit a cigarette. I turned to the first page. I began to read.
The Sunday Times bestseller, Alan Conway, Atticus Punt Takes the Case. Alan Conway is at the top of his game. I enjoyed this third outing of his mild-mannered German detective from first page to last. Daily Mail. About the author. Alan Conway had not written anything before his first published novel, Atticus Punt Investigates, which became an overnight sensation and won the Gold Dagger Award given by the Crime Writers Association for the best crime novel of the year. It was to be the first in a series of 9 books, all featuring the German detective, which only ended following the sudden death of the author at his home in Framlingham, Suffolk, in 2014. Formerly married, with one son, he came out as gay 6 months after Atticus Punt Takes the Case was published, by which time he had become an internationally recognized bestseller. In his obituary in the Times, Conway was compared to Agatha Christie for the ingenuity of his plotting, and he has been frequently mentioned as a late arrival to the golden age of detective writing. More than 20 million copies of his books have now been sold, and the BBC One adaptation of Atticus Punt Investigates, starring Sir Kenneth Branagh, will soon be aired. The Atticus Punt series. Atticus Punt Investigates. No Rest for the Wicked. Atticus Punt Takes the Case. Night Comes Calling. Atticus Punt's Christmas. Gin and Cyanide. Red Roses for Atticus. Atticus Punt Abroad. Magpie Murders. Praise for Atticus Punt Takes the Case. Lock the door, curl up in front of the fire and get into the latest Alan Conway. It won't disappoint. Good housekeeping. I love a whodunit with a real sucker punch, and boy, this absolutely delivers. I can't wait for the next one. Peter James. Once again, Conway serves up a vision of a gentler, long-forgotten England, and he does it murderously well. New Statesman. Number 3 in the series, and Atticus Punt is still going strong. A terrific, twisty story that will leave you guessing all the way. Observer. A new Atticus Punt has almost become an annual event. Will you guess the ending? I didn't. Publishers Weekly. Atticus Punt has become even more famous than Angela Merkel, and he's more entertaining too. Der Tagesspiegel. A famous actress is strangled, and who's the suspect? Everyone. The latest Atticus Punt is a real blast. Lee Child. Murder and skullduggery beside the English Sea. Atticus Punt takes the case, could be my favorite so far. New Yorker. Atticus Punt takes the case. Alan Conway. Orion Books. For Frank and Leo, in remembrance. Contents. List of characters. 1. Clarence Keep. 2. Algernon Marsh. 3. The Queen's Ransom. 4. Secrets and Shadows. 5. The Ludendorff Diamond. 6. Crime and Punishment. 7. A Question of Time. 8. Taken by the Tide. 9. Scene of the Crime. 10. Come, Sweet Death. 11. Darkness Falls. 12. An Arrest is Made. 13. Post-Mortem. 14. Hit and Run. 15. The Girl on the Bridge. 16. Punt Sees the Light. 17. At the Moonflower Hotel. 18. Situation Vacant. Characters. Melissa James, a Hollywood actress living in Torley. Francis Pendleton, Melissa's husband. Phyllis Chandler, cook, housekeeper at Melissa's home. Eric Chandler, chauffeur, handyman, Phyllis's son. Lance Gardner, manager of the Moonflower Hotel. Maureen Gardner, Lance's wife, also running the hotel. Algernon Marsh, a property developer and businessman. Samantha Collins, Algernon's sister, Leonard's wife. Dr. Leonard Collins, the local GP, married to Samantha. Joyce Campion, Algernon and Samantha's aunt. Harlan Goodis, an American millionaire married to Joyce. Nancy Mitchell, receptionist at the Moonflower Hotel. Brenda Mitchell, her mother. Bill Mitchell, her father. Simon Cox, a.k.a. Simanis Chucks, a film producer. Charles Pargeter, owner of the Ludendorff Diamond. Elaine Pargeter, his wife. Detective Inspector Gilbert, investigating the Ludendorff Diamond. Detective Sergeant Dickinson, working with Gilbert. Atticus Punt, world-famous detective. Madeleine Kane, his secretary. DCI Edward Hare, investigating the Moonflower Murders. Chapter 1. Clarence Keep. Are you just going to sit there, Eric, or are you going to give me a hand with the washing up? Eric Chandler looked up from the racing pages of the Cornish and Devon Post, biting back the answer that had been on the tip of his tongue. He had spent the last 2 hours cleaning and polishing the Bentley, a complete waste of time, as once again the weather was on the turn. This had been a horrible April so far, with squalls of rain driving in across the sea. When Eric had finally come into the kitchen, he had been cold and damp and definitely in no mood to help his mother with the dishes or anything else. Phyllis Chandler had been bending over the oven, but now, as she straightened up, she was holding a tray of freshly baked Florentines, each one a perfect golden brown disc. She took them over to the counter and, reaching for a spatula, began to transfer them onto a plate. Sometimes Eric wondered how she did it, especially with eggs and sugar still rationed, almost 8 years after the end of the war. But somehow she never let such things get in her way. The first time white bread had reappeared, it had been in 2 shopping bags she had carried up from the village, and she had always managed to stretch her 1 8 meat ration much further than it had any right to go. Eric's mother reminded him of a hedgehog as she busied herself around the kitchen. What was that story she had read him as a child? Mrs. Tiggywinkle, that was the one. The so-called adventures of a hedgehog washerwoman living in the Lake District. Not that anything very much ever happened. His mother certainly looked the part, small and round, even wearing the same clothes, a printed gown with a white apron across her ample stomach. And prickly. That was definitely the right word to describe her. He glanced at the sink. His mother had been busy for the last few days preparing for the weekend. Deviled eggs, split pea soup, chicken à la king. Melissa James was expecting guests and had, as always, been very precise about what they were going to eat. It was definitely the weather for soups and casseroles, although there were also a pair of capons and a leg of lamb in the larder. Kippers and porridge for breakfast. Tom Collins cocktails at 6. He felt his stomach rumbling, which reminded him that he hadn't put anything in it since lunch. His mother had turned back to the oven, and he reached out and helped himself to one of the Florentines. It was still hot. He had to transfer it quickly from hand to hand. "I saw that!" his mother exclaimed. How was that even possible? She'd had her back to him, her bottom in the air. "You've got plenty to spare," he said. The smell of dried fruit and golden syrup rose into his nostrils. Why did she have to be such a good cook? "Those aren't for you. They're for Miss James's guests." Miss James's guests won't notice one missing. It often seemed to Eric that he was trapped, and that he had been from the moment of his birth. He couldn't remember a time when he hadn't been attached to his mother, not as part of her family, but as a sort of appendage, tied to her apron strings. His father had been a captain in the army, and he had actually been excited when the Great War kicked off, dreaming of medals and glory, and putting one over on the Boche. In fact, all he'd got was a bullet in the head in some faraway place that Eric couldn't even spell. He had been 7 years old when the telegram came, and he still remembered his feelings, or lack of them. He had been unable to mourn a man he hardly knew. He and his mother were already living in Torley-on-the-Water, in a cottage so small they were always having to step aside to allow one another to pass. Eric hadn't done well at school, and did odd jobs in the village, working at the pub, the butcher's shop, the harbour, but never for long. Although he was the right age for conscription when the Second World War began, there was never any chance of that. He had been born with a club foot. When he was growing up, the boys had called him Lumpy, and the girls had ignored him, sniggering when they saw him limping up the street. He had joined the local defence volunteers, but even they had been reluctant to have him in their company. The war had ended. Melissa James had come to Torley, and Phyllis had gone into service. Given no real choice in the matter, Eric had gone with her. She was the housekeeper and cook. He was the butler, the chauffeur, the gardener, the general handyman, but not the washer-up. That had never been part of the deal. He was 43 years old now, and he was beginning to see that this was his life. These were the cards that he had been dealt. He would clean the car and polish the silver, and yes, Miss James, and no, Miss James, and even in the best suit that she had bought him and which she insisted he must wear when he drove her into town, he was still Lumpy. He always would be. He took a bite out of the Florentine, which had cooled a little, and tasted the butter as it oozed over his tongue. That was also part of the trap. She cooked. He got fat. "If you're hungry, there are coconut biscuits in the tin," Phyllis said, adopting a kinder tone of voice. "They're stale. I could put them in the oven for a few minutes, and they'll be fine." Even when she was being nice to him, she managed to humiliate him. Was he supposed to be grateful to her because she was offering him the leftovers that Melissa James and her friends didn't want? Sitting at the table, Eric felt the anger rise up inside him. He had noticed that recently it had become darker and much more difficult to control. Not just the anger, but other emotions too. He wondered if he should talk to Dr. Collins, who had treated him on several occasions for minor infections and calluses. Dr. Collins always seemed friendly enough. But he knew he couldn't do it. He couldn't tell anyone what he was feeling, because at the end of the day it wasn't his fault, and there was nothing he could do about it. It was better kept locked up inside him, his secret. Unless Phyllis knew. Sometimes, the way she looked at him, he wondered. There was a movement at the door. Melissa James appeared, walking into the kitchen, wearing high-waisted trousers, a silk shirt, and a page-boy jacket with gold-coloured buttons. Eric got quickly to his feet, leaving the half-eaten Florentine on the table. Phyllis turned round, wiping her hands on her apron, as if to signal how busy she had been. "No need to get up, Eric," Melissa said. She had been born in England, but had spent so long working in Hollywood that some of her words had a distinct American twang. "I'm just going into Tawley." "Can I drive you, Miss James?" "No, I'll take the Bentley. I've just finished cleaning it." "Thank you. That's great." "What time would you like dinner this evening?" Phyllis asked. "That's what I came in to say. Francis is going into Barnstaple tonight. I've got a slight headache, so I'm going to take an early night." There it was again, Eric thought. An Englishwoman would have had an early night, not taken it. Melissa wore her Americanisms like cheap jewelry. "I can warm up some soup if you like." Phyllis sounded concerned. To her way of thinking, soup was the equivalent of medicine, only more effective. "Actually, I thought you might like to see your sister. Eric can drive you over in the Bentley." "That's very thoughtful of you, Miss James." Phyllis's sister, Eric's aunt, lived in Bude, further down the coast. She hadn't been well recently, and it was possible she might have to have an operation. "I'll be back by 6. Once I'm in, you two head off and have a nice evening." Eric had fallen silent. It was always the same when Melissa James came into the room. He couldn't take his eyes off her. It wasn't just that she was a remarkably attractive woman. She was also a film star. There was hardly anyone in England who wouldn't recognize her blonde hair with its almost boyish cut, her brilliant blue eyes, the smile made somehow more appealing by the faintest scar at the corner of her mouth. Even after all these years working for her, Eric couldn't quite believe that she was actually in the room with him. When he looked at her, it was as if he was in the cinema and she was 5 times bigger than him on the screen. "I'll see you later, then." Melissa turned on her heel and walked out of the room. "You'd better take an umbrella, miss. It looks like rain," Phyllis called after her. Melissa answered with a single raised hand. And then she had gone. Phyllis waited a few seconds before she turned on Eric. "What do you think you were doing?" she demanded angrily. "What do you mean?" Eric braced himself. "You were staring at her. I was doing no such thing. Eyes like saucers." Phyllis rested her hands on her hips in true Mrs. Tiggywinkle mode. "You're going to get us both thrown out of here if you behave like that." "Mum." Eric felt the violence rising in waves. "Sometimes I don't know what's wrong with you, Eric. Sitting here all the time on your own, it's not healthy." Eric closed his eyes. Here it comes again, he thought. You should have found yourself a young lady by now, someone to walk out with. I know you're not much to look at, and you've got that foot of yours, but even so, there's that girl at the Moonflower, Nancy. I know her mother. They're a perfectly nice family. Why don't you invite her over to tea?" He allowed her to prattle on, her voice fading into the distance. One day, he knew, he would have had enough. He wouldn't be able to control himself any more. And what then? He had no idea. Melissa James came out of the kitchen and crossed the hall on her way to the front door. The floor was uncarpeted, and almost automatically, not thinking what she was doing, she walked as quietly as possible, her feet making no sound on the wooden floor. It would be so nice to leave the house without another confrontation. Didn't she have enough on her mind already? Phyllis had been right. It did look as if more rain was on its way. It had barely stopped all week, but she had no intention of taking an umbrella. Melissa had always thought of umbrellas as ridiculous inventions. Either the rain swept in underneath them, or the wind tried to tug them out of your hand. She would only use one if someone else was holding it for her, when she was on set, or when she got out of a car at a movie premiere. But that was different. That was what was expected of her. Right now, she reached out for the raincoat on the hat stand by the door and draped it over her shoulders. She had bought Clarence Keep in a moment of madness, at a time when she could buy almost anything without giving the cost any thought. It was an odd name for a house. A keep was the strongest part of a castle, a last resort. But that wasn't at all what she had intended it to be. And although she had fallen in love with it the moment she saw it, it looked nothing like a castle. Clarence Keep was a Regency folly, built by a military commander, Sir James Clarence, who had fought in the American War of Independence and who had gone on to become governor of Jamaica. Perhaps that was where he had found his inspiration, as the house he had built was largely made of wood, painted a dazzling white, with elegant windows looking out onto wide, empty lawns that dropped down towards the sea. A wide veranda ran either side of the front door, and there was a balcony coming off the main bedroom, which was directly above. The lawns were perfectly flat, and an intense, almost tropical green. Only the palm trees were missing. The house could have belonged in a plantation. It was said that Queen Victoria had once stayed there. It had briefly belonged to William Railton, the architect who had designed Nelson's column in Trafalgar Square. When Melissa had found it, Clarence Keep had long been abandoned, and she had taken it on in the full knowledge that it would cost her a lot of money to restore it to its Regency prime. Just how much money, though, had come as an unpleasant surprise. She had no sooner dealt with the dry rot than the damp presented itself as the next challenge. Flood damage, foundation failure, subsidence, and a dozen other problems had queued up for her autograph, in each case on the front of a cheque. Had it finally been worth it? The house was beautiful. She loved living there, waking up with the sea views and the sound of the breaking waves, strolling in the garden, when the weather allowed, hosting weekend parties. But sometimes she thought that the fight had exhausted her in more ways than one. Financially, certainly. How had she allowed things to get so out of hand? It had been 5 years since she had made a film in Hollywood, 3 years since she had done any acting work at all. She had completely thrown herself into life in Torley on the Water, finishing the house, extending her business interests, playing tennis and bridge, horse riding, making friends, getting married. It was as if she had decided to turn her life into the greatest part she had ever played. Of course, her bank manager had warned her. Her accountants had written to her. She still remembered her agents screaming down the phone at her from New York. But Melissa had been enjoying herself too much to listen to them. She had made a string of successful films in England and in America. Her face had been on the front covers of Women's Weekly, Life, and even, after she had played opposite James Cagney, True Detective. She would work when she needed to work. She was Melissa James. When she chose to make her comeback, she would be even bigger than she had been before. It had to be soon. Somehow, she had allowed the bills to mount up to such an extent that they almost took her breath away. She was paying 5 salaries. She was supporting a boat and 2 horses. The business she had bought, the Moonflower Hotel, was full for at least half the year and should have been making her a handsome profit. Instead, it was running at a loss. She had been assured that her investments were doing well, but so far they hadn't actually returned any profit. Worse still, as both her British and her American agents had explained, there might not be quite as many film parts for her as she had expected. It seemed that having turned 40, she had moved into a new marketplace. There were younger actresses, Jane Mansfield, Natalie Wood, Elizabeth Taylor, who had inherited her mantle. Suddenly, she was being asked to play their mother, and the worst of it was that being the mother didn't pay. Still, Melissa refused to worry. When she had started out, years ago, as a bit-part actress in the cheap quota quickies that British producers had made simply because they were forced to, she had dreamed of the day when she would be an international star. She had known with absolute certainty that it would happen. She was the sort of person who always got what she wanted, and that was exactly how she felt now. Only that morning she had received a wonderful script, a thriller in which she would play the lead part, a woman whose husband tried to murder her and who then framed her when the attempt went wrong. It was going to be directed by Alfred Hitchcock, which meant that it would certainly be a box-office hit. It was true that the part hadn't actually been offered to her. She was going to have to meet Mr. Hitchcock in London when he arrived in a couple of weeks. But Melissa was confident the part could have been written for her, and she reflected, as soon as she got into a room with the screenwriters, she would make sure that it was. All these thoughts had gone through her mind as she walked to the door, but before she could open it, she heard footsteps behind her and knew at once that it was Francis Pendleton, her husband, coming down the stairs. For a brief moment she thought about continuing on her way, leaving the house as if she hadn't heard him. But that would never work. Better not to make a thing of it. She turned and smiled. "I'm just going out," she said. "Where?" "The hotel. I want to talk to the gardeners." "Do you want me to come with you?" "No, no need. I'll only be half an hour." It was funny how much more difficult it was to act when you weren't facing cameras, lights, and a crowd of about 50 people, when the lines hadn't been written for you, when you had effectively to be yourself. Melissa was trying to look relaxed, to pretend that everything was all right, but her co-performer wasn't playing the game. In fact, he was looking at her with deep suspicion. She had met Francis on the set of the last film she had made in England, the reason she had come back to her country of birth. Hostage to Fortune had been a disappointing thriller based on a novel by John Buchan, in which Melissa had played a young mother searching for her kidnapped daughter. Some of the scenes had been shot in Devon, on Saunton Sands, and Francis had been assigned to her as a personal assistant. Although he was 10 years younger than her, there had been an immediate chemistry between them that had warned her exactly where things might lead. Not that a romance during filming was anything new. In fact, Melissa couldn't remember a film she had made where she hadn't found herself romantically involved with either another actor or a member of the crew. But this time, it had been different. Somehow, when the final scene had wrapped and everyone had gone their separate ways, Francis had still been there, and she had realized that he had come to the conclusion that their relationship should be a permanent one. And why not? Francis was good-looking, with his curly hair, his tanned skin, and his excellent physique, the latter two gained on their sailing boat, the Sundowner. He was intelligent, and most important of all, utterly devoted to her. Nor was the match as unbalanced as it might seem. His parents were wealthy, his father a viscount with a 20,000-acre estate in Cornwall. He was actually the Honourable Francis Pendleton, and although he would inherit neither the land nor the title, and had chosen never to use the honorific, he was still highly eligible. When the engagement had been announced, they had appeared in every single gossip column in the London newspapers, and it had occurred to Melissa that when she did finally return to Hollywood and walked into the Polo Lounge or the Chateau Marmont with an extremely handsome, sophisticated British aristocrat on her arm, she would be sending exactly the right message about herself. Francis had been the only person to support Melissa in the purchase of Clarence Keep. More than that, he had encouraged her, and now she understood why. First of all, it was close to his home territory. The family estate was in the next county, and although his parents no longer spoke to him, they had been unimpressed by what they had read in the gossip columns. This was exactly the lifestyle he had always wanted. He didn't help with the hotel or the horses or anything, really. He didn't even get out of bed before 10. He had become the lord of his own manor with his tropium uxor, or trophy wife. She looked at him now, standing at the foot of the stairs, wearing a blue blazer and white trousers, as if he was about to go out sailing on the yacht they could no longer afford, clenching and unclenching his fists as he struggled to find the right words to say. It seemed to her that he had become more and more ineffectual. Sometimes, quite often in fact, she blamed him for the decisions she had made, as if it had always been his plan to fold her into his world. "I think we need to talk," he said. "Not now, Francis. The ghastly gardeners are waiting for me." "Well, when you get back, then." "I thought you were going out tonight." He frowned. "We both are." "No," she pouted. "I'm sorry, darling. I've got a headache. You will forgive me, won't you? I'm going to take an early night." "Well, if you're not coming, I won't go either." Melissa sighed. This was the last thing she wanted. She'd already worked out what she was going to do with an evening on her own. "Don't be silly," she said. "You've been looking forward to the opera for weeks, and you know you enjoy it more on your own. You always say I fall asleep in the second act." "That's because you do." "I don't like it. I don't understand the stories. They never make any sense." This wasn't going to work if it became a confrontation. She went over to him and laid a hand on his arm. "You enjoy yourself, Francis. I've got a lot on my mind at the moment with the hotel and the new script and everything else. We can talk tomorrow, or the day after." She tried to make light of it. "I'm not going anywhere." But Francis took her last words quite seriously. Before she could move her hand, he took hold of it, pressing it tightly against his arm. "You are going to stay with me, Melissa. You know I still love you. I'd do anything for you." "I know. You don't need to tell me that. I'd die if you left me. I couldn't live without you." "Stop being silly, Francis." She tried to break free, but he was still holding her. "I can't talk now," she insisted. "Anyway," she lowered her voice, "Eric and his mother are in the kitchen." "They can't hear us?" "They might come out." That did the trick, as she had known it would. He let her go, and at once she stepped back, out of his reach. "Don't wait for me," she said. "You might get stuck behind a tractor, and you don't want to miss the first act." "I thought you said you were only going to be half an hour." "I don't know how long I'm going to be. I've got to talk to the gardeners about the accounts. Actually, I've got an idea that might just put them on the spot." "What do you mean?" "I'll tell you after I've seen them. We can talk tomorrow." She really was about to leave. But then there came a huffing and a scratching of claws against the wooden floor, and a little dog appeared, running across the hall towards its mistress. The dog was a chow, a solid block of reddish fur with a squat face, pointed triangular ears, and a dark purple tongue. Melissa couldn't help herself. She squealed with pleasure and knelt down, running her fingers through the dog's fur where it was thickest, around its neck. "Little Kimber," she crooned, "how's my baby?" She was holding her face close to the dog's and didn't pull back when he licked her nose and lips. "How's my beautiful boy? Mummy's just going into town, but I'll be back soon. Are you going to be on the bed? Are you going to be waiting for me?" Francis pulled a face. He didn't like having the dog on the bed, but he said nothing. "Go on, then. Good boy. Mummy will see you soon." Melissa straightened up. She glanced at Francis. "Enjoy the opera. I'll see you tomorrow," she said. And then she really was gone, hurrying outside, closing the front door behind her, leaving Francis with the bleak awareness that she had been much more affectionate to the chow than she had been to him. Chapter 2. Algernon Marsh. Melissa loved her Bentley in much the same way as she loved her pet chow. It was a beautiful car, it was an indulgence, and it belonged entirely to her. It was the belonging that mattered most, the sense of empowerment. Sitting on the silvery leather upholstery, listening to the low growl of the engine, knowing that the car would be recognized a mile away, she felt the unease that had resulted from her meeting with Francis slipping away in the jet stream behind her. The car was pale blue, a Mark VI with a power-operated hood, which unfortunately would have to stay up as the rain had indeed returned, this time falling as a miserable grey drizzle. Why did the weather have to be so cold and miserable at the end of April? According to her agent, Alfred Hitchcock was planning to shoot his new film at the Warner Brothers studios in Burbank, California, and that couldn't have suited her more. It would be nice to be back in the sun. Clarence Keep was less than half a mile outside Torley-on-the-Water, a seaside village whose name hardly did it justice. Torley was surrounded by no fewer than 4 different stretches of water: the Bristol Channel to the right, the Irish Sea to the left, and the estuaries of 2 rivers, the Tor and the Torridge, swelling up behind. Sometimes it seemed as if the little harbour was battling for its very existence, particularly when the wind blew and the waves came crashing down in relentless grey spumes. Then the fishing boats would tear at their moorings, and the lighthouse would blink helplessly, illuminating only the swirling clouds that engulfed it. The village population numbered about 300. Most of the houses were contained on Marine Parade, which stretched along the front, with a second, narrower road behind it called Rectory Lane. The other buildings that made up Torley-on-the-Water consisted of a church, St. Daniel's, a butcher's, a baker's, a garage, and a chandlery that also sold various household goods. For years there had been just one pub, the Red Lion, in the village. But then Melissa had bought the 19th century customs house and converted it into a hotel that she had called the Moonflower, after one of her films. It had 12 bedrooms, a restaurant, and a comfortable bar. There was no police station in Torley-on-the-Water, but nor was there any need for one, as apart from a few teenagers getting drunk and causing mischief on the beach, there had been no trouble in the village for as long as anyone could remember. Nor was there a post office, a bank, a library, or a cinema. For any of those, you would have to make your way to Bideford, which was about 20 minutes away on the steam train that ploughed up and down the single line from Instow, or about a quarter of an hour by car on the other side of Bideford Longbridge. Visitors were sometimes surprised that there was no fish shop either. The fishermen sold their catch directly from their boats. The Moonflower had been built for the growing number of families from London and elsewhere who dreamed of escaping to the coast during the summer months, and Melissa had made sure that it was attractive to children and adults alike. The more expensive rooms had bathrooms en suite. Although dinner was served strictly at 7 o'clock, there was a high tea for younger guests at 5:30. Every weekend there were concerts, tea parties, and croquet or French cricket on the lawn. Nannies and personal valets were accommodated in a separate building at the bottom of the garden, discreetly out of sight. Melissa drew up in front of the main door. The rain was coming down harder now, and although there were only a few steps across the gravel, her hair and the shoulders of her coat were still splattered with water by the time she arrived in the entrance hall. Lance Gardner, the manager, had seen her arrive, standing there unctuously, as if it had never occurred to him to come out with an umbrella and help her into the building. Was this the way he greeted the guests? "Good evening, Miss James," he said, completely unaware that he had already put her in a bad mood. "Hello, Mr. Gardner." The two of them had never been on first-name terms. It simply wasn't appropriate. Lance and Maureen Gardner were Melissa's employees, not her friends. When she had found them, they had been the landlord and chief barmaid at the Red Lion, and she had been rather pleased that she had been able to poach them to run her new hotel. After all, they knew the area. They had friends on the council and in the police. If there were any problems with licenses or local suppliers, they would find ways around them. It had seemed like a good idea at the time, and it was only now, 3.5 years after the Moonflower had opened, that she wondered if it had been right to trust the couple so completely. She knew almost nothing about them. The pub had been making a profit when they worked there. That much she had managed to find out, but they had been tied to a major brewery chain with only minimal control. They certainly hadn't made any profit running the Moonflower. Something had to be wrong. The hotel was popular. All the newspapers had written positively about it, obviously attracted by the idea that it was owned by a bona fide Hollywood star. In the beginning, she had known that a number of her clients had only come in the hope of seeing her, and would be disappointed if they didn't go home with at least an autograph. But as the hotel had bedded in, and she had turned up less often, it had been accepted for what it was, an elegant, comfortable retreat in an attractive seaside village with a great beach and lovely views. It was successful, full for most of the summer, and busy even in the wetter months. But it was devouring money. Her money. Whose fault was it? Melissa had already taken steps to find out, but she had called this meeting to test a theory, one that had been forming in her mind for some time. "How are things?" she asked quite casually as she followed Lance Gardner through the empty reception area and into his office. "We can't complain, Miss James. Not really. 9 rooms occupied. I'm afraid this bad weather really isn't on our side, but I've been looking at the reports from the meteorological office, and they say that May is going to be lovely." They had passed through the doorway into a large, square room with 2 desks, filing cabinets, and an old-fashioned safe prominent in one corner. There was a complicated switchboard along one wall connecting all the rooms, and Melissa remembered authorizing it even though it had cost her a small fortune. Maureen Gardner was sitting at her desk going through paperwork, but stood up as Melissa came in. "Good evening, Miss James." "Would you like a cup of tea?" Gardner asked. "Or perhaps something stronger?" he added with a hint of conspiracy. The bar wouldn't open until 6:30. "No, thank you." "These came for you, Miss James." Maureen Gardner had produced a packet of 3 envelopes already opened, and handed them across as Melissa sat down. The first of them was lilac-coloured. She had expected the scent of lavender and already smelled it. She knew who it came from. She received far fewer letters than she had at the height of her career, but she still had fan clubs in America and Britain, and of course her address at the Moonflower had been well publicized. Every month there were 2 or 3 of them, imploring her to make another film, telling her how much she was missed. The woman who wrote on lilac paper and who signed herself only as your #1 fan had strong, neat handwriting with every comma and full stop in place. Melissa wondered if she was single or married, happy or sad. It was something she had never understood, the neediness of some of the people who had followed her career, and sometimes it worried her. Glancing at the page now, she read, "How can you do it to us, dear Miss James? The screen is diminished without you. A light has gone out of our lives." Wouldn't you have to be a little disturbed to write something like that? And this must be the 9th or 10th message that Miss Lilac had sent her over the years. "Thank you," she said, sliding the letter back into its envelope. She wouldn't reply. She never did any more. "I've been looking at the accounts up until February," she went on, wanting to get back to the subject in hand. "We did very well over Christmas," Mrs. Gardner said. "Well, we lost less in December than we had in the month before, if that's what you mean." "I think we need to raise our prices, Miss James," Lance Gardner exclaimed. "The room rates and the restaurant. But we're already one of the most expensive hotels in Devonshire. We run a very tight ship. We've cut back on staff. Obviously, we have to keep an eye on the quality of our service." There were times when Lance Gardner looked and sounded like nothing more than a spiv. It wasn't just the double-breasted jacket, the slicked-back hair, the pencil moustache. It was in his entire manner, the way he never quite met your eyes. His wife was the same. She was larger than him, with a louder voice. She wore too much makeup. Melissa remembered the first time she had seen her behind the bar at the Red Lion, and that was exactly where she belonged. The 2 of them were about 50 years old. They had been married for a long time, but had no children. In a way, they were reflections of each other, but in fairground mirrors that twisted and distorted the images almost beyond recognition. She decided to spring her trap. "I've been thinking about calling in a team of accountants," she said. "I'm sorry?" Lance Gardner looked at her with undisguised dismay. "I want someone from London to go over the books for the last 2 years, the income, all the outlays, the redecoration." She waved a hand. "The new switchboard. What I want is a complete audit." "I hope you're not suggesting that Maureen and myself—" "I'm not suggesting anything, Mr. Gardner. I'm sure the 2 of you have done a terrific job. I'm only doing what's sensible. We're losing money, and we don't see how. If we're going to make a profit, we need to find out." "We do things our own way down here in Tawley, Miss James." Lance Gardner had fallen silent, so his wife took over. "For example, we always pay the fishermen in cash. That's what they want, and there are no receipts. And the last time Mr. Hocking came in, we gave him dinner and a bottle of scotch. He didn't take a penny." Melissa vaguely remembered. Mr. Hocking was a local electrician. "All I'm saying is," she went on, "I'm not sure a London firm would be able to help." "Well, we'll see." Melissa had known they would argue. She had been watching them carefully, waiting for it. "My mind is made up. I want you to start preparing for when they arrive." "And when will that be?" Lance asked. "Have you written to them yet?" "I'm going to write to them tomorrow. I imagine they'll be here in a week or 2. I'll let you know as soon as I've heard." She got to her feet. She had said everything she wanted to say. Lance and Maureen Gardner stayed where they were. "Thank you very much." She had almost forgotten the letters. She snatched them up and took them with her as she left the room. There was a long silence. It was as if the Gardners were waiting to be sure that they were on their own. "What are we going to do?" Maureen asked. She looked nervous. "We don't have anything to worry about. You heard what she said. Lance took a packet of cigarettes out of the desk drawer and lit one. "We're doing a great job." "These accountants of hers may not agree." "These accountants may never appear. She hasn't said the letter yet, and maybe she never will." "What do you mean?" Maureen looked at her husband with horror in her eyes. "What are you going to do?" "I'll talk to her. I'll persuade her that hiring a bunch of city slickers is just throwing good money after bad. I'll recommend someone local, someone cheaper. I'm sure I can make her see sense." "And what if she doesn't listen to you?" Lance Gardner blew out smoke. It hung in the air around him. "Then I'll think of something else." While Melissa had been driving towards the Moonflower, another car had been heading down the Braunton Road that skirted around Barnstaple, but going considerably faster. The car was French, a cream-coloured Peugeot, not a model that one would see very often on British roads, but it had been chosen carefully by its owner. It was more than a means of transport. It was a calling card. The man behind the wheel was relaxed, smoking a cigarette, even as the needle of his speedometer crept towards 50. There were trees on either side of the road, and they swept past, forming a green tunnel that he found strangely hypnotic. It was still raining, and the windscreen wipers added to the sense of hypnotism, swinging left and right, like a pocket watch. He hadn't realized how late it was. A long lunch at the golf club had turned into a marathon drinking session. The alcohol sneaked in through the back door of the private member's room. He would have to stop and buy some peppermints before he got back to the house. His sister wouldn't approve if she smelt whiskey on his breath. And even though he was only staying there until the weekend, her husband, the jumped-up little doctor, was only waiting for an opportunity to ask him to leave. Algernon Marsh sighed. Things had been going so well until they had started going badly, and then everything had turned upside down at once. He was in trouble, and he knew it. But was any of it really his own fault? His parents had died in the first week of the Blitz. He had been just 16 years old, and although he had been nowhere near London at the time, he often felt that he had been a victim of the same bomb. After all, it had wiped out his home, the room where he slept, all his possessions, all his childhood memories. He and Samantha had moved in with their spinster aunt, Joyce, and although she and Samantha had got on, well, it really had been like a house on fire, hadn't it? She and Algernon had never seen eye to eye. And so it had continued into adult life. Samantha had gone on to marry the doctor, and had built a new life for herself with a house in Torley, 2 children, nice neighbours, a seat on the local council. But after an undistinguished war, Algernon had been lost in a great vacuum on his own, with nothing to define him. Briefly, he had flirted with some of the South London gangs, the Elephant Boys, the Brixton mob, but if he suspected he wasn't cut out for serious crime, a 3-month sentence for a fray following a fight at the well-known Nut House in Piccadilly had confirmed it. After his release, he had become a shop assistant, a bookmaker, a door-to-door salesman, and finally an estate agent, and it was in this last occupation that he had found his calling. For all his faults, Algernon was well-spoken. He had been educated at a small private school in West Kensington, and he could be charming and witty when he wanted to be. With his fair hair cut short and his matinee idol good looks, he was naturally attractive, particularly to older women who took him at face value and didn't make too many inquiries about his past. He still remembered buying his first suit on Savile Row. It had cost him much more than he could afford, but, like the car, it made a statement. When he walked into a room, people noticed him. When he talked, they listened. He had moved into property development. More than 100,000 buildings in London had been destroyed during the war, and that translated into a major opportunity for construction and reconstruction. The trouble was, it was a crowded market, and Algernon was only a small player. He had managed to buy himself a flat in Mayfair. He had one or two nice projects on the go, and then he had discovered the south of France and a place he had never heard of called Saint-Tropez. That was where the serious money was going. The whole coast was being turned into a pleasure ground for the rich, with 5-star hotels, new apartment blocks, restaurants, marinas, and casinos, and it would be perfect for the idea he had in mind. Near enough for his clients to feel comfortable, but not too near for them to know what was actually going on. It had taken Algernon less than a minute to come up with the name of his new company, Sun Trap Holdings. He had travelled to France and come back with a smattering of French and a car that fortunately had the steering wheel on the right side. He was ready to begin. It had gone better than he had ever expected. So far, 30 clients had invested in Sun Trap Holdings, some of them more than once. He had promised them that the profits would be as much as 5 or even 10 times the original investment. All they had to do was wait. And although he'd had to pay out dividends to a few of them, the rest were always satisfied with extra shares in the company, which would add up to even greater rewards further down the line. Algernon had started coming down to Devon to visit his sister, not because the two of them were particularly close, but because she had a large house that provided him with the occasional refuge from London when he needed it. There were business partners he had fallen out with, old associates that he preferred to avoid, and when it became necessary he would jump in his car and head southwest. He didn't much like Torley-on-the-Water. He thought it was dull. He would never have expected to find his biggest investor in such a backwater, but that was exactly what had happened. He had been introduced to Melissa James just after she bought the Moonflower. At first, he had been overawed meeting such a famous actress, but he had quickly reminded himself that she was just another wealthy woman almost begging to be separated from her money, and he had achieved this more quickly than he could have believed. The two of them had become business associates, then friends, then something rather more than friends. It had been easy to persuade her that Sun Trap Holdings would eventually pay her far more than the films she had decided to give up. She was the reason for this trip. The telephone call had come just a few days ago, when Algernon had been at his Mayfair flat. "Is that you, darling?" "Melissa, darling, what a lovely surprise. How are you?" "I want to see you. Can you come down?" "Of course. You know you don't have to ask me twice." Algernon paused. "Is there something wrong?" "I want to talk to you about my investment. It's doing fantastically well." "I know, you've been brilliant. And that's exactly why I've decided that now would be the best time to sell my shares." Algernon sat bolt upright in bed. "You're not serious?" "Yes, I am. But another 6 months and the value will have doubled. We have the new hotel opening, and as soon as the villas in Cap Ferrat are completed—" I know, but I'm happy with the money I've made. So, come down and bring the paperwork. It'll be lovely to see you anyway." "Of course, darling. Whatever you say." Whatever you say. Unless he could persuade her otherwise, Algernon would have to find a sum close to £100,000 to pay Melissa back for profits that existed only in her imagination. He pressed his foot down on the accelerator and saw a great sloosh of water spray to one side as he drove through a puddle. He was meeting Melissa tomorrow. Hopefully it would be just the two of them. It would all be a lot easier with her husband out of the way. What time was it? Algernon glanced down at the clock on the dashboard and scowled. 5:20. Had he really spent the whole afternoon drinking at the Saunton Golf Club? He looked up, just in time to see the man filling the windscreen. Too late, he realized that somehow, in the few seconds he had taken his eyes off the road, he had allowed the car to drift over to one side. He actually felt the front tire mount the grassy verge that separated the road from the hedgerow. That was where the man had been walking. He saw a face, staring eyes, a mouth drawing back in what must have been a cry of horror. Desperately he scrabbled with the steering wheel, trying to veer away. But it was hopeless. He had been travelling at over 50 miles per hour. The roar of the engine drowned out any sound the man might have made, but the impact of the car hitting him was the most horrible thing Algernon had ever heard. It seemed impossibly loud. He stamped his foot on the brake, noticing that the man had disappeared, as if by magic. He had simply gone. As the car squealed to a halt, Algernon tried to persuade himself that he had imagined the whole thing, that it hadn't been a man but a rabbit or maybe a deer. But he knew what he had seen. He felt sick, the alcohol churning in his stomach. The car had come to a halt, slanting diagonally into the road. Now he heard the windscreen wipers grinding against the glass and reached down for the switch that turned them off. What next? He grabbed the gear stick and reversed, pulling in next to the hedge. He could feel tears welling up in his eyes, but they weren't tears for the man he had just injured, or possibly killed. He was thinking of himself, of the fact that he had been drinking, and that following an incident with a police car at Hyde Park Corner, he had been disqualified for driving for 1 year and shouldn't have been behind the wheel at all. What would happen to him? If he had killed the man, he might go to jail. He turned off the engine and opened the car door. The rain swept gleefully towards him, driving into his face. He was still holding the cigarette, but suddenly he didn't want it and threw it into the grass. Where was he? Where was the man he had just hit? And anyway, what had he been doing out on his own, walking along a major road in the middle of nowhere? Another car rushed past. He had to get this over with. He stepped out of his car and walked a short distance further down the road. He came to the man almost at once. He was wearing a raincoat and lying face down in the grass. He looked completely broken, his legs and arms pointing in different directions, as if some monster had grabbed hold of him and tried to pull him apart. He didn't seem to be breathing, and Algernon was quite sure he was dead. Nobody could have survived a collision like that. It was murder, then. In the 2 seconds that he had looked down at the clock on the dashboard, he had killed someone, at the same time destroying his own life. One car had passed him. It hadn't stopped. With the rain coming down so hard, the driver couldn't have seen him. He certainly wouldn't have seen the man who'd been hit. Suddenly, Algernon regretted having a French car in England. It was probably the only one in the whole county. He looked behind him. The road was empty. He was on his own. He made the decision instantly. He turned and hurried back to the car, noticing that there was now a dent in the radiator grille and a smear of bright red blood on the silver Peugeot badge. With a shudder, Algernon took out a handkerchief and wiped it clean. He wanted to throw the handkerchief away, but thought better of it. Then he remembered the cigarette. What madness had made him discard it like that? It was too late. It would have been carried away by the wind. He wasn't going to crawl on his hands and knees looking for it. All that mattered was to get as far from here as possible. He got back into the car, closed the door, and turned the key. The engine coughed, but refused to start. He was soaking wet. Water was dripping down his forehead. He slammed his hands against the steering wheel, then tried again. This time, the engine fired. He punched the car into gear and drove away. He didn't look back. He didn't stop until he had reached Torley, but he didn't dare go into his sister's house, not looking like this, soaking wet and with trembling hands. Instead, he pulled into a quiet lane and sat there for the next 20 minutes, his head in his hands, wondering what he was going to do. While Algernon Marsh was sitting miserably in his car, watching the rain still streaking down the windscreen, His sister was also in something close to a state of shock, staring at a letter that lay on the table in front of her. "I don't understand," she said. "What does it mean?" "I think it's fairly clear, my dearest," her husband said. "Your aunt, Aunt Joyce? Joyce Campion has made you her sole beneficiary, and sadly she has recently passed away. The solicitors want to get in touch with you to discuss the inheritance, and it might be considerable. My love, this could be good news for both of us. I could be married to a multimillionaire." "Oh, Len, don't say that." "Well, it's possible." The letter had arrived in the Morning Post, but they had both been so busy that Samantha had only just opened it. It had come from a firm of solicitors in London, Parker and Bentley, and even the letterhead, with an address in Lincoln's Inn in raised black letters, had somehow seemed threatening. Samantha had always been nervous of the law. She was nervous of anything she didn't completely understand. She had read the single page with its 3 typed paragraphs. She had read them again. Then she had called for Leonard and asked him to read them too. Leonard and Samantha Collins were sitting in the kitchen of the 5-bedroom house that also contained the doctor's surgery. It was a handsome old building in need of a fresh coat of paint. The saltwater spray from the sea had done its worst, and the wind had taken a few tiles off the roof. The garden, too, had been damaged by bad weather and marauding children. But it was still a solid family home with a vegetable patch that delivered pounds of raspberries in the summer, an orchard and a treehouse. It was situated in Rectory Lane, right next to St. Daniel's, and this was one of the reasons Samantha had chosen it. A committed churchgoer, she never missed a Sunday service, and helped the vicar with the flowers, all the major festivals, the various fundraising efforts, tea for the old age pensioners on Thursdays, and even with the allocation of plots in the cemetery, available to anyone who lived in the parish on receipt of a moderate fee. Samantha divided her time equally between the church and her family, which included 2 children, Mark and Agnes, aged 7 and 5. She also looked after her husband's medical practice, keeping a close eye on his accounts, his patient records, the daily running of his surgery. There were some who found her a rather severe woman, the sort who was never without a scarf and handbag, and who always seemed to be in a hurry. And yet she was always polite. She smiled at everyone, even if she preferred not to stop and chat. Nobody knew more about the people who lived in Torley-on-the-Water than her. From her conversations with the vicar, who considered her his closest confidant, she had learned about their spiritual needs, their concerns, even their sins. From her husband, she had got a snapshot, an X-ray perhaps, of their physical condition and what had caused it. Mr. Doyle, the butcher, drank too much and had cirrhosis of the liver. Nancy Mitchell, who worked at the Moonflower and who was not married, was 3 months pregnant. And even Melissa James, for all her fame, had been prescribed pills for stress and sleeplessness. It never occurred to Samantha that she might, in fact, be in possession of too much knowledge, for her own good and everyone else's. Anyway, she was much too sensible to indulge in the sort of gossip that sometimes made the village seem impossibly small. It might be said that she believed in the silence of the confessional, and patients were welcomed into the surgery with the same formality with which they were greeted at church on Sundays. Even Mrs. Mitchell, Nancy's mother, who came to the house 3 times a week and who helped with the children, knew nothing about her daughter's condition. That had been difficult for both Leonard and Samantha, but, it went without saying, they were bound by the Hippocratic Oath. They had now been married for 8 years. Dr. Leonard Collins had been a consultant at the King Edward VII Hospital in Slough. Samantha had been doing volunteer work when they met, and they had got engaged soon after. He was lithe and elegant, a darkly handsome man with a well-trimmed beard and a fondness for tweed suits. Everyone in the village agreed that they were ideally matched, living and working together, and always in perfect agreement, apart from two things. Dr. Collins was not a particularly religious man. He accompanied his wife to church out of respect rather than any personal belief, and much to her displeasure, he smoked a pipe, a Stanwell Royal Briar that he had owned since his teens. She had been unable to persuade him to give it up, but as a compromise, he never smoked it when the children were in the room. "But I hadn't seen Aunt Joyce for years and years," she said now. "We didn't really contact each other, apart from Christmas and birthday cards." "She obviously hadn't forgotten you," Leonard remarked. He picked up his pipe, thought for a moment, then set it down again. "She was a wonderful person, and I'm very sad to hear she's dead." Samantha had the sort of face, square and serious, that was better equipped to express sorrow than pleasure. "I will ask the vicar to say a special prayer for her this Sunday." "I'm sure she would have appreciated that." "I feel bad. I really should have made more effort to stay in touch." Samantha sat in silence, thinking about Joyce Campion, who had stepped in after her parents died. It was actually Aunt Joyce who had first encouraged her to go to church. Her brother, Algernon, of course, had refused to come. Aunt Joyce had also paid for her to go to secretarial school, where she had learnt shorthand and typing, and later on she had used her contacts to get her niece a position in the typing pool of Horlicks, the malted milk company in Slough. Samantha had always thought of her aunt as the quintessential spinster, so it had come as a complete surprise when she had suddenly announced her engagement to Harlan Goodis, a multimillionaire with an advertising agency in New York. That had happened at around the same time that Samantha had met and married Leonard, moving with him first to a house he had inherited near Torrington and later to Torley. It was perhaps inevitable that the two women should have lost touch. "Her husband died 2 years ago," Samantha said. "They didn't have any children. As far as I know, they didn't have any family at all." "From what the solicitors are saying, it looks as if everything is going to you." "Do you really think it could be a lot?" "It's hard to say. I mean, he was doing pretty well for himself. I suppose it all depends how much of his money she spent before she died. Would you like to ring them, or shall I?" "I think I'd prefer it if you did, Len. I'd be too nervous." Samantha glanced down at the letter for perhaps the 20th time. From the way she was looking at it, she might have been happier if it had never arrived. "Maybe we shouldn't set our expectations too high," she said. "It doesn't even say anything about money. She could have left us something we don't need. A few paintings or some old jewellery." "A few Picassos or a diamond tiara." "Stop it. You're just imagining things." "If it wasn't a lot of money, why would they want to see you?" "I don't know. Because—" She was about to continue when the door opened and a small boy came in, dressed in pyjamas, fresh from the bath. This was Mark, her 7-year-old son. "Mummy, are you going to come up and read to me?" he asked. Samantha was tired. She hadn't even served the children their tea yet, and there was still dinner to be made. But she smiled and got to her feet. "Of course, darling. Mummy's coming up right now." The two of them had just started reading C.S. Lewis. Mark loved the books. Only the night before, Samantha had found him in the back of his wardrobe, trying to find his way into Narnia. He ran out of the room, and she was about to follow when a thought occurred to her. She turned back to her husband. "The letter doesn't mention Algernon," she said. "Yes, I noticed that." Leonard scowled. "It says quite specifically that you are the sole beneficiary." "Aunt Joyce was horrified when Algy was sent to prison," Samantha said. "You remember that business in Piccadilly?" "That was before I met you." "I told you about it." Samantha was standing at the doorway, aware that Mark was waiting for her upstairs. "She always said that he was untrustworthy," she went on, falling in with the wrong crowd and all those business ideas of his. Do you think she's cut him out? It rather looks like it. Well, I'll have to share it with him. I can't take it all for myself. I mean, if it is... She paused, as if unwilling to consider the possibility. Lots? I suppose so. Yes. Leonard lowered his voice, as if he was afraid that the children were listening. Would you mind if I said something, my dear? You know I always listen to you, Leonard. It was true. He had always been the first person she came to for advice, even if she didn't always take it. Well, if I were you, I wouldn't say anything to your brother. What? Don't tell him? Not yet. I mean, you're right, we don't have any idea how much money we're talking about, and we won't know until we go up to London and talk to the solicitors. It would be a shame to make a fuss about nothing. But just now you were saying... I know what I was saying, but listen to me. Leonard chose his words carefully. Samantha and Algernon didn't see a lot of each other, but he knew that they were close. After what had happened during the war, the sudden death of their parents and the loss of everything they had, how could it have been otherwise? I'm not sure we should have this conversation now, not while Algernon is staying in the house, but it does worry me a bit. What do you mean? I don't want to alarm you, my dear, but there is a side to him that we don't really know about, and it's just possible that he might be... What? Dangerous. You know how he is with his schemes and dreams. Let's not say anything about it for the time being. Let's at least find out how much we're talking about before we come to any decisions. Leonard smiled, and at that moment he was as handsome as the day they had met, and Samantha was reminded of why she had married him. You deserve a break, he said. I'm afraid I've never been able to look after you properly, not on my salary. This could be a new beginning for you. Don't be ridiculous. I've got nothing to complain about. I've been perfectly happy. So have I. I'm a very lucky man. Samantha hurried over to the table and kissed her husband lightly on the cheek. Then she went off to read about Narnia. Chapter 3. The Queen's Ransom. Melissa had planned to leave the Moonflower as soon as she had spoken to the gardeners, but when she came out of the manager's office, she noticed Nancy Mitchell behind the reception desk, and of course she had to stop for a quick chat. Nancy had worked for the hotel from the very start. She was a good, reliable girl, the daughter of the lighthouse keeper, and it was always Melissa's policy to be friendly with the staff. She knew how easy it would be to get a reputation for being standoffish. "How are you, Nancy?" she asked with a smile. "I'm very well, thank you, Miss James." But she didn't look well. Nancy always had a slightly nervous quality, as if she was terrified of causing offence, but today she seemed to be completely exhausted. Her eyes were red from either tiredness or tears, and her long fair hair was tangled, in need of a brush. It must be boyfriend trouble, but did Nancy even have a boyfriend? She was in her early 20s, and though not unattractive, her features didn't quite marry, like one of those paintings where the artist is trying to be too clever. That was Melissa's first thought. The second was that she couldn't have guests coming in and out of the hotel past a weeping receptionist. It really wouldn't do. "Is everything all right?" she inquired. "Yes, Miss James." Now Nancy seemed fearful. "How are your parents?" Melissa was trying to be pleasant, unthreatening. "They're very well, thank you, Miss James." "I'm glad to hear it." She looked around her. The two of them were alone. "Look," she said, "if there's something worrying you, you can tell me. I'd like to think we've known each other long enough to consider ourselves friends." To her surprise, the girl was looking at her with something close to horror. "No!" she exclaimed, then more quietly, "I mean, you're very kind, Miss James, but the thing is, I've just been having a few problems at home. Dad's been worried about his knee, going up and down all those stairs." Only a moment ago, Nancy had said that her parents were both fine. As an actress herself, Melissa knew immediately when someone wasn't telling her the truth. She was actually getting quite irritated with the girl. "Well, it's just that you are the public face of the Moonflower," she warned. "To be honest with you, Nancy, you can't sit here looking like that. If you don't feel well, you should go home." "I'm sorry, Miss James." Nancy did her best to pull herself together, forcing a smile onto her face. "I'll just go to the ladies' room and powder my nose, and then I'll be fine." "That's right. You look after yourself." Melissa gave her a brief smile and continued on her way. There was something about the encounter that worried her. It was her suggestion that the two of them were friends. Anyone else would have been flattered, but Nancy had seemed shocked. Had the gardeners said something to her? Did she know something about the hotel's financial difficulties? She decided to put the girl out of her mind, but her troubles were far from over. As she reached the car, there was a man standing there, and Melissa knew with a sinking feeling in her stomach that he was deliberately waiting for her. The man was small and thick-set, dressed in a dark suit that had got crumpled after being in the rain. His hair, what little he had of it, was also damp. Although he had shaved, there were dark shadows over his chin and upper lip. He looked completely out of place in a seaside village, like a small-time gangster who had just been released from jail. Even before he spoke, with an accent that betrayed his Eastern European origins, it was obvious that he had come from abroad. "Good evening, Melissa," he began. "Simon, this is a surprise. Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" "Because if I had told you I was coming, I think I would not have found you here." He beamed at her as he said this, as if he was making a joke. But they both knew that he was serious, and that what he had said was true. "You know, I always love seeing you," she replied gaily, "but I wish you'd told me, because I'm afraid I can't talk to you right now." 5 minutes, Melissa." "I have to get home, Simon. Francis and I are going to the opera." "No, I have driven for 5 hours from London to see you. 5 minutes is not so very much to ask." She couldn't have an argument with him. Not here, in front of the hotel. There were guests who might come in or out. Anyway, perhaps it was best to get this over with. She raised both hands in a gesture of surrender and smiled. "Of course. Let's go into the bar. Are you staying at the Moonflower?" "Yes." "I'm afraid I can't offer you a drink, these stupid licensing laws, but I can get someone to put on the kettle." They walked back in together. Simon Cox wasn't his real name, of course. He would have anglicized it when he arrived in the country. He was probably Simeon or Semjen or something equally unwieldy. Her agent had introduced him to her in London, explaining that he was a successful businessman who had made a fortune in insurance and banking and was now wanting to move into film. Melissa had met plenty of those, but to be fair, Simon had gone further. He had actually gone out and bought the rights to a book and then commissioned a screenplay. He wanted Melissa to play the lead part. The film was called The Queen's Ransom, and it was a historical romance set in the 12th century. Melissa would be playing Eleanor of Aquitaine, who had become Queen of England after her marriage to the Duke of Normandy, later Henry II, in 1152. The screenplay focused on her relationship with her favourite son, Richard, and her time as Queen Dowager, fighting to raise the enormous ransom that had been demanded for him when he was captured after the Third Crusade. Shooting was due to start in 2 months' time, and all the terms had been agreed, but Melissa's contract was still sitting unsigned on her desk. She had decided that she didn't want to do it. She had been impressed to begin with. The screenplay was strong, written by a former history teacher who had worked with Roy Bolting and Anthony Asquith as a technical advisor before he had started writing himself. The character of Eleanor was absolutely central to the action. In fact, she would barely be off the screen, the sort of performance that would demand attention once the awards season came around. It had been years since she had made a film in England, and her agent had assured her that, despite the relatively low budget, her fans would be thrilled. He had sold it to her as the perfect vehicle for a comeback. Unfortunately, it now turned out that the dates clashed with the film she hoped to make with Alfred Hitchcock. Dial M for Murder, she wasn't sure about the title, would be bigger, glossier, more international, and better paid. It would be shot in America, in the sunshine, not in the drab backwaters of Shepperton Studios. Looking at Simon Cox as he perched himself on one of the leather banquettes in the hotel bar, she felt a stab of annoyance, with herself as much as with him. What had possessed her to lend her name to a producer with no experience and no credits to his name? And how dare he come here and approach her in this way? He should have called her agents in London or New York. If he had something to say, he should say it to them. Well, she would get this over with as quickly as possible. It was unlikely, she reminded herself, that they would ever meet again. "Melissa," he began. "I'm sorry, Simon," she cut in. "I don't think we should be having this conversation. Not here, not now." He gazed at her in surprise. "What do you mean?" "This isn't the right way to do things. If you had more experience in the film industry, you'd understand. You don't talk to the talent. You have to talk to the agent." "I did talk to your agent, and he told me he sent you everything, but I don't hear from you. Nothing. And filming is now only 3 months, 10 weeks away. We have everything in place, except you. Where is your contract? Why do you not come for meeting the director, for costume fittings, for script?" Melissa couldn't take any more of this. "I'm sorry," she said. "Things have changed, and I've decided I'm not interested in the Queen's ransom." "What?" He looked as if he had been punched in the face. "I'm not doing it. Melissa, it's a good script. There are lots of great things in it, but I don't think it's right for me." "But it was written for you. Your agent said it is perfect for you." "There are plenty of other actresses who could do it." She wanted to stand up and walk away, but he was staring at her. "I haven't signed my contract because the truth is that I've had a better offer, and I've decided this project isn't right for me. Even so, I wish you lots of success." "You'll ruin me." The words caught in his throat. He had difficulty getting them out. "All the money I have borrowed, it is because of your name. The director, the designer, the studios, the scripts, the cast. Already we have built the palace, the tower, the walls of Jerusalem. This is all happening because of you. If you say now that you do not do it, I am finished." His English was deteriorating the angrier he got. "That's exactly what I'm telling you. If you knew the first thing about film production, you'd know this sort of thing happens all the time. People change their minds. I've changed my mind." She tried to find some hint of sympathy. "My agent represents some very big names. Maybe I can talk to him." "I don't want big names. I want you. That is what we agreed." "We never agreed anything. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Honestly, Simon, this is all wrong. You shouldn't have come down here. You can't put pressure on me." The man looked as if he was going to have a heart attack. Melissa had had enough. She broke free of him and got to her feet. "I suggest you go back to London and find someone quickly," she said. "Please, don't try and speak to me again." She left. Simon Cox stayed where he was. He seemed to have shrunk into his chair. His hand was stretched out on the table, but slowly his fingers curled into a fist. Outside, he heard the slam of a car door and the quiet cough of an engine starting. Still, he didn't move. Someone else had come into the bar. It was the girl from the reception desk, Nancy. She was looking at him with concern. "Is there anything I can get you, sir?" she asked. No, thank you." He got up and brushed past her, walking out of the hotel. Another couple, coming in, stepped out of his way, alarmed. Later on, they would say he had been a man with murder in his eyes. Nancy Mitchell had heard much of the conversation between Melissa James and the producer from her place behind the reception desk. It wasn't her fault. She hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but the door had been open, and with nobody around, sound carried easily in the Moonflower. She saw Miss James emerge from the bar and disappear through the main door of the hotel, and then, when she went in to see him, the little man who had signed in as Mr. Cox did exactly the same. Out of curiosity, Nancy followed him outside, just in time to see him climb into a stubby black car and drive off. She could tell that he was heading out of Torley in the direction of Clarence Keep. Was he going after her? It was none of her business. She watched until the car had disappeared from sight, noticing that the rain had stopped once again, although water was still dripping off the trees and the driveway was full of puddles. She glanced at her watch and went back to the reception desk. There were only 15 minutes left until 6 o'clock and the end of her shift. Mrs. Gardner took over in the evening until 10 o'clock, when the night manager arrived. She took out a hand mirror and examined herself, remembering what Miss James had said. Her hair was still a bit of a mess, but nobody would have known she had been crying. She wished that Miss James, of all people, hadn't been the one to notice it. And the very idea that the two of them could be friends. Nancy had heard things about the rich and famous Melissa James that nobody else in Torley would ever have suspected. She pretended to be nice, but she wasn't. Even so, she needed a friend, now more than ever. The very thought of it brought tears to her eyes. How could she have let it happen? How could she have been so stupid? It was 2 weeks since she had seen Dr. Collins. Nancy hadn't even told her parents that she had an appointment. Her father was the sort of man who had never had a day's illness in his life and expected the same of everyone else. She hadn't thought it was anything serious, and she had been completely stunned when Dr. Collins had come up with his diagnosis. "I'm not sure you're going to be happy about this, Nancy, but you're pregnant." It was a word that Nancy had never even heard, certainly not spoken to her by a man, even if he was a doctor. It opened up a world that she only partly understood. It changed everything in ways she couldn't even begin to consider. "It's impossible," she whispered. "Why do you say that? Are you telling me that you've never been with a man?" She couldn't answer. She could feel her cheeks burning. "If there's someone you've been seeing, you're going to have to tell him. Whatever you decide, he's going to be part of it." What could she do? What would happen when her father found out? All sorts of questions had rushed into her head, but there were no answers. Unless, of course, it wasn't true. It could still be a mistake. "It was only once," she said, on the edge of tears. She was looking down at the floor, unable to meet his eye. "I'm afraid once is enough." "Are you sure, Dr. Collins?" 100%. Would you perhaps like to talk to my wife? You might find it easier, woman to woman." "No, I don't want anyone else to know." "Well, they're going to find out soon enough. You're already beginning to show, and another month—" "Show?" She cradled her stomach with her hands. "We'll have to make further tests, and I'm going to want you to go into the hospital in Barnstaple. You're young and you're in very good health, so there are no worries there." There were only worries. She could think of nothing else. "Do you want to tell me something about the father of your baby?" "No." She couldn't tell anyone, not until she had told him. But could she even tell him? "It might help if the two of you came in and met me together." Dr. Collins could see how distressed she had become. He gave her a kindly smile. "What's his name?" he asked. "John." She blurted it out. "He's a local boy. I met him in Bideford. She bit her lip. "It was only once, Doctor. I never thought—" "Would you like a cup of tea?" She shook her head. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. Dr. Collins came over to her and laid a hand on her shoulder. "You mustn't upset yourself," he said. "Having a child is a wonderful thing. My wife would say it's a miracle, creating a new life. And you're not the only young woman to have made a mistake. You have to be strong for the baby's sake. No one can know. Well, obviously you must tell your parents. They ought to be the first to know, and they'll send you to stay with relatives. Everything can be arranged for you, Nancy. The baby will be put up for adoption, and when you come back, it will be as if it never happened. The very next day, Nancy had gone to the library in Bideford and looked at the medical books, but they hadn't told her what she wanted to know. She had to stop the baby being born. Somewhere she had heard that drinking a lot of gin would do it. Wasn't that why it was called Mother's Ruin? And there was a girl at the Red Lion who had once said that you had to have a very hot bath. So the following Saturday evening, while her parents were at the pictures, she had done both. She had drunk half a bottle of Old Tom and sat in the bath fully dressed with the steaming water up to her neck. Later that night she had been thoroughly sick, and she thought that maybe it had done the trick, but going back to Dr. Collins, she had discovered her condition hadn't changed. And so she had written to the man she had called John, to the father of her child. She had made it clear that he was the father, that there had never been anyone else, and she had tried to be conciliatory. She would keep his secret, she had told him, but she was frightened, and she was on her own, and she needed his help. The answer had come the following morning, a thick, white envelope that had surprised her by the weight of its contents, with her name in typed letters on the front. He must have written her a very long letter, she thought. But when she opened it, her eyes had fallen on 12 £5 notes and a single sheet of paper with a name and an address. A doctor in Baker Street, London. Could it have been any crueler? The note was unsigned, and the typewriter concealed his handwriting so that it could never be traced back to him. There was no attempt at sympathy or understanding, nor was there to be any discussion. Get rid of it. That was the simple message. And there was something uniquely horrible about the payment, the amount, £60, worked out precisely and paid in used £5 notes. Nancy knew that he must have made inquiries. If he had discovered that an illegal abortion would cost £60 and 2 shillings, he would have thrown in a handful of coins. The letter had changed everything. Previously, Nancy had been ashamed of herself. She had thought it was all her fault. Now she thought otherwise. She knew she couldn't name the father. It would be a scandal that would rebound entirely on her, forcing her to leave Torley for good. But she wasn't completely powerless. She could still make him pay for what he had done, and it would cost him a lot more than £60. Sitting there, watching the minute hand on the clock in the corridor move slowly towards the hour, Nancy Mitchell made her decision. The father of her child had thought he could buy her off. She was going to prove him wrong. Chapter 4. Secrets and Shadows. At Clarence Keep, Phyllis Chandler was applying one last coat of lipstick as she prepared to leave. She was standing in her bedroom, which was part of the servants' quarters she shared with her son. The entire east wing was their domain, separated from the rest of the house by thick walls and solid doors. A service staircase led up from behind the kitchen to an area with 2 bedrooms, a shared bathroom, a living room with a sofa and a television set, and a second small kitchen. It was separated from the main house by an archway with a heavy velvet curtain drawn across when Miss James was in residence. Her bedroom was immediately on the left, allowing Phyllis easy access when it was time to change the linen or to clean. In fact, the whole arrangement was perfectly satisfactory. The Chandlers had plenty of space and comfort, but they were tucked away out of sound, out of sight. She was worried that she was going to be late. She had told her sister, Betty, that she would be with her at 7 o'clock, but it was almost 6 now, and of course they couldn't leave until Miss James got back. They needed the car. Eric was in the living room, where he'd been watching the Appleyards on television. It was a program for children, really, but of course it was his favourite. Outside, she heard the sound of a car slowing down. That might be her. Phyllis made sure her hat was in place and went out to see. A narrow corridor ran all the way from the back of the house to the front, with a window at each end. It was lined with pictures, photographs of Torley, the lighthouse, the beach, the hotel. Phyllis was heading for the front window, which gave a good view of the drive, but even as she came out of the bedroom, something caught her eye. She had noticed it before. She had always prided herself on a strict attention to detail, whether it was the crimps in a pie crust or the way a towel hung on a rail. Something was wrong. Frowning, puzzled, she edged towards it, unaware that the living-room door was open, and on the other side, Eric was watching her every move. Francis Pendleton had also heard the car. He looked out of the window for the 11th or 12th time, but saw nothing. Where was Melissa? She had said she would only be 30 minutes with the gardeners, but surely she had left more than an hour ago. She should have been back by now. He glanced at his watch, a Rolex Oyster Elegante that she had bought him on their first anniversary. It was 5:55. If he waited too much longer, he might be late for the performance of The Marriage of Figaro in Barnstaple. But that didn't bother him. He wasn't in the mood for opera. He needed to see Melissa. He went into the living room and took a cigarette out of a silver box that had been given to her by the studio executives at MGM. The studio's logo was engraved on the lid, along with its famous motto, Ars Gratia Artis. Clarence Keep was littered with movie memorabilia, awards and gifts. Even the cigarette lighter that he now flicked open had been used by Humphrey Bogart in Casablanca. As Francis smoked, his eyes were drawn to the cluster of framed black-and-white photographs on the piano. Melissa in Los Angeles, Melissa with Walt Disney, Melissa on the set of Hostage to Fortune. This last picture reminded him of the first time they had met. She had been the star. He had taken the job as her assistant, not because he needed the money, but because he thought it would be fun to see how a film was made. When Melissa had walked into the room, he had been transfixed. He knew her face, of course, like everyone in the country, but he was utterly unprepared for the beauty and serenity that she radiated in real life. It wasn't just the perfect skin, the dazzling blue eyes, the playful smile. It wasn't even the self-confidence that came from being admired across the world. She was, quite simply, adorable, and he had known immediately that despite the inequality of their respective positions and the 10-year age gap between them, he would not rest until he had made her his own. He had quickly learned what she did and did not like. Floris orange blossom soap in the bathroom, roses but never carnations, Du Maurier cigarettes, no unauthorized photographers, an umbrella to be held for her when it was raining. Rationing had still been in full force in 1946, but with help from her American agents and from the studio, he had been able to find anything she wanted. All she had to do was mention it. And Melissa had quickly learned that she could ring him at any time of the day or night. He would always be there for her. Their relationship had changed when Melissa had realized that her enthusiastic young assistant was much more than she had suspected. He was actually a member of the British aristocracy, the second son in a family that could trace its roots back to the Middle Ages. Francis hadn't told her this himself, but he had made sure that she found out. He remembered coming with her to Clarence Keep after she had seen it advertised. The two of them had been shown around together, and all the time he had dreamed that it would be a home not just for her, but for both of them. Francis tapped his cigarette against a crystal ashtray that had been a birthday present from the director of the Moonflower. Not his birthday, of course. It was remarkable how little there was in the house that belonged to him. Looking around the room, at the piano she had bought for a fortune, but which she only occasionally played, the books she read but never finished, the photographs in which only she appeared, he could almost have been a stranger here. By marrying her, he had got everything he wanted, but it had come at a price. He had become, to all intents and purposes, invisible. It didn't trouble him. Francis Pendleton understood that if you chose to stand too close to the sun, you can't complain when you become nothing more than a silhouette. Even his surname had been taken from him. She was always Melissa James, and his family had given up on him. "You're marrying an actress?" It should have been impossible to put so much scorn into 4 simple words, but his father, Lord Pendleton, had easily managed it. He hadn't been surprised by that either. His father was a self-opinionated snob who had never gone to the cinema, and who wouldn't have dreamed of letting a television set into the ancestral pile he called home. Faded, leather-bound copies of Dickens and Smollett were more his style. Culture, not entertainment. The words could have been part of the family crest. He had made it very clear that Francis would never inherit anything from him. His future was entirely in Melissa's hands. And then, over the last year, everything had gone wrong. The financial worries had crept in like a flood tide in the full moon, silent and relentless. The cost of restoring Clarence Keep had been close to ruinous. The hotel was losing money. Melissa spent much too much time with her so-called financial advisor, Algernon Marsh, and none of his investment schemes had so far returned a penny. Worse than all this, her own market value seemed to have shrunk. Nobody wanted to cast her. She wasn't meeting Alfred Hitchcock. He was auditioning her. There was a distinct difference, and it would never have happened 5 years ago. Francis ground out the cigarette. On an impulse, he got up and went over to a bureau that stood against the far wall. He opened the bottom drawer, which was filled with old bills and invoices that Melissa never looked at, which is why he had hidden the letter there. He took it out now, a single sheet of paper that had been crumpled into a ball and then smoothed out. It was written in the navy blue ink that Melissa always used, her handwriting immediately recognizable. Francis had read it so many times that he knew every word by heart, but still he forced himself to read it again. 13th February. My darling, darling, I can't go on living this lie anymore. I simply can't. We have to be brave and tell the world our destiny and what we mean to each other, even though we recognize the hurt it will cause to those who are closest to us. Francis knows that it's over between him and me. I want to go back to America, back to my career, and it's a journey that I want to make with you. I know how you feel, but... She had crossed out the last sentence, her nib leaving a series of blots as it scratched across the paper, and then she had decided to stop altogether, crumpling up the page and throwing it into the bedroom waste-paper basket, which was where Francis had found it. Why hadn't she torn it up? Perhaps it had always been her hope, subconscious or otherwise, that he would read it and discover the truth. Melissa often behaved as if she were living in one of those cheap dramas she had made when she was starting her career. Even the language of the letter, the mention of destiny, and that repeated darling, had the flavor of melodrama. Holding the letter, Francis found himself almost struggling to breathe. He still hadn't told her he had found it. There were so many moments when he had been tempted, but he was afraid of the consequences. He wanted to know who she had written it to, but at the same time it seemed completely unimportant. It was the thought of losing her that consumed him, the emptiness of a life without her. He knew, though, that he couldn't put it off any longer. He had to confront her. Even now, he thought it might not be too late. He would do anything to keep hold of her. Anything. 7:30 in the evening. Detective Chief Inspector Edward Hare glanced up at the clock mounted on the wall opposite his desk just as the minute hand hit the half-hour with a sonorous click that seemed to announce it no longer had the strength to climb back up to the 12. He was working late, sitting in his office in Waterbeer Street, in the building that had housed Exeter's police force for 70 years. The rain was pattering down the window, throwing dark shadows like tears on the wall opposite. He liked this room, with its dark, cosy feel, the books on the shelves, a sense of everything in its right place. He was going to miss it. Although it hadn't yet been announced, the entire department was being moved to the east of the city, to the more modern surroundings of Heavitree. It seemed to Hare that the pace of change had become ever faster since the end of the war, and although he had tried to attune himself to it, he was still a little sad. The police station in Waterbeer Street was unique. It reminded him of a Bavarian railway station, or perhaps a folk-story palace, with its grey bricks, narrow windows, and circular towers. His own office was in a corner underneath a roof, shaped like a wizard's hat, with views all the way down to Walton's Food Hall, which had opened soon after he'd started. He'd seen designs for the new building, as drearily modern and utilitarian as he might have expected. Of course, it would be better equipped. The electric lighting might not leave you with eye strain, but he was glad he wouldn't be going there. After 30 years in the job, aged 55, he was retiring. He should have been able to look back on a career that had taken him from police constable to detective chief inspector with some degree of satisfaction. And yet he couldn't avoid a sense of failure. He knew that his superiors considered him reliable, hard-working, a safe pair of hands. But what did all these epithets add up to? Simply that he had never shown the promise of his early years. He would have a leaving party. There would be a few glasses of wine, cheese on sticks, a speech, and the presentation of a clock. And then it would all be over. He would be gone. With a sigh, he put his glasses back on and returned to the papers he had been studying. He was preparing for a court case that was about to take place in the same building. The police station and the court were neighbours, and as this would be his last appearance, he wanted to be fluent in command of the facts. The telephone rang. His first reaction was one of surprise. Who would be calling him at this late hour? He assumed that it must be Margaret, his long-suffering wife, wondering where he was, and he snatched up the receiver to explain. The voice at the other end quickly put him right. It was the assistant chief constable. "Good to catch you, Hare. You're working late?" "Yes, sir." "Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut into your evening. There's been a murder in the village of Tawley-on-the-Water. Do you know it?" Hare knew the name vaguely. It was more than 40 miles away, over on the west coast of Devon. He guessed that the victim had to be someone important. The assistant chief wouldn't be contacting him otherwise. "I can't say I've ever been there, sir," he said, although it occurred to him that perhaps he had, once, with his wife and the girls on a beach holiday. Or had that been in Stowe? "There's an actress, name of Melissa James. She's been found strangled in her home." "Was there a break-in?" "I don't have the details yet. The local police called it in, and I'm passing it over to you. I want you to get on to it with immediate effect. Melissa James was very well known, and the press are going to be all over it." "Sir, you are aware that I'm leaving the force next month?" "Yes, and I'm sorry to hear it. We'll just have to hope it'll focus your mind. I need a result, Hare. The sooner the better. I don't go to the cinema much myself, but apparently Miss James was quite a star. We can't have high-profile residents being bumped off. It gives the county a bad name. I want you to report directly to me. Whatever you say, sir. I do say. This might be just what you need, Hare. Things have been a bit quiet at your end for quite a while. It might allow you to bow out in style. Good luck. The phone went dead. As he set down the receiver, Hare reflected on what his superior officer had just said. He was probably right in every respect. He had actually seen several of Melissa James's films, including the one she had made locally. What was it called? Hostage to Fortune. He had taken his wife, and although he had found the plot rather contrived, there had certainly been something special about her performance. Given her profile, it would certainly reflect badly on the force if her assailant was not quickly brought to justice. It might also be exactly what he needed, something to make his children proud of him. It would be nice to see his name in the headlines for once. The press nearly always ignored him, being more interested in the criminals he had arrested. He leaned forward, picked up the phone, and dialed. He'd get someone in the carpool to drive him over to Torley, but first he needed to call his wife and tell her to put the supper back in the oven. There would be no time for dinner. He would be staying overnight in Torley, and he needed to pack. Chapter 5. The Ludendorff Diamond. Atticus Punt adjusted his bow tie, at the same time taking the opportunity to examine himself in the bathroom mirror. He was not by nature a vain man, but he had to admit that he was pleased by what he saw. He was, all in all, in remarkably good shape. He was slight, but he was healthy, not showing his age, which was all the more remarkable considering the experiences he had been through. He had survived the war, and much worse, and although there had been times when he thought he would never again see the light of day, he had come out of it unharmed, and more successful than he could have imagined. He could not help smiling, and as if in agreement, his reflection smiled back. It helped, perhaps, that he had lost his hair when he was quite young. There were no telltale wisps of grey to give his 62 years away. He owed his Mediterranean complexion to the Greek blood that ran in his veins, even though he had been born and lived most of his life in Germany. It was strange, really. He had been a foreigner from the day of his birth, and here he was, living in London, still an outsider. But that also suited him. He was an investigator, a detective. He owed his living to communities of people he had never met before and would never meet again, always working from the outside in. It was both a profession and a way of life. Were there fresh lines at the corners of his eyes? He reached out for his wire-frame spectacles and put them on. He had not slept well the night before, and he was beginning to think that he had made a mistake in the choice of his new bed and its air-foam mattress. You fall asleep on a foamy cloud of tiny air cells, the advertisement had promised, but he should not have trusted it. He had slept alone since his wife had died, and it was at night that he missed her most, lying there surrounded by so much space. What he needed was something smaller and simpler, a bed like the one he had slept on at school. Yes, the thought appealed to him. He would mention it to Miss Kane the next day. He glanced at his watch. It was 6:10. He had plenty of time to walk over to Gresham Street. He wasn't expected until 7 o'clock. Very unusually, Punt had agreed to give a speech. Writing about his work was one thing, but talking about it, perhaps giving away confidences, was quite another. That was the trouble. In his experience, people were never interested in the abstract theory of detective work, which was the subject of his still unfinished book, The Landscape of Criminal Investigation. They wanted the sensational details, the bloody fingerprint, the smoking gun, the killer going about his work. Punt had never seen murder as a game, not even as a puzzle to be solved. His work was an examination of humanity at its darkest and most desperate. You could not solve crime unless you understood its genesis. He had allowed two considerations to change his mind. First of all, his hosts were serious people. A city guild, the worshipful company of goldsmiths no less, had invited him to be the guest speaker at their annual dinner, and they had made it clear that the subject could be of his own choosing, though obviously related to his work. And in return for 30 minutes of his time, he would be rewarded with an excellent dinner, first-class wine, and a sizable payment to the Metropolitan and City Police Orphans Fund, one of his favourite charities. He splashed a little cologne on his cheeks, then turned off the light and went into the bedroom, where his dinner jacket was waiting for him on the back of a chair. Miss Kane had prepared his speech for him. It was lying on the bed, 12 pristine white pages, held together with a paperclip. The title, Crime and Punishment, was in capital letters at the top. Punt slipped on his jacket, carefully folded the pages, placed them inside his pocket, and went into the next room. He had only recently moved into the flat on the 7th floor of Tanner Court, the elegant mansion block in Farringdon, and he wasn't quite used to it. The furniture was antique and German. He had brought much of it with him when he moved to England after the war, but everything else was still foreign to him. The rooms, with their double-height ceilings, seemed much larger than they had any right to be. The carpets and curtains were brand new, and he remembered choosing them, aghast at both how expensive they were and how easily he could now afford them. The kitchen was so sparkling clean that he felt nervous about using it, not that he ever cooked for himself. For lunch, he would have a salad. In the evening, he usually ate out. He glanced at what had once been his father's pendulum box clock hanging in the corner. Made by Erhard Junghans in the 19th century, and so almost 100 years old, it had never lost a minute's time. He didn't need to leave yet. He poured himself a small sherry and took a black Sobrani cigarette out of an ebony box that had been given to him by a grateful client. In fact, the entire apartment had only come his way thanks to a recent case. He lit the cigarette and sat down, trying to relax in his surroundings and remembering the strange affair of the Ludendorff diamond, which had been, in many respects, his greatest success yet. On the face of it, the theft had been impossible, a magic trick that had baffled the police, the British public, and, most significantly, the frustrated owner, who had lost not just the diamond, but several other pieces of jewellery, plus cash and certified share certificates, to the value of almost £100,000. His name was Charles Pargeter, a multimillionaire with homes in New York and Knightsbridge who had made his fortune in the oil industry. His wife, Elaine, was a well-known society hostess, a patron of the arts, a member of several boards, a woman of great beauty. The robbery had taken place just before Christmas the year before. In fact, the Pargeters had been on their way back from a party when they found that their house had been broken into. It was clearly the work of professionals. The alarm system had been disconnected, and a window on the ground floor forced. The house had not been completely empty. It was a Saturday, and two of the servants, the cook and the maid, had been given the weekend off. The butler had stayed behind, but he was almost 70 years old and had slept through the entire business. The Pargeters had returned home with John Barclay, a business associate and friend, and he had noticed the broken window before they even got in. To begin with, Charles Pargeter had not been worried. He was a careful man and had installed a safe on the second floor of the house. It was not just any safe. It was the best that money could buy, a solid steel fireproof box that weighed over 200 pounds, manufactured by Sentry in America and bolted into the floor. Inside the combination lock which had been strengthened to prevent any possibility of its being forced. There were no fewer than 7 wheels, requiring therefore a 7-part sequence to get it open. Only 3 people knew the combination: Pargeter, his wife, and Henry Chase, their lawyer. There was a second lock, key-operated, and only 1 key had ever been manufactured. Charles Pargeter kept it close to him all the time. The safe stood against the far wall of a narrow, dark walk-in closet. The thieves would have had to have inside information even to know that it was there. The 3 of them, Charles Pargeter, Elaine Pargeter, and John Barclay, had entered the darkened house together, and at first they believed that they had arrived in time and that nothing had been disturbed. But when Charles turned the lights on in the bedroom, the terrible truth hit him full in the face. The safe door was wide open. All the contents had been removed. Elaine Pargeter had called the police, while Barclay led his friend downstairs and poured him a large whisky. They were careful not to touch anything. The police, in the persons of Detective Inspector Gilbert, accompanied by Detective Sergeant Dickinson, arrived very soon after, asked various questions, and examined the empty safe. Both the safe and the broken window were searched for fingerprints, but none were found. Punt remembered reading about the theft in the newspapers. The whole country had been gripped by what had happened, for 2 reasons. The first was that the safe really was impregnable. The American manufacturers had flown to England immediately, and after a careful examination they had announced that their product could not be to blame. The lock could not be forced, and had not been forced. Whoever opened it must have known the combination, even though this narrowed the crime down to just 2 suspects, Charles Pargeter and his wife. Their lawyer, Henry Chase, the only other person trusted with the combination, had been abroad on the night in question. Of course, he could have passed on the combination to an accomplice, but that still left the problem of the key. Pargeter kept it on his main keyring, and it was never out of his sight. He had had it with him at the party, and he had handed it to D.I. Gilbert, who had confirmed that it was the right key and definitely fitted the lock. Could someone have taken it and made a copy? Again, the manufacturers insisted this was impossible. The key was like no other, with a unique, patented design. They had given a press conference in which they had come perilously close to accusing Pargeter and his wife of insurance fraud. But that, too, was highly unlikely. Pargeter had no money troubles. On the contrary, his business was booming. He was one of the richest people in the world. But it was the Ludendorff diamond that had really captured the public's imagination. There are many precious jewels that seem to exist in a world of fantasy and folklore, and this one was no exception. A flawless, pear double rose-cut diamond, it had 33 carats and 140 facets. It had been found in Golconda, the same region of India that had produced the Koh-i-Noor. It had belonged to a Russian aristocrat, Prince Andrei Ludendorff, who had been killed in a duel, but not by his opponent. His gun had jammed and exploded in his hand, sending a fragment of metal into his eye. It was said that the diamond had been buried with him, but that his not entirely mournful widow had sent a pair of grave robbers to retrieve it. Pargeter had bought it privately in New York for an undisclosed price, although the figure of $2 million American had been mentioned. It might well have been more. And now it was gone. Pargeter had also lost cash and shares. His wife had kept several pearl and diamond necklaces, rings, and a tiara in the safe. Even their passports and birth certificates had been taken. But all this seemed inconsequential compared to the Ludendorff diamond. There was, Pund noticed, a certain amount of sympathy for the criminals who had pulled off this spectacular coup without violence. At the same time, there was very little sympathy for Pargeter, who was seen almost as the instigator of the crime rather than its victim, as if his extreme wealth had made it only reasonable that he should be targeted. Pargeter was not, in fact, an unpleasant man. When he had arrived at Punt's office in the old Marylebone Road, he had come across as quiet and self-effacing. He had the look of a Harvard professor with thick silver hair and glasses and immaculately dressed in a double-breasted suit and tie. Punt remembered every word of what he had said. "Mr. Punt," he had begun, standing with his hands behind his back, "my people tell me that you are the best detective in the world, and having looked into your history, I believe you are the only man who can return the Ludendorff diamond to me." He spoke with an American accent, carefully judging his words before he allowed them to pass his lips. "I want to explain to you why I have come here today. First, as I'm sure you are aware, the police have been unable to come up with any possible explanation for what appears, on the face of it, to be an impossible crime. I have repeatedly told them, and I will assure you of the same thing, that only 3 people knew the combination to that lock, and I would trust the other 2 with my life." "You have never told it to anyone else?" Punt interrupted. "No." "And it was never written down, perhaps as an aide-memoire?" "No. But I understand that there were 7 separate numerals." "I have an excellent memory." "Then I will ask you this. Were the numbers selected by you? Did they perhaps have some reference to events in your life? Your date of birth, for example, or that of your wife?" "Absolutely not. The safe arrived with the combination integrated, and before you ask, Sentry have their own security protocols. Nobody in the company knew which safe had been sold to me or where it was going to be installed. It had come all the way from America on a container ship. I had workmen pick it up in Southampton and bring it to my London home. The combination was sent to me by post a few days later." "Thank you. Please continue." Charles Pargeter took a breath. He was not the sort of man who was used to asking favors. In his business he would issue instructions and expect them to be followed to the letter. Punt got the impression that he had rehearsed what he was about to say. "I bought the Ludendorff diamond for many reasons," he said. "It is an object of great beauty, which could be more than 1,000,000,000 years old. Think of that. It is unique. It is also, strangely enough, a wise investment. And if I'm going to be honest with you, Mr. Punt, there may have been an element of vanity in my decision. When you have been fortunate enough to amass a great deal of wealth, there is always the temptation to make a statement, not to the general public, but to yourself, to remind yourself of your own success. So when I tell you that I've been hurt by the theft, I mean it in every sense. Whoever took the diamond has made a fool out of me. I have always been fond of the British, and, frankly, following this incident, I've been surprised how quickly they seem to have taken against me. There was even a cartoon of me in Punch magazine. You may have seen it." Punt made a gesture to suggest that he hadn't, although in fact he remembered it well. It had shown the multimillionaire sitting at the breakfast table in his pajamas, eating a boiled egg with the diamond concealed inside the shell. The caption underneath read, "Now why didn't I look there?" "It's even been suggested that I myself was involved in the robbery," Pargeter continued, "an accusation that's as absurd as it's damaging. In short, I'm being humiliated all over the country, and frankly, I find this almost as hard to bear as the loss of the jewel itself. So let me get to the point. I will pay you any money you demand to investigate what actually happened, who did it, and how it was done. If you are able to return my property to me, I will pay you a bonus of £50,000. Forgive me for being so direct, Mr. Punt. I'm sure you're a busy man, so let me know what you think, and I won't waste any more of your time." In fact, Punt had made his decision the moment Pargeter walked into the room. He was intrigued. This was one of those very rare examples of a crime committed without violence that could, perhaps, be approached purely as an intellectual challenge. The timing also was fortuitous. The lease on his flat and office was about to expire. He had been looking for somewhere new to live, and had found a flat in Farringdon that seemed ideal, except that it was well out of his price range. Punt did not believe in fate or destiny, but Charles Pargeter might have been sent in answer to his prayers. He went round to Knightsbridge the next day, driven by Pargeter's chauffeur, who had picked him up in a silver Rolls-Royce. The house was in one of the quiet streets behind Harrod's department store. It was unusual in that it stood alone, surrounded by a low brick wall with a gravel drive and flower beds. Punt began with the broken window which was round the side of the house. Already that puzzled him. It did not fit in with what he had read in the papers and what he had been told. He was shown in through the front door to find Charles Pargeter and his wife waiting for him. She was an extremely elegant woman, taller than her husband, dressed simply in a cashmere jersey and slacks. She had no jewellery. The house itself was quite ordinary. As far as Punt could see, there were no masterpieces on the walls, no priceless silver on display. Perhaps the Pargeters' home in New York was more ostentatious. "Would you like some coffee, Mr. Punt?" Elaine Pargeter asked. "We can go into the drawing-room." "I would prefer to begin upstairs, if you don't mind, Mrs. Pargeter. To start with, I would like to see this safe that was, according to its makers, impregnable. Is that the word?" "I'll take you there," Charles Pargeter said. As they climbed the stairs, Punt raised the question that had occurred to him outside. "I am puzzled," he said. "You arrived quite late from the party on the night that the robbery took place." "Yes, it was about 1 o'clock. "There were 3 of you?" "Yes. John Barclay is an old friend of mine. He's vice president with Shell Transport and Trading. We were actually at college together. He happened to be in London for a few days, and he usually stays with us. Saves paying out for a hotel." "Which one of you saw that the window had been broken? It seems to me that walking from the car to the front door, you would not have had a view of the side of the house." "Actually, that was me," Elaine Pargeter explained. "John saw fragments of glass on the drive. They were reflecting the moon. I went round to investigate, and that was when I saw the window was broken." "Did you go straight upstairs?" "I wanted Elaine to stay in the car," Pargeter said. "I was afraid there might be intruders in the house, and I didn't want to put her in harm's way." "I wasn't having any of that," Elaine exclaimed. "That's right. So the 3 of us went in together. I saw that the alarms were off, and that told me something was wrong. We have a butler, Harris, and he'd have been asleep in the servants' wing, but even so the alarms should have been on in the main house. We went straight to the master bedroom. I knew that everything that was valuable to me, and that includes the diamond, of course, was in the safe. I remember putting my hand in my pocket and feeling my key. It never occurred to me that the safe could have been opened." They had reached the top of the stairs and crossed the corridor, entering a room decorated in a vaguely Chinese style with dark red wallpaper and views over the back garden. As with the rest of the house, the most impressive thing about the bedroom was its size. The bed was huge, the curtains theatrical, the dressing table antique. One door led into a bathroom, the other opened into a narrow corridor with wardrobes on either side. After about 10 feet, the wardrobes stopped, and there was a small alcove with a domed ceiling. It could have been purpose-built for the safe that stood there with its back against the far wall. If the millionaire and his wife had expected Punt to move forward and examine the safe, they were disappointed. He stood where he was, half frowning, as if he was trying to sense the atmosphere. Finally, he spoke. "Did you turn the lights on when you came into the room?" he asked. "In the bedroom, yes, but not in the walk-in closet." "And why was that?" "We didn't want to leave footmarks or fingerprints. But I can tell you there was enough light for us to see everything. The safe door was open and the inside was clearly empty." I have to say that I was very glad to have John Barclay with me right then. I'm not an emotional man. I guess I'm used to keeping things damped down. But I felt sick. I thought I was going to faint. "I stand by what I said to you yesterday, Mr. Punt. But right then I was thinking about how much had been taken from me. I had lost millions and millions of dollars. And at the same time it was impossible. I was holding the only key to the safe, goddammit. I had it right in my hand." "So what did you do then?" "Obviously I couldn't go into the room. It was a crime scene. I didn't want to disturb any possible evidence." "That is very sensible." John took control of the situation. He got Elaine to call the police while he took me downstairs and gave me a large scotch. He also got Harris out of bed and asked him if he'd heard anything, but there was no joy there. The truth is, Harris is much too old for the job, but he's been with me so long I don't have the heart to get rid of him. Just keep hoping he'll retire. "And you trust him?" "He's been with us for 30 years, Mr. Punt. When he does finally go, we'll look after him. He knows that. And what's a man of his age going to do with a diamond like that? It's inconceivable he had anything to do with it." Punt nodded. "You will permit me?" He walked into the corridor between the wardrobes and crouched down beside the safe, resting a hand on the steel surface. Given that it weighed more than 200 pounds, the safe was smaller than he had imagined. It had the proportions of a deck of cards, taller than it was deep, completely bare, but for a handle, a combination lock, and next to it, a keyhole. The name of the manufacturer was written across the top. The door fitted absolutely flush with the outer shell, making it impossible to slip even a sheet of paper inside, let alone the tip of a crowbar. The safe was grey in colour. Its setting was almost theatrical, with dark red wallpaper on 3 sides, again picking up the Chinese theme from the bedroom. Punt did not try to move it. He could tell at once that it was utterly solid, bolted into place. "Would it be possible for you to open the safe?" Punt asked. "Of course, but it is empty now." "The police examined it?" "Yes, they were meticulous. No fingerprints, no forced entry, nothing." Pargeter leaned forward and began to spin the combination dial. 16 to the left, 5 to the right, back to 22 on the left. There were 7 separate movements before the wheel flies aligned. He turned the key in the lock, then pulled the handle. There was a click, and the door opened. Looking past him, Punt saw that there was indeed nothing inside. Punt swung the safe door open and shut again, feeling the weight of it, its solidity in his hand. There was nothing more to be seen. He straightened up and turned his attention to the surrounding walls, tapping them with his knuckles as if searching for a secret passage. Elaine Pargeter was watching him from the bedroom and did not look impressed. Punt ran a finger over a small tear in the wallpaper, then rubbed his thumb against it, deep in thought. The safe was locked again. The 3 of them went back downstairs. They went into the drawing room, and Punt accepted a second offer of coffee which was brought in by the maid, who had been away on the night of the crime and seemed unaware that anything untoward had taken place. The Pargeters were sitting opposite him on a sofa. He was perched, slightly above them, on a high-backed antique chair that might have come out of a church. "It might be helpful to speak to your friend, Mr. Barclay," he said. "I'm not sure what he can tell you," Pargeter replied. "He gave the police a full statement, and now he's back in New York. but I can put a call into Shell for you if you like. The police. Punt took a sip of his coffee, carefully lowering the cup onto its saucer which he had balanced on his knee. He turned to Elaine. It was you, Mrs. Pargeter, who telephoned them? Yes. Detective Inspector Gilbert arrived about 30 minutes later. He had a sergeant with him, a pleasant young man. It was 2 o'clock in the morning by that time. The two of them were on night duty. They interviewed us in the room where we're sitting now and asked a great many questions. They went upstairs, and they also looked round the side of the house where the window had been broken. They told us not to go into the closet. John had been right about that. The next morning, we had a whole crowd of people from Scotland Yard, forensics, photographers, the lot. I would be interested to know if, at any stage, the police suggested that you yourself might be involved in the disappearance of the diamond. No, quite the opposite, Pargeter said. They were scrupulously polite. They were interested in the safe and the way it operated. They examined the key. They had obviously never seen anything quite like it. He paused. They did, however, want to know who else had been given the combination. You told them the same as you have told me. Exactly. There are only 3 people in the world who have it. My wife, myself, and my lawyer. But that is not true, Mr. Pargeter. What? The businessman glanced angrily at Punt, unhappy at being contradicted. Nobody else knows the combination, his wife insisted. Punt closed his eyes. 16 left, 5 right, 22 left, 30 right, 25 left, 11 right, 39 left. He opened them again. That is correct, is it not? Pargeter flushed. You were watching me when I opened it. That is exactly what I did. Well, that's a cute trick, Mr. Punt, but I'm not quite sure what point you're trying to make. Nobody else ever came into that room with me apart from my wife. And for what it's worth, I saw you looking over my shoulder. You've got a good memory, but you might as well forget those numbers. They don't matter anymore. That horse has bolted, as the saying goes. I'll be getting rid of the safe and buying a new one. Ah, yes, you do not close the door after the horse has bolted. That is the saying to which you refer. Punt smiled. And for me, you open it. I'm sorry. Punt got to his feet. I need to make a few inquiries, he said. But it is clear to me how the Ludendorff diamond and all the other contents were removed from the safe, and by whom. You will be in England for a few more days? I'll stay as long as it takes. Not long, Mr. Pargeter. Then all will be revealed. The arrests had taken place 4 days later, and in the end, the diamond, all of Mrs. Pargeter's jewellery, and most of the money had been recovered. And Pargeter had been true to his word. Sitting in his brand-new living room with his sherry and his cigarette, Punt thought about the cheque that had arrived with a brief note of thanks, more money than he had earned in several years. He had put down a deposit on Tanner Court the same day. He had bought new furniture, including a handsome Biedermeier desk. He had hired a secretary to assist him with his administrative work. That reminded him he must tell Miss Kane to get rid of the bed. That had definitely been a mistake. And the culprits? It hadn't taken him long to discover that John Barclay, Pargeter's old school friend, had serious money problems. Pargeter had more or less told him that himself. He had stayed in the house because he couldn't afford a hotel. A little further digging had revealed that it was no coincidence that Detective Inspector Gilbert, who was getting divorced, and Detective Sergeant Dickinson, who had a fondness for racing, had been in the Knightsbridge police station at 1:30 in the morning. They had actually volunteered for the night shift, knowing they would be called out. It had taken 3 of them to get past the security of the world's most impregnable safe, and although Punt couldn't be certain of all the details, there was only one way it could have worked. Berkeley had been the key. He had left with the Pargeters, knowing that the house was empty, apart from an elderly butler who would sleep through the whole thing. While they were away, Dickinson had broken in, smashing a window and silencing the alarms. He would have had plenty of time to prepare the scene for the robbery. First, he had placed a simple flat, a piece of theatrical scenery covered in dark red Chinese wallpaper, in front of the locked safe. Then he had brought in a second safe, a perfect replica of the Sentry model, but made out of much lighter material, painted wood, with the door open and the interior obviously empty. When the Pargeters had got back from the party, Berkeley had spotted the broken pieces of glass on the drive. It was actually important that Pargeter and his wife should realize that they had been burgled before they went into the house. It would influence how they behaved. Of course, they went straight to the safe, and once again it was Berkeley who had taken control of the situation. Those were the exact words that Pargeter had used. He had stopped them from turning on the light in the alcove. He had told them not to go in. From a distance of 10 feet, and even with the reflected light, the illusion would have been perfect. The fake wall blended in with the real one. The real safe was concealed behind it. The wooden safe was open and empty. The Pargeters believed that they had been robbed, even though they had no idea how it had happened. Berkeley had led his friend downstairs, supposedly to look after him, but in reality to prevent him investigating too closely himself. Of course, at this stage, if the Pargeters had worked out they were being tricked, there would have been no danger to Berkeley or to his co-conspirators. The whole thing would have been put down as some sort of bizarre hoax. Nobody would ever find out what had been planned. Things changed with the arrival of Gilbert and Dickinson. Punt could imagine exactly how it had worked. "And what exactly is the combination of the safe, sir?" Charles Pargeter would have volunteered the numbers without a second thought. After all, these were the police, and the horse had bolted. "I wonder if I might take a look at this key of yours, sir." Again, Pargeter would have handed it over. He believed he had already been robbed, but in fact the robbery took place while he was sitting in the downstairs living room being interviewed. One of them, probably Dickinson again, had hurried back upstairs and opened the real safe, removing the contents. Then he had taken them outside, using the back door, along with the fake safe and the theatrical flat, leaving things exactly as they had appeared when the Pargeters got home. He had made just one small mistake. Moving the flat, which had been wedged into place across the alcove, he had very slightly torn the wallpaper. Punt had found that tear, and everything else had fallen into place. He looked at the clock. 6:30. It was time to go. He finished his sherry, stubbed out his cigarette, and finally picked up the rosewood walking stick that he carried as an affectation, and not because it was needed. He glanced at himself one last time in the mirror, patted the speech nestling in his inside pocket, and left. Chapter 6. Crime and Punishment. There were 300 people in Goldsmiths' Hall, the women in long gowns, the men in black tie. They were sitting at 4 long tables in a room whose magnificence was beyond anything Punt had ever experienced. Soaring columns, massive chandeliers, and more than enough gold ornamentation to remind those present of the industry to which it owed its existence. Perhaps it was because he was a foreigner that he felt a particular admiration for this ancient British tradition. The Guild had been formed in the Middle Ages, and now, 600 years later, it still existed to provide education and support for its fellow citizens. The meal had been excellent, the conversation lively. He was glad that he had come. His speech had also been well received. He had been talking for half an hour, and had covered his experiences, as a police officer in the Ordnungspolizei in Germany, and what had happened when it had been brought under Nazi control. But as he approached the last few pages, he changed direction. He had, after all, been given free rein when he was invited to speak, and there was a point he wanted to make. "You will be aware," he said, "that the Royal Commission on Capital Punishment set up by the last Prime Minister will be reporting in the next few months, and it is my hope and belief that even if we do not see the end of capital punishment altogether, the law will soon be changed. It is not just the possible mistakes that were made in the cases of Timothy Evans and Derek Bentley earlier this year. No, surely, if our experience of Nazism and war has taught us anything, it is that we must believe in the sanctity of life, even the life of a criminal. Is it right that all murderers should die? Is the man who loses control for one terrible moment, who perhaps lashes out and kills his wife or best friend in an argument, to be treated no differently from the man who has planned and cold-bloodedly executed a murder for his personal gain? Is it not time to consider different types of murder and to apply appropriate sentences? Judges no longer have any appetite for the death penalty, ladies and gentlemen. You should be aware that almost half of all murderers are reprieved. In the first half of this century, 533 death sentences out of 1,210 were commuted, and that figure is rising. I have met many murderers. I have abhorred what they have done, but often I have found some sympathy for the terrible circumstances that have led them to commit their crimes. At the end of the day, they are human too. To kill the killer is to descend to his or her level. I await the result of the Royal Commission with interest. I believe it will lead us to a new age." Punt had feared that his comments might not connect with this audience, but the applause as he sat down was warm and sustained. It was only later, as the port and cigars were being passed round, that the treasurer, a slightly hard-edged man who was sitting next to him, suddenly remarked, "I don't suppose you saw that story about Melissa James?" "The actress who was killed in Devonshire a few days ago?" "Yes. Forgive me, Mr. Punt, but I really wonder if what you said just now would apply to what happened to her." "The police have yet to identify her killer, I believe." "Well, it all points to the husband, from what I understand. He was the last person to see her alive. Strangling someone is a very personal way of killing them, I would say, and all the circumstances would seem to suggest what the Americans call a crime of passion. Now, here's a beautiful and talented young woman, loved all over the world. She made some superb films. My wife and I were definitely fans. Would you really be so willing to forgive her assassin?" "Clemency and forgiveness are not the same thing." "Are you so sure of that? I would say it sends out a message. Lose your temper, kill your wife, the law understands." Punt did not agree, but he kept his thoughts to himself. He had made his speech, which is what he had been asked to do, and that was the end of it. Even so, he was still thinking about the treasurer's words the following morning as he finished his breakfast and went into his office. His secretary had arrived promptly at 9 o'clock and was waiting for him, sorting through his mail. "How did your speech go, Mr. Punt?" she asked. "It went extremely well, I think, Miss Kane." He had brought home a cheque, and he handed it to her. "Could you send this, please, to the Police Orphans Fund?" Miss Kane picked up the slip of paper and glanced at the amount. Her eyebrows rose. "That was very generous of them," she said. "It is certainly a considerable donation," Punt agreed. "And very good of you to give up your time, Mr. Punt." Atticus Punt smiled. He had, he thought, found the perfect secretary in Madeline Kane, who had come to him through a highly respected agency. He had actually interviewed 3 women, and she had seemed the most formidable, answering his questions with the brisk efficiency that she now brought to her work. She was 45 years old, a graduate of Cheltenham Ladies' College, unmarried, with a flat in Shepherd's Bush. She had worked as the private secretary to a small number of senior businessmen, all of whom had given her excellent references. With her jet-black hair, her dress sense, which was definitely on the austere side, and her horn-rimmed spectacles, she might seem daunting on first appearance, but she could be warm-hearted too. She had only been with Punt for 3 months, but she was already devoted to him. "May I ask you a question, Miss Kane?" "Of course, Mr. Punt." "What was your opinion of what I said last night?" "The speech?" "Yes." "Well, I'm not sure it's my place to say." Miss Kane frowned. She had, of course, typed the speech and was familiar with its contents. "I thought your description of Germany in the 40s was very interesting." "And my remarks on capital punishment?" "I don't really know. It's not something I've ever really thought about. I think it's right to show mercy in certain cases, but you don't want to encourage people to believe that evil will go unpunished." She changed the subject. "You have a Mrs. Allingham coming in at 11 o'clock. She wants to talk to you about her husband." "And what is it that her husband has done?" "He's disappeared with his secretary. Would you like me to be present?" "It would most certainly be a good idea." Miss Kane had already opened the mail and had been glancing through the various letters as she spoke. Now she stopped with one of them in her hand. "Someone's written to you from New York," she said. "Is it perhaps Herr Pargeter?" No, it's an agency." She slid the letter in front of him. Punt picked it up, noticing that it had been